Before we open today, just let me introduce you to the format quickly. We're going to have 2 lots of breakout sessions, one in the morning, one in the afternoon. There will be 3 thematic discussions running in parallel in 3 rooms in each of those. This morning we will focus on international cooperation and climate finance as an enabler for just transition pathways to food security. The second topic will be innovation, technology transfer, capacity building and knowledge sharing, and the last topic will focus on enabling environments. I will come back to the logistics of those breakout rooms shortly, but first we're going to have 3 scene-setting presentations that will help us frame and inspire subsequent discussions. So first, I'm pleased to invite Ms. Kate Hughes from the Asian Development Bank to deliver her presentation, and I know that Kate needs to run to another event once she's done her remarks. So thank you so much for taking the time, Kate.
No problem, and thank you very much for having me. Good morning to everyone. So yes, I've been asked to give a quick scene setting on the topic of financing as an enabler for just transition pathways. So I'll just wait for the slides. I think they're coming up. Here we go. Okay, next slide. So I think it's already been laid out the importance of agriculture and food systems. ADB works across 43 countries in Asia and Pacific, and agriculture is really the backbone of economies across the region, providing livelihoods for hundreds of millions, and is central to food security. But we know it's highly exposed to climate risks, and it's also a major source of methane emissions. So transformation of the sector is really critical for food security and climate goals. Next slide. However, we know that this transition is not neutral. I think the next slide. Thanks. So this transition's not neutral. So we see in a lot of the countries that we work in that mechanisation's reducing demand for manual labour, a lot of disproportionate impacts on women and informal workers, and high dependence on seasonal agricultural income. So without intervention, productivity gains can directly translate into income loss and increased vulnerability. And this is really the core of the just transition challenge in food systems. Next slide, please. And when we come to the topic of how we're going to finance just transition, there's really a layered problem. We already have an investment gap with high upfront costs and fragmented or public good returns. Layered on that, we have a just transition gap looking at skills, livelihoods, social systems that are underfunded and limited incentives to finance these components, or what can be viewed as softer components of the project. At the same time, we also continue to take a project-by-project approach in how we approach financing. Next slide. So the topic of just transition finance is one that's very difficult to define, I think. But we try to think at the ADB of just transition in terms of being an enabling agenda for climate action with distinct financing needs. So yes, there is an overlap with climate finance, but climate finance alone is not going to meet the needs of a just transition. So we need just transition finance to work in parallel to address the socioeconomic challenges that are directly related to the climate transition and will ultimately impact the success of its outcomes, but falls outside the scope of mitigation and adaptation finance. And so we can think about just transition finance in terms of 3 types of finance with different objectives. You can have targeted just transition support, which is finance where just transition is the primary objective. So for example, grant financing to support income loss mitigation, or a highly concessional loan to support rural social protection. You can then mobilise finance for just transition. So that's instruments that may raise or earmark resources for just transitions, such as a just transition thematic bond or a dedicated trust fund. And then the last one is how we integrate just transition into climate and development finance. So this means that just transition is embedded in the design, conditionality and outcomes of other types of finance. And all of these 3 types of finances are needed, But the key thing is matching the right type of finance to the right type of intervention, and also planning programmatic interventions at the outset so that then the finance will flow in a programmatic way. Next slide. And so building on this, we have also done a lot of work at the ADB about rethinking how you program just transition interventions. On the left-hand side of this slide, you can see what's the common approach where just transition is taken from a risk perspective. So a project is conceived, or even an NDC measure is defined with a climate intent. And then a safeguards approach is used to identify the associated just transition risks and design just transition measures. And perhaps you're able to mobilize a grant to finance these components. But in this way, just transition is always reactive, and it can often slow down the project or add to its costs, and can be difficult to fund or difficult for a party to take on these requirements. If we look on the right-hand side and flip the thinking so that just transition is actually the enabler of the climate action, you get a different approach and a different ability to access finance. If we know a country's climate policy or sector plans and how this will be implemented, then we can do an upfront assessment of the vulnerability and opportunities that this will lead to. This requires technical assistance and support upstream from parties. We can then design a programmatic intervention that includes specific socioeconomic activities that may or may not have climate finance components. We can also start working with stakeholders early in the process so that they are contributors to the design of the programmatic intervention. And you'll see on the right that this can lead to a pipeline of different types of investments. So yes, you will have a climate project pipeline in the middle in terms of climate projects in the sector or region where the vulnerabilities are being addressed. But the other types of interventions, education, SME support, infrastructure investment, private sector finance, may actually need to come in first. And they can look to access different pots of financing so that not all of the financing needs need to be met by climate finance. Next slide. So now, just very practical to give you an example. This is a project in one of our developing member countries. That's a rice-producing country, and it's designed in one district of the country with rice-wheat cropping systems. So taken an integrated approach to project design and then matched financing sources to the types of activities. So the project's also sequenced so that just transition acts as an enabler of the project, as I was explaining. So the project's structured with 4 outputs. The first is access to mechanisation through blended finance. So in this part of the project, matching grants are provided to service providers to purchase mechanisation equipment and offer it to farmers on a rental basis. This blended structure enables rapid scale-up and manages financial risk, and it's the largest component of the project. Output 2 is circular economy output, so it's using the rice straw and private sector engagement. So it realised that as part of the mechanisation, it increases the volume of rice straw available in the field and reduces open burning. And so through baling services, this straw is now collected and supplied to farmers and industry for energy generation and products such as paper and packaging. This output engages the private sector. But in order to get this output included into the project, upfront work needed to be done. So we were able to mobilise additional funds from philanthropic sources to undertake the technical assistance to design this component of the project. Output 3 is about the institutional capacity and strengthening the capacity to implement the project. So as part of this, we've strengthened the departmental capacity to set and enforce machinery standards and certification and address the lack of standardisation in the agriculture equipment. We also include training for operators, farmers and service producers and support for industry adoption of the standard. And then the last component is just transition support for women farm labourers. And this was really the core of the just transition output for this programmatic agricultural project, because in rice transplanting, which is almost entirely manual, 70 to 80% of the workforce are women who face high job loss risks from mechanisation. And so through our technical assistance Just Transition support platform, we were able to do a lot of upfront assessment around labour impacts, differentiated impacts on women, and analysis and quantitative modelling of the impacts, which could then feed into the design. So the first point I think here is the programmatic approach to ensuring that the just transition is a key part of how the agriculture project was designed. And then the second, on the financing, you can see that through that integrated design, we then also took an integrated approach to financing, using technical assistance resources for upstream analytics, project development, trust fund grant financing from philanthropic, which was a specific trust fund with a purpose for just transition, and then the core loan project of ADB for scale and implementation for the agriculture intervention. Next slide. So different financing instruments will serve different roles, but how we think about these financing instruments in just transition needs to be different to how we think about them in mitigation and adaptation. Of course, there's overlaps, but there are different specific needs around just transition that need different financing approach. Grants can de-risk investments and finance social transition components. Technical assistance can build the enabling environment. Concessional finance can support public good investments, and then commercial finance can be brought in to enable scale. So you really need this portfolio approach. Next slide. And this is my last slide. So in terms of linking it to the first part I was asked to speak about in terms of international cooperation. So it really is critical, dialogues like this, to actually align our understanding of what we mean by financing just transition. We can come together to mobilise different types of finance from different sources and enable risk sharing across governments, development finance institutes and the private sector. So just to conclude, I think just transition is not a social add-on. It's what makes transitions implementable, investable and sustainable. And so when designing interventions and looking for finance, we need to have that at the core of the thinking. Thanks very much.
Thanks so much, Kate. A really useful and practical presentation. And we're really grateful for you to share your expertise. And we know you need to get to the next event. Now it's my great pleasure to invite Stig Svenningsen, Deputy Director General from the Norwegian Ministry of Energy and member of the Technology Executive Committee, for his presentation. Over to you, Stig.
Thank you very much, Julia. So good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute with the text work on, to this discussion. So I will now speak on behalf of the Technology Executive Committee, not on behalf of Norway, because I'm a member of that committee. But food security and oceans have been part of our work program for the last 4 years, and it's a 5-year work program, so it's very suitable that we can be able to share our experiences and our work here. So speaking from the perspective of the Technology Executive Committee, technology and innovation are fundamental enablers of just transition pathways, particularly in food systems where climate action must go hand in hand with food security and livelihoods. From the work of the committee, we included a focus on water, energy, food nexus, and one of the key messages out of this work is that transforming agri-food systems require an integrated systems-based approach. Technologies cannot be considered in isolation. For example, agriculture production depends on water availability and energy access. Post-harvest systems rely on infrastructure, storage, and transport. And all of these are influenced by policy, finance, and market conditions. Together with FAO, the Technology Executive Committee has developed a range of knowledge products that map climate technologies across agri-food value chains, from production to processing, storage, and distribution, and identify both opportunities and barriers. These include challenges related to, I forgot to switch, and identify both opportunities and barriers. These include challenges related to finance that we just heard about, limited technical capacity, and gaps in enabling environments. Addressing these barriers is just as important as advancing the technologies themselves. Technology is not only about physical infrastructure or equipment. It is also includes knowledge systems, practices, digital solutions, and institutional arrangements. For instance, climate-resilient crop varieties, agroecological practices, renewable energy for irrigation, and improved storage technologies can significantly reduce losses and increase resilience. In addition, emerging technologies are opening new frontiers. The tech has been exploring the role of artificial intelligence in climate action, including applications in precise agriculture, climate risk modeling, and early warning systems, and decision support tools. These technologies can enhance efficiency and targeting, but they also raise questions around access, capacity, data governance, and equity that we need to consider carefully. A consistent finding from the tech's work is that technology transfer must evolve beyond a one-directional process. It needs to be collaborative, inclusive, and demand-driven. Countries and communities should be at the center of identifying their needs and shaping solutions. Strengthening local innovation ecosystems such as research institutions, extension services, and private sector actors are all essential to technologies are adapted to local context and can be sustained over time. Equally important is capacity building and knowledge sharing. Even the most advanced technologies will not deliver results without the capacity to use, maintain, and scale them. These includes building technical skills, strengthening institutions, and enabling effective policy and regulation frameworks. It also involves facilitating peer learning and exchange of experiences across countries and regions. From a just transition perspective, these elements become even more critical. A just transition is not only about achieving climate goals, it's about how those goals are achieved and who benefits. In the context of food systems, this means ensuring that transition to climate resilient and low emission pathways safeguard food security, protect and enhance livelihoods, especially for smallholder farmers and rural communities, promote decent work and inclusive economic opportunities, and give equitable access to technologies and their benefits. It also means addressing potential trade-offs. For example, the introduction of new technologies may change labor dynamics, require new skills, or shift value chains. Without adequate support, this could risk exacerbating inequalities. Therefore, policies and interventions must anticipate these impacts and provide support for reskilling, inclusion, and social protection. This is what we discussed yesterday. Another central dimension is the recognition of local and indigenous knowledge systems. These often provide effective low-cost and context-specific solutions, particularly for adaptation. Combining these with modern technologies can lead to more robust and sustainable outcomes. The tech's work also underscores the need for integrated approaches that link technology with finance, policy, and partnerships. Scaling up solutions require coordinated action across sectors and stakeholders. It also requires finance, both public and private, to move from pilot projects to large-scale implementation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Stig. Really useful to hear about that work of the tech and how it complements the work that we're doing here in this room. Finally, our last opening presentation, I'm delighted to welcome Sang-Ji Lee from the United Nations Development Programme. She's presenting virtually. Sang-Ji, are you online? Great, we can see you.
Great. Great. So it is my pleasure to join the fifth dialogue under the UAE Just Transition Work Program. And my apologies that I could not be there in person as I'm based in New York. But I hope you're all enjoying Korea, which is also my home country. I did prepare a short scene-setting presentation focusing very much on UNDP's experience supporting the enabling environments needed for the just transition pathways. Next slide, please. Let me start by taking a step back and look at the global state of play. As you can see here, according to the UNDP analysis, just transition is becoming a mainstream feature of the NDC 3.0. According to our analysis, more than 90% of the new NDCs now include just transition considerations, and many are also applying a socioeconomic lens to climate finance and considering the equity and social indicators into their MRV systems. And this is very encouraging. But I guess the key challenge now is really about implementation. And that's why I believe the conversation today on the enabling environment is so timely, because we really need the right policies and right enabling environments to turn these commitments into real outcomes for people and communities. Next slide. So let's look specifically at the agriculture and the ocean-based solutions. As I think ADB colleague has mentioned, these sectors, the pressure is really rising, right? They're facing the climate shocks, biodiversity loss, food volatility, and the markets is also changing, but there is also a real opportunity. The climate resilient and low emission practices help reduce losses, they improve productivity, they could create better livelihoods, and so on. So I guess the key question here is not really about whether the opportunities and risks exist or not, but how they are actually distributed across society. Because without really the right safeguards and enabling environments, the one who's most disproportionately affected are usually the smallholder farmers, fishers, women, informal workers, and so on. So to address this, UNDP's approach on just transition really builds around these 5 key practical building blocks. So we call it a building blocks approach, which also serves as a key enabling elements for implementing just transition commitments. And I'm going to go through them one by one very quickly. Next slide. So the transition impact assessment and MRV, so which is all about having the data and evidence to understand the impacts of those sectoral policies and climate policies. And this is particularly important for agriculture and ocean-based solutions because there's a high level of uncertainty and also the impacts are pretty uneven. So what this transition impact assessment does is really to help governments to generate the evidence needed to understand what will be affected, who will be affected, to what extent, so they can come up with more targeted and effective just transition measures. So, for example, if you look at the table on your left side, UNDP has supported analysis of how climate-smart agriculture could impact the women and youth livelihoods in Zimbabwe. And this evidence really helped inform the government to develop a targeted capacity building initiatives as the next steps. So we've been supporting this end-to-end support on building the nationally owned models to look at the climate policy impacts. And we're also increasingly supporting countries through our MRV system support to integrate the social and equity related indicators and dimensions into the MRV systems, so all of these commitments can be followed through. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yes, on this point, UNDP together with the UNFCCC and KCI, we did develop a self-paced online training module on climate policy impact assessment to help you build the capacity for evidence-based policy making. So this is completely free, so I hope you can all check them out and make the most out of it. Next slide. The second building block is engagement, ensuring a whole of society and whole of government approach to co-create the climate actions and solution. And UNDP has been supporting the stakeholder mapping, and helping to establish the national platforms on just transition. And indeed, we are seeing more and more countries having a dedicated institutional coordination mechanism to discuss just transition matters specific. For example, in Antigua and Barbuda, they do have a just transition working group, and Chile has the interministerial coordination body on just transition, which is needed in order to really apply this whole of economy approach. In the case of forestry and agriculture, we are working also very closely with the indigenous peoples and local communities. I could give an example of our work in Cambodia. We are providing a direct grant to indigenous people and local communities so that they can actually lead a locally driven climate action. So with these grants, they can protect forests, strengthen the land rights and governance, and build more resilient livelihoods. And we believe this is a real case of engagement, right? The community is leading the climate action and not just being the beneficiary. Next slide. The third building block is policy institutional capacity building support. And this is where we see many countries is facing a gap between NDC ambitions and implementation, right? The NDCs may set the direction, but the implementation requires sectoral roadmaps, policy pipelines, institutional arrangements, and so on. So we're trying to connect the dots in this case by helping develop different policy instruments or strengthen the institutional mandates and so on. A useful example could be our support in Costa Rica, where UNDP and partners are supporting the development of the deforestation-free beef standard and strengthen the traceability through the updated land use data. This was also paired with the market and regulatory incentives, as well as a gender inclusion roadmap for women in livestock. So this really shows how policy, markets, data, regulations, and inclusion can all come together to support a credible and fair transition pathways. Next slide. The fourth building block is transition finance. I think the AEDB colleague had already touched this a lot, but we believe that even though the good policies exist, countries need the financial architecture to implement them. And this is not just about mobilizing resources, but also making sure that they reach the right people. Here, we are working together with both the public and private sectors to understand different transition activities, develop investable pipeline, and help develop the benefit sharing mechanisms. One practical example I could provide is the UNDP's partnership with Lavazza Foundation. I think you all know Lavazza, between the government of Ecuador. And here we supported the world's first nationally certified deforestation-free coffee. And this initiative supported 400 smallholder farmers in the Amazon, and really to make a traceable and high-value coffee markets. And for me, I think this is a really strong example of just transition in agriculture, because it really helps decouple production from deforestation while ensuring that smallholder farmers are not left behind, but instead they were able to access this better market with this initiative. Next slide. I think, to conclude, I think that was the last one. The agriculture and ocean-based sectors are central to climate action, food security, and livelihoods, but they're also sectors where transition impacts are so deeply political, social, and economic. So that's why having that right enabling environment is so critical. I know I had to move very quickly with the time limit, so please feel free to reach out if you would like to know more about the cases that I presented today, or hear more about the UNDP support in this area. So I'll leave it at that and give the floor back to the chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sanji. So with those three very interesting, very informative and information-rich presentations, we are ready to kick off our discussions for the rest of the day. So just briefly on logistics. So as I mentioned, there will be 3 discussion rounds with assigned facilitators for each topic. And at the end of each round, facilitators will be rotated to another room so that you'll each get the opportunity to participate in each thematic discussion. We're going to run each round for about 45 minutes with a break of about 10 minutes in between to allow facilitators to move between rooms. And we will convene back here in plenary around noon for short report backs from facilitators, and then we'll have a lunch break and kick into the afternoon session. So your 3 breakout rooms are here in the conference hall, or seminar room 3, or seminar room 4. You can choose whichever room you'd like. Just please be a bit mindful of numbers, overall balance in terms of numbers and participation in each room. And once you pick your room, please stay in that room for the duration of the morning session so that you can be part of the discussion on each of the topics. Okay, so thanks very much. You may all proceed to your rooms. Again, it's here, or seminar room 3, or seminar room 4, and Secretariat colleagues will help if anyone needs assistance getting there. Thanks.
Sorry, the people staying in this room, just for you to know, we will be touching on climate finance for just transition. So if you're up to that, yeah, just stay in this room.
Be supporting you. So let me know whatever you need.
Thank you. Yes, if you can help me take notes, maybe?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, maybe sure.
And yeah, I don't know how much time do we give them to move around there.
Let me check. I think we were supposed to start at 9:30, so we're quite on time for the breakouts, and it's about 50 minutes, a bit more than 45 minutes. So give them a few minutes to settle down and bring them to order.
Okay.
I'll go. Podium, or you want to stand?
No, I was going to stand here. Yeah, because also I
Just to highlight to you that there are virtual participants as well.
okay, okay,
So I need to tell you
If
when there
ever-
are any virtual hands raised.
okay.
So maybe you want to do that on the, or I could.
I guess if they are virtual, are we going to project? Yeah, right.
There will be some slides
Ah,
with
then
just the
maybe-
question. But you can stand and do it here.
Because they had some nice slides on financing just transitions. For the discussion, yeah.
Wait, is there a particular slide from the LEP presentation? after you make the announcement. Thank you. We're just discussing.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. We want to make a start very properly, so I'm going to hand back to your facilitator in a moment, but we're trying to make sure there's balance across all the rooms as well. There's not many people in seminar room 3 at the moment, downstairs to the left. If anyone would like to go there to create a bit more balance across, then please do so. Obviously, it's up to you, but we're just trying to ensure we have decent critical mass of people in each room. But with that, I'll leave it to you and hand back. Thanks.
That one. This one? Yes. And then yeah, maybe that one later. Okay. So I'll ask them to project this slide.
Yes, but not immediately. Just we cannot project, right?
Set it up.
Okay. Yeah, great. Can we project the questions? Hello, everyone. So, one moment of your attention. So, we are about to start. However, this is a round table, and we are not even close to a round table setting. And we are very dispersed all around the room. So, I will kindly ask the people that are very in the back to just come up to the front so we can actually have a faster discussion. And if the mic needs to go around, it could be faster. So please just move a little bit to the tables in the front so this can be easier. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Are you ready? Okay, thank you. So yeah, come on, please, to the front whenever you're possible. So, good morning, everyone, again. Welcome to this roundtable. And if you are not lost, today we're going to talk about climate finance for just transitions with a focus on food security. So welcome. I know this is the last session of the week and potentially you are all very tired. And yeah, you want to either explore Yosu or go to Seoul and explore a little bit or just rest. So let's try to make this as fun and fast as possible. So first of all, let me introduce myself. I will be the moderator today for this discussion. My name is Diana Quesada. I'm from the Global Green Growth Institute, and I focus on macroeconomic modeling. So basically, I quantify how many jobs the transition is going to create or destroy for the different sectors, either energy or agriculture, even transport sector. And yeah, I support the countries basically linking those assessments to their NDCs, their NAPs, their LTLETs, and so on. And here with me, it's my colleague,
Sodamini. Hi.
So Damini will help us take notes and yeah, make sense of all the comments that everyone will provide. And we also have people online, so the people online, welcome. Thanks for joining this discussion. And please feel free to raise your hand or write comments as you seem fit. So let's start. So as I mentioned, the topic of today is climate finance for just transition. And I want to be very practical because we are all moving on towards implementation. And in order to implement, we need money. But what is the anchor for implementation? So it's the NDCs or the development policies. So I would actually want to start with the last question here that it's provided. So how can countries translate NDCs or NAPs or these specific food system strategies into investable programmatic pipelines that can actually mobilize resources? And in the context setting, we just hear that 90% of the NDCs of the countries actually include just transition characteristics or just transition inclusion in the NDCs. But somehow, these translating just transition practices from the NDC towards the actual pipeline of projects of the NDC, it's lost. So I would like to hear from you if in your countries you have a specific either methodology or a project example where you said like, hey, we really try to actually incorporate the just transition principles that we establish on our NDC into our investment project. It can be in the agricultural sector, in, for example, the energy sector with a cold chain system for food securities. Any example that anyone would like to provide or? Yes, sure. Let me. There's another mic here. Wait, there's another mic here, so maybe. Okay.
Hello, everyone, and good morning. I'd like to just say that we cannot have this slide reflected on the screen as is because it's different than what the focal points have received. This one says it's transitioning away from fossil fuels, but what the focal points have received has a different language, and I would like to read the PDF on the concept note and what it says in the guiding question. Give me just a second. So it says what financing approaches and partnerships can accelerate nationally determined just transitions towards resilient, low emission, and sustainable food systems consistent with pathways to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. So when we look at the concept note that was sent, it was always towards low emissions, and we do not see anything related to fossil fuels. So we cannot have this slide. This cannot be presented. These guiding questions cannot be discussed unless we change them to reflect to what the national focal points have received. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a moment to clarify the...
Can you hear me? No, apologies. There was just a copy-pasting mistake on the slide. The questions that are the ones that will be discussed are the ones on the concept note that you have all received, and there is absolutely no doubt in that regard. So I can read out the questions from the concept note just so that there is no confusion. So for this group, it will be, the first one is how international cooperation and access to climate finance better support nationally determined just transition pathways, including by looking at interlinkages between climate, food security, and ecosystems health, and approaches to address structural challenges in risks and benefit sharing. What financing approaches and partnerships can accelerate nationally determined just transitions towards resilient, low emission, and sustainable food systems consistent with pathways to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees while safeguarding livelihoods and ensuring food security? And how can countries translate NDCs, NAPs, and food system strategies into investable, programmatic pipelines that mobilize sustained, scaled-up finance for just transitions? So, apologies if there was any error in terms of what was reflected on the slide. That has no implications on what will be discussed in the room. And I will give it back to Diana to facilitate. Please.
Thank you, and apologies for any copy-paste mistake there has been. So, everyone, it's okay to move forward? Okay, so as I was saying, I would like to focus on the implementation side first. So we will start bottom up with the last question. So how can NDCs, or how can countries translate NDCs, NAPs, or food strategies into investable programmatic pipelines? And how can we avoid losing this translation of just transition principles in the NDCs once we find out our NDC investment pipelines? Anyone would like to comment? Oh, sorry. There is a mic back there, but I think I can share my mic.
I can just bring it. I can bring it.
Thank you.
So it's a bit quicker.
No, I was just asking to go back to the slide so that we can see.
Yes.
Thank you.
So the question at the very bottom. Anyone from the room? I believe there was someone online. Check. Someone online wanted to comment, right?
Yeah, that's him.
Adachi Muneki, would you like to take the opportunity to speak? You are muted, so we cannot hear you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you and see you.
Okay, great, great. Thank you, Madam Facilitator. I'm Muneki from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Japan. First of all, with regard to international cooperation approach, Japan would like to highlight the importance of international cooperation to promote just transition toward 1.5-degree target across the world. And we also emphasize sharing best practices among stakeholders is the most important aspect of international cooperation. So today, we would like to introduce some good practices focusing on food security, including agricultural fishery policy. As an example of just transition in Japan's agriculture, forestry, and fisheries sector, I'd like to introduce the measures for achievement of green food system strategy. For example, smart technologies promoted within the strategies are expected to have various effects such as labor saving and automation of work, improved work safety, and reduced use of chemical pesticides and fertilizers. I'm sorry. Okay, let me go back. Sorry, once again. As an example of just transition in Japan's agriculture, forestry, and fishery sectors, I'd like to introduce the measures for achievement of green food system strategy as Japan's policy. This strategy formulated in 2021 aims to achieve both increased productivity and sustainability in food, agriculture, forestry, and fisheries through advanced technology and innovation. And the strategy emphasizes labor reduction and productivity improvement, maximum utilization of regional resources, decarbonization, reduction of chemical pesticides and fertilizers, and conservation and restoration of biodiversity across the entire supply chain, including procurement, production, proceeding, distribution, and consumption. From this perspective, the strategy set out the following two goals. The first one is by 2040, progressively develop innovative technologies and production systems as technology development goal. And by 2050, based on the development of innovative technologies and production systems, promotes the green of policy methods and achieve their social implementation as social implementation goal. There are two-stage goals. In addition, it sets multiple ambitious numerical targets to be achieved by 2050, such as zero emission in agriculture, forestry, and fishery, and the expansion of organic farming, and also mentions specific measures. This contributes to employment measures for the transition to a sustainable food system. For example, smart technology promoted within the strategies are expected to have various effects such as labor saving and automation of work, improved work safety, and reduced use of chemical pesticides and fertilizers. Furthermore, our role enacted after the formulation of the strategy contribute to a just transition by encouraging producers to undertake efforts to reduce environmental impact. Specifically, producers who work to reduce environmental impact and businesses that provide new technologies contributing to environmental impact reductions are certified based on the law. This provides beneficial measures such as financial support for necessary equipment and one-stop administrative procedures. And in recent years, in the J-Credit scheme, which is Japan's voluntary carbon credit system. Methodologies in the agricultural sector, such as extended mid-season drainage of paddy fields, have been expanding. This initiative led to additional income for farmers, providing an incentive for environmentally friendly agriculture, and can be said to contribute to a just transition, not only for the agricultural sector, but also for credit purchasers. In the fishery sectors, promoting zero emission through energy saving measures for fishing vessels also contribute to a just transition. In this way, Japan has various initiatives and knowledge in the agriculture and fishery sectors domestically. We hope to contribute to promoting a just transition in each country through sharing these practices. Finally, I hope we can have positive and constructive discussion throughout today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, it's very nice to hear from the Japan experience and to hear that, for example, they are introducing carbon credit systems in order to finance some of their just transition components in the agriculture and fisheries sectors. I believe we have someone else online that would like to provide her comments or his comments. Princess Apse, if you can hear us, could you take the mic?
Yes, I can hear you, and I hope you can hear me as well.
Yes, we
can.
can.
You confirm that you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. So first of all, I want to thank Japan for the inputs that has been provided, which also goes into the pathways of the LDCs that I'm representing today. So, Madam Moderator, would you like me to go through all the questions, or just to focus on one question? How would you like me to proceed?
Perhaps one question at a time.
Right. Maybe as a start with how can international cooperation and access to climate finance better support national determined transition pathways?
Please go ahead.
Okay. On behalf of the LDCs, most LDCs embedded food system, agriculture, fishing, and climate resilience objectives in their NDCs and NAPs, which already national framework for just transition implementation. NDCs reflects sector-specific across agriculture, livelihoods, fisheries, and food security, while NAPs provide structured pathways for long-term adaptation planning. However, these plans remain largely unfunded and particularly implemented due to structural constraints. International cooperation is therefore essential to ensure that nationally determined just transition pathways are fully operationalized rather than remaining ambitious documents. LDCs received only 7.7 billion in related development finance for agriculture system, 5% of the total flows, despite a high vulnerability. Of this, only 4.4 billion went to adaptation, highlighting a major gap in resilience finance. Climate finance must be better, reflect interlinkages between finance, food security, and ecosystem health. Agriculture, fishing, and ecosystem are deeply interconnected, requiring integrated financing approaches rather than siloed sectoral funding. Just transition pathways must therefore strengthen risk reduction, ecosystem restoration, and food system resilience simultaneously. Limited ODA for the ocean economic exacerbate financing shortflows. concessional development finance is vital source of funding for the sustainable ocean economy, especially in the poorest and most vulnerable countries, including SIDS, archipels, countries, African coastal nations, and some LDC countries, where domestic resources of finance are most constrained and there is less private investment. Addressing structural challenges and risk and benefit sharing requires stronger national institution and local delivery systems to ensure equitable access to finance, ensuring that benefits of transition reach smallholder farmers and their families, fishers, and informal sector, informal workers who are most exposed of climate risk. It's important to recognize also LDCs face structural barriers, weak institutional capacity, and limited fiscal space, which require targeted international support. The Just Transition Mechanism and COP30 outcome should translate commitment into tangible support for finance, technology transfer, capacity building, enabling inclusive implementation. I would like a national capacity for Burkina Faso to also add the fact to, yesterday I was talking about the architecture of finance. If we don't touch upon this one, it will be very difficult to reach our point. And I'm talking about that, maybe invite colleagues to look about on the Basel III framework. It doesn't mean that developing countries, we don't have financial flow. We need trillions to transition in the African continent. But most of the assets to regard to the frameworks, the legal framework is binding the full use of the domestic finance. This is really critical that our government in Burkina Faso is working on, and it's very important that within the design of the Just Transition Mechanism that we really start thinking bold and touch upon on this one. If we don't touch at the international architecture with the compromiso of Sevilla, it will be difficult. We will be keep talking circle. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. We'll stop there for this question. Thank you for the opportunity. Over to you.
Thank you. Would you like to comment on another question, just to keep on with your, in the interest of time and to keep on your participation going?
Yeah, surely. We would like you invite us and previously to go onto the how the countries translate their NDC and NAPS and food systems into investable programmatic just transition and the pipeline of projects. I can give a short answer on this one. The NDCs and NAPS already provide a strong foundation for investment pipeline as they reflect NDCs priorities in food system, agri and fisheries, and climate resilience. 27 LDCs have submitted their NAPs and many are in the development. However, the main gap remains translation from planning to implementation due to financing and capacity constraints. To move from plans to investment pipeline, there is a need to develop programmatic and investment-related projects aligned with NDCs, NAPS, and food system strategies, strengthen technical assistance to structure bankable projects in agriculture, fishing, and ecosystem-based adaptation. Avoid creating additional reporting burdens and instead build on existing assessment and national planning frameworks. Key enabling action including strengthen national institutions for project preparation and delivery, enhancing access to climate finance facilities such as the GCF, supporting readiness and pipeline development without additional administrative burdens. Investment pipelines must reflect the context-specific realities of the LDCs, including high dependence on agriculture and natural resources, widespread and formal employment, and food system and limited access to infrastructure and technology. And I would add to this one the energy part and the energy access also can be leveraged in the international cooperation. The artificial intelligence as well, previous speakers has touched upon the technology. I see my brother Stig there who in his beautiful presentation was mentioning how technology, those also are part of the building blocks that we can leverage for technical financing. And of course, IPR issues and so on, but a traditional knowledge. I think we are in the unique point with the just transition mechanism that can support design better with, not around the people, but with the people and walking the talk, as we said. So that's it from our side at the LDC. Thank you again for the opportunity, Madam Moderator.
Thank you. Thanks for your intervention. And what I'm hearing is that the translation between policy and implementation still misses this support and capacity building for institutions to create investable projects. And of course, now with all the characteristics of investable projects, we also need to consider just transition principles within those projects to make sure that they have just transition components, and they looked into, for example, the workforce, decent employment, and all the characteristics of a just transition. So I believe we have one more person online who would like to participate, and I believe there's someone in the room. Argentina, would you like to?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Facilitator. And once again, thank you to the Republic of Korea and the organizers for this important exchange. I will try to answer all three questions in a single response. From Argentina perspective, financing approaches to support just transition in food system should focus on strengthening the means of implementation, in particular through predictable, accessible finance, technology transfers, and capacity building. International cooperation can play a key role when it helps countries address structural challenges and support productive sectors such as agriculture, fisheries, which are essential for livelihoods and food security. In this context, it is important that financing is aligned with development needs and enables countries to implement their nationally determined pathways in a gradual and sustainable manner. At the same time, we would like to underline that Argentina's agriculture production is already based on reliability, sustainable practices, and can be part of the solution through continued innovation, efficiency improvements, and responsible resource management. In the fisheries sector, we also see value in strengthening international cooperation to promote sustainable practices and to combat illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, including through the effective implementation of relevant international instruments. In this regard, we call on those WTO members that have not yet done so to consider signing the WTO agreement on fisheries subsidies and to advance its prompt and effective implementation as an important contribution to preserving marine resources, strengthening sustainability, and addressing trade distortion that contributes subsidies to contribute to unsustainable fishing practices. Moreover, it is equally important to ensure that trade policy measures for environmental purposes do not constitute a means of arbitrary, unjustified discrimination or a disguised restriction on international trade, in line with Principle 12 of the Rio Declaration on Environment and Development. Such measures must remain consistent with multilateral trade rules under the WTO and avoid generating distortions that could affect competitiveness and market access. In this regard, advancing just transition requires cooperative, transparent, and non-prescriptive approaches where financial flows and partnerships effectively support implementation on the ground. We therefore see value in strengthening international cooperation frameworks that enhance access to means of implementation while fully taking into account development priorities, food security, and the need to preserve open and fair trade. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And yeah, let's go to our speaker online from C40, Marta Stenzel. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Marta. I'm from C40 Cities, the local government constituency. I'll be very brief in the interest of time, but I just wanted to ground perhaps the intervention mostly focus on finance in one very critical statistics, and that is that 76% of people globally who face hunger or food insecurity are located in urban and peri-urban areas. And as noted yesterday, many cities and other subnational governments are using the powers to provide access to nutritious food, for instance, through school meals program, or engage with local communities to ensure that food strategies are embedded in the local needs. And this is what really makes them an important partner for national governments to embed a whole of society approach and make sure that these solutions are localized. However, as previously noted in other Just Transition Work Programme dialogues, subnational governments often lack adequate resources and mandates. C40 research showed that out of 63 global climate funds and finance sources, only 16 of them address just transition and only 3 of them provide finance to local governments. This, of course, highlights a very critical need to localize just transition finance to ensure that the solutions are responsive to the needs of local communities and workers. And number 2, echoing intervention of colleague from Burkina Faso, is to ensure that just transition principles are embedded in financial frameworks and mechanisms. And number 3, and that is to strengthen a whole of government approach to advancing just transition, including in food systems. Thank you very much, and lovely to see some familiar faces on the ground. Have a great discussion.
Thank you. That was a nice participation. So we hear some good topics on the need for local finance. And I would like to give the word to Egypt.
Well, thank you very much, and I would like to share some of the experiences that Egypt did pursue while looking into the just transition for adaptation and food systems. And when we talk about just transition, we are really talking about a country's ability to turn high-level climate and development commitments into real investments that improve people's lives. Many countries struggle to translate NDCs, NAPs, and food system strategies into investable, programmatic pipelines. In Egypt, we launched during COP27 a national platform that links the nexus between water, food, and energy under the name NWAFI. The NWAFI platform takes the priorities laid out in Egypt's NDCs and National Adaptation Plan, especially around water, food and energy, and bundles them into a coherent technical interventions. It embeds social protection, job creation, and community resilience into every program, making the transition not only bankable, but genuinely just. NWAFI demonstrates that when countries lead with integrated planning, clear investment packages, and a commitment to equity, they can mobilize sustained, scaled-up finance while ensuring that farmers, workers, and vulnerable communities are at the center of the transition. How NWAFI reflects food system transformation specifically, food is food is embedded in the water, food energy nexus. The challenges that the food system in Egypt faces usually is the water scarcity, climate sensitive crops, the rural livelihoods, and addressed through integrated projects that combine irrigation, modernization, resilient agriculture, water efficiency, renewable energy, and food production. This mirrors global guidance on integrating food systems into NDC's NAPS implementation. Also, the adaptation and resilience are central to this platform. The projects directly related to it targets adaptation needs identified in Egypt's NAPS and NDCs, similar to protecting farmers from climate shocks, improving water availability, strengthening rural resilience. These are all packaged as investable programs rather than policy statements. The just transition elements within the platform emphasizes on the job creation, inclusive rural development, protecting vulnerable communities, and this all aligns with the just transition framing, increasingly required by climate finance institutions. So, how NWAFI translates its strategies into investable pipelines it was explicitly developed from Egypt's updated NDCs and its 2050 climate strategy. These strategies define the country's mitigation and adaptation priorities, and NWAFI extracts specific implementable projects from them, especially in water, food, and energy. This is exactly the translation step many countries struggle with while moving from policy to bankable products. Also, by bundling priority projects into coherent and cross-sector programs, rather than isolated projects, NWAFI groups 9 priority projects across water, food, and energy into a single integrated platform. This bundling reflects the Nexus approach and creates programmatic investment pipelines that financiers prefer because they show scale, coherence, and long-term impact. Also, designing for the platform was designed for blended and innovative finance. It was intentionally structured to attract concessional loans, blended finance, private investment, debt swaps. Also creating a country-owned platform that coordinates all partners. NWAFI embodies the country platform model based on being government-led with multi-stakeholder participation and also aligning all development partners behind national priorities. This coordination is what turned the scattered donor projects into a single investable pipelines aligned with NDC's NAPS goals. How international cooperation and climate finance can better support just transition, and with the lessons that we learned from NWAFI, international cooperation and climate finance can play a transformative role in supporting just transitions when they help countries move from fragmented projects into integrated investable pathways that reflect the real interlinkages between climate action, food security, and ecosystem health. What countries need most is support to translate their NDCs, NAPS, and food system strategies into coherent long-term investment programs that blend public and private finance while ensuring that risks, benefits are shared fairly. Egypt's NWAFI platform shows that this looks like in practice. Development partners aligned behind a country-led vision with concessional finance used strategically to de-risk investments in water, food, and energy. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Belgium, could you like to come in?
Thank you. So, Belgium is a member state of the EU, so talking also about EU experience here. I will first maybe repeat what you said before a bit, so that, yeah, so a recent analysis from FAO showed that despite the significant contribution of agri-food systems to global greenhouse gas emissions, current NDCs presents a mitigation action gap that is equivalent to 60% of agri-food system emissions, or expressed differently, 20% of global greenhouse gas emissions. And this indicates that there is an opportunity to double mitigation ambition in agri-food systems in next rounds of NDCs. And the inclusion of these issues in parties' NDCs will facilitate their financing through existing streams of finance as interlinked matters to mitigation and adaptation actions. And so we have also seen examples today provided by the Asian Development Bank, which provided very good and practical insights into climate finance as an enabler for just transition pathways to food security. And the presentation helped us to understand key barriers and enablers to the access of available finance. A key barrier is the thinking of just transition in silo, which makes projects hard to invest and to implement. Instead, the solution is to integrate the just transition into the planning from the beginning and to use the already available resources in an efficient way, thinking just transition as a key part of projects addressing climate change. And this was well illustrated by the project presented today, combining emission reductions, access to technologies, enablement of workers, and gender responsiveness. It is this type of solution that we should together enable here, using available resources such as funding under the MDBs and practically integrated just transition considerations there. Then another important source of finance is phasing out fossil fuel subsidies that do not address energy poverty or just transition as soon as possible. This is an important enabling condition to reach a just and inclusive transition to net zero and climate resilient societies that limits global warming to 1.5 degrees. This really frees up fiscal space, generating new public revenues that can be directed to targeted socially just and inclusive climate actions, including for sustainable food systems that enhance food security. Moreover, domestic carbon pricing schemes are among the most efficient and cost-effective element of the climate finance toolkit, providing a channel to redirect funds to finance the just transition. They generate revenue to fund sustainable food systems as well. And the EU, if we talk here about international cooperation, the EU is collaborating closely with international partners on carbon pricing schemes. Moreover, more specifically, these carbon pricing schemes and the revenues in the EU, we have the emission trading systems, and this contribute to alleviate the social and economic impacts of the transition, using the revenue from the emission trading systems and providing dedicated funding to the most affected vulnerable groups. There are other options that include blended finance approaches and de-risking instruments that can also provide funding for the just transition in food systems. And maybe I would also finish with an example from what the EU is doing in terms of international cooperation and investments in partner countries. It's the Global Gateway, which is the EU's investments strategy that aims at closing global infrastructure and investment gaps. The idea is it contributes by mobilizing large-scale long-term investments, focusing on productive capacities and value chains, and applying high environmental, labor, and human standards across value chains in which it invests. Concretely, in terms of agri-food actions, sustainable agri-food systems, the projects include sustainable and climate resilient food production, including agroecology, circular economy approaches, and there are several FAO EU Global Gateway projects on these topics. It also invest in resilient value chains, including storage, transport, and processing infrastructure. and it provides, through these investments, it provides decent jobs and income opportunities in farming, fisheries, and food processing, especially for women and youth. Thank you.
Thank you. The United Kingdom, please.
Thank you very much, facilitator. Recognizing the interconnected nature of climate, food systems, and ecosystem health, considering the approaches to building resilience and reducing emissions across all three is the most effective way to deliver a sustainable and just transition. So agriculture and food systems are central to addressing the climate and nature crises. And globally, food systems already account for roughly 1/3 of global greenhouse gas emissions and are projected to become the largest emitting sector by 2050. At the same time, conventional farming practices threaten approximately 86% of species at risk of extinction and are major drivers of deforestation, biodiversity loss, freshwater degradation, and pollution. So globally, governments spent over $700 billion US dollars annually in public support to agriculture. Yet agricultural subsidies often set perverse incentives for farming practices that drive climate change and environmental damage, while less than 5% is tied to conservation and other public goods. And there's a link here, as my colleague from Belgium raised, in regard to phasing out existing fossil fuel subsidies that do not address energy poverty or just transitions. So on agricultural subsidies, the World Bank finds redirecting just 10% of public agricultural support to more sustainable agriculture could deliver net gains of 24 trillion in 2040 and improve emissions, biodiversity, and diets. Repurposing support can also strengthen long-term food system resilience by rewarding practices that sustain the ecosystems, underpinning productivity and stability. To give a few UK examples, the UK government, through its ELM agri-environment schemes, has phased out area-based subsidies in England and replaced them with payments for actions that protect and enhance our national environment, support the sustainable production of food, and boost farm productivity and resilience. 70% of land in England is farmed, and the schemes are supporting our target to protect 30% of land by 2030. Support for innovation, technology, and R&D is also a key focus of domestic agricultural reforms. We're supporting farmer-led innovation and improvements to productivity to maintain food production and support businesses. And the UK is also working internationally to enhance cooperation and provide support. For example, the UK funded 65 million Just Rural Transition Support Programme supports public policy and incentive reform to scale sustainable agricultural approaches in Brazil, Indonesia, and the Philippines. For example, 8 million has been provided to support Indonesia's repurposing agricultural support project, which is piloting alternative delivery mechanisms alongside soil health services supported by rigorous impact evaluation to support long-term repurposing of agricultural support. And then finally, I also wanted to reflect on points we heard earlier in the scene setting presentations. Our colleague from the ADB outlined the different ways in which financing of just transition action can be broken down, whether that's adaptation action, mitigation action, and broader interventions and financing that sits outside the realms of climate finance. And I think that's an important reflection in the context of the Just Transition Work Programme, because just transition is such a cross-cutting issue, and many of the interventions and policy actions needed sit within the realm of labour policies, like occupational health and safety, for example, which might be outside the kind of direct realms of the UNFCCC. And that's not to say that we shouldn't be discussing it here. Clearly it's relevant and important, and we've always been supportive of kind of the linkages across the UN system and broader. But I guess a useful reminder of the framework we are focused on here under the Paris Agreement, which is about accelerating action to 1.5 degrees. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have 5 more minutes. So we will hear from the contributions from Kenya, South Africa, and then Russia, and then we will need to close the... sorry. Okay, so maybe we can stay longer because I see China would also like to provide some comments. So please, Kenya, you can start.
Thank you so much, and thanks for the excellent contributions from colleagues who have already spoken on this matter. I think for us is maybe one step back, and one of the well-written articles, I think, of the Paris Agreement is Article 2, especially Article 2.1b, because it combines the ability to adapt with climate resilience, low emissions development, and then finally reiterates a fundamental aspect of our livelihoods, which is safeguarding food production. For countries like developing countries like Kenya, the context is quite different. And I think one of the ways in which we have to package our discussions in this room is appreciating the different contexts and the different macroeconomic considerations that our countries have to deal with in the context of addressing the negative impacts of climate change. For countries like Kenya, I think the biggest consideration in forming public policy is definitely the growth and development of Kenyans and the Kenyan people. And the agri-food systems play a very key role because for such countries, the primary objective is efforts to eradicate poverty and sustainable development. One of the underpinning principles that we deal with when developing our NAPs and NDCs in the context of your third question is how can we mainstream that in the context of the development blueprint of the country. The challenge we've had so far, and thanks that GGI is moderating this as well, is making sense of how to integrate just transition costing in the identified priority areas that are mapped in the different climate plans that we develop. If you look at the needs, determination of needs report, you realize that you'd struggle to see how just transition is costed, because when you're costing a measure, it's important to go beyond the costing of the measure and at least cost the impact of that measure, both downstream and upstream. Most developing countries are still struggling with the fundamental aspects of even costing the measure and which methodologies due also to the different variables informing macroeconomic modeling that are also dependent on so many things, including inflation and things that are happening way outside the country. I think that the other thing that then once that is resolved, then that brings you to the development of investment plans, and then takes you to what Egypt was highlighting, translating that into bankable pipeline projects that considers a 3D perspective of the different moving parts of a project, including specific actions that deal with just transition. And I think while some countries are at this stage, a number of countries that are still emerging developing countries still lack capacity to visualize programs and projects in this manner and package them in a way that can attract investment at large scale, especially from international sources. And then when it comes to the upstream part, and this is where now the processing beat and market interplay, you still have to also deal with issues of the unilateral measures that are now coming up. And some of the questions we are getting from this industries working in these areas is how to understand some of these measures that influence markets and affect you know, the profit margins and could be between a company closing and a company continuing running in the country. Allow me to also highlight that the idea that resources are available is also one that sometimes makes me worried, because if you look at, for example, the reports that countries have submitted under the Enhanced Transparency Framework, one of the biggest barriers that we are now dealing with in the context of implementation of NDCs is actually resource availability for the conditional components for NDCs. Understanding that carbon finance is not really a financial instrument, but a mechanism of cooperation that could, of course, be leveraged only to the extent possible, depending on how the NDCs are developed within countries. And therefore, these sectors that we are here talking about are quite core, and how we package the additionality of just transition pathways in the context of the agriculture sector would be quite key from here to point us to the direction that can facilitate countries to be able to make sense of the discussion, but also leverage the additional resources that would be required to deal with the impact of response measures in the context of just transition in the food and agriculture systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for reminding the order, South Africa, Russia, Saudi Arabia, China, and Fiji. And we are over time, so please keep your interventions concise. And after Fiji, it's closed, so no more flags raised. Thank you.
Thank you. Reflecting on the ADB presentation earlier, which I thought was very useful, one of the takeaways that I think came through very clearly is instead of focusing on just transitions as an afterthought and financing just transition components of projects, to flip it around and focusing on financing just transitions as an enabler of ambitious climate action. And I think that is useful for us in bringing us back to the scope of what we are considering, which is this broader framing around whole of economy, whole of society just transitions, which obviously also includes the food sector and related sectors, but it's also inclusive of this broader framing around access to opportunities, which, like the energy value chain, there is both value at risk and value potential associated with this transition. And from a developing country perspective, and an African perspective, a South African perspective, being able to access that value, access the economic opportunities linked to the food system transition is a critical component of what we should be looking at when we're talking about just transition finance. But then the part of the challenge is that finance is often organized around bankability rather than developmental impact. And this is particularly problematic in food systems where many priority interventions such as smallholder support, ecosystem restoration, resilience building, social protection, and but importantly, local value chain development, they generate high social and economic value but do not produce immediate or predictable commercial returns. So a regenerative finance approach is something we would suggest provides an alternative framing. Rather than focusing on mobilizing capital, it emphasizes aligning finance with developmental outcomes, including livelihoods, resilience, and equity, reshaping risk allocation and time horizons, particularly for vulnerable sectors, integrating public, concessional, and private finance in ways that reflect real-world transition needs, recognizing value beyond profit, including ecological and social outcomes. So for this discussion, this implies that food system transitions cannot be financed through conventional approaches alone. Instead, there's a need to expand the policy and institutional discussion on means of implementation, including how finance itself must evolve to support whole of economy and whole of society just transitions. And here the just transition mechanism could play an important role in shaping guidance on how financial institutions integrate equity within this food system value chain, supporting the development of investable, non-traditional pipelines and helping connect countries to appropriate financing approaches.
Thank you. Rosha?
Morning to everyone. And to begin with, the international cooperation and access to climate finance is crucial to implementing just transition pathways that support food security. One of the key barriers to scale up finance for climate action and food security is the inability of the current global financial system to cope with such global challenges. International partnerships play a significant role in increasing funds for climate action and sustainable development. In this context, we would like to highlight the role of the BRICS countries in promoting international cooperation and access to climate finance. In 2025, the Leaders' Framework Declaration on Climate Finance was adopted to enhance cooperation of the BRICS countries in this area. Individually, Russia is also contributed to ensuring food security at the global level. I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that Russia has no financial obligations, and we provide financial support on a voluntary basis, for example, through the Russia UNDP, FAO, and Green Climate Fund. At the beginning of 2020s, Russia provided to Food and Agricultural Organization over $50 million in assessed and voluntary contributions. Being one of the world's major food and fertilizers producers, Russia makes a significant contribution to eliminating hunger and ensuring food security in developing countries. The volume of export of food products and agricultural raw materials in 2024 exceeded 108 million tons, amounting to more than $524 million in value. At the same time, unilateral climate-related trade measures introduced by some parties hinder the spirit of international cooperation and undermine countries' ability to ensure food security, forcing them to make a choice between climate action and socio-economic development. And on behalf of the Russian Federation, I'd like to stress that we strongly oppose such policies and believe that they should be avoided. To conclude, international cooperation must fully respect the principles of the Convention and the architecture of the Paris Agreement, including the principle of common but including the CBDR principle and the need for climate action to reflect national circumstances. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Facilitator. I'd like to just make a quick remark. I think I've heard the mentioning of fossil fuel subsidies and about energy poverty and phasing out fossil fuels. This has nothing related to our questions. Our questions clearly state how can international cooperation and access to climate finance better support nationally determined just transition pathways. Including by looking at interlinkages between climate, food security, and ecosystem health, and approaches to address structural challenges and risks and benefit sharing. So that was mentioned has nothing to do with what we are discussing today and should not be reflected as such that it's unrelated. We could talk about anything that we want. It's true, each delegate could say that, but we have to stay within our mandate and within our discussion, and that what should be help us progress forward and take our urgent climate action in that manner. I will be answering the three questions very briefly, given the time. I'll start off with the first question. Supporting nationally determined just transition pathways entails financing the priorities of developing countries as outlined in their national plans. Financing food security and ecosystem health projects are core activities that support climate action, in particular adaptation action in developing countries. The IPCC's sixth assessment report outlines that examples of effective adaptation options include cultivar improvements, on-farm water management and storage, soil moisture conservation, irrigation, agroforestry, community-based adaptation, farm and landscape level diversification in agriculture, sustainable land management approaches, the use of agroecological principles and practices, and other approaches that work with natural processes, and this was in high confidence. This emphasizes that financing food security and ecosystem health projects in the context of climate change and just transitions. And then I'd like to also say that the IPCC sixth assessment report also outlines that effectiveness of adaptation in reducing climate risks and documented for specific contexts and regions, it's necessary. And the catalytic impact is through enabling mobilization of support from other channels necessary for enabling just transitions. However, we must recognize that the provisional of concessional and grant support from developed countries is prerequisite to fostering greater support. This is even supported by Article 9.4 of the Paris Agreement, which outlines the need for public and grant-based resources. International cooperation and support should be provided in a manner that is consistent with the principle of country ownership, developing in-country capabilities while maximizing value for developing countries. While we've heard about the mentions of earmarking, the earmarking should not be coming in from outside top down. It should be consistent with the national plans. There are challenges for accessing climate financing for developing countries, as mentioned in the IPCC sixth assessment report with very high confidence, that improved availability of and access to finance would enable accelerated climate action. Persistent barriers to accessing climate finance include high cost of capital, co-financing requirements, and burdensome application processes. We would like to say that the idea of addressing structural challenges and risk and benefit sharing is inherently flawed in regards to climate finance. The needs of developing countries should not be treated as money-making machine. Instead, developed countries must fulfill their obligations due to the historical responsibility and consistent in action. I'll go to the second question. The only financing approach that can accelerate nationally determined just transition would be grant-based climate finance from developed to developing countries. Noting that the Paris Agreement target above pre-industrial levels and pursuing efforts to limit the temperature increase to 1.5. It is regrettable that developed countries did not meet the financing needed by developing countries for well below 2. And yet we're saying to limit 1.5. But the Paris Agreement says to pursue to 1.5, and we're not even seeing the Paris Agreement finances for well below 2. Developed countries must provide finance for developing countries in line with their obligations under Article 9 in the Paris Agreement. Financing for just transitions must be provided in line with the needs and priorities of developing countries as outlined in their NDCs and NAPs. Just transitions financing cannot be dictated by global policies that prejudice nationally determined policies. For too long, the global north has held the same expectations on developing countries as developed countries, ignoring the principles of equity, common but differentiated responsibility. For transitions across the thematic area to be just, the global north must only scale up finance to developing countries, but they must do so in line with the needs and priorities of developing countries. And then I will talk about some of the barriers that we see and some of the burdens that are associated with finance. We see the carbon border adjustment mechanisms. These measures need to be ended because they would reverse the flows and have unjustifiable trade restrictions. Carbon border adjustment mechanisms, they would done by developed countries, they would only reduce the global emissions by 0.1%. And the cost for developing countries is almost $6 billion, while developed countries are set to gain $3 billion. This is a reverse wealth transfer. This is not in line with the Paris Agreement principles. Phasing out substantial climate subsidy packages in developed countries. We have seen that the Inflation Reduction Act of the United States has many domestic benefits. However, it is creating a global trade environment that is not fair, especially for developing countries. We saw that the IRA had total economic outputs for all sectors by $150 to $490 billion, while decreasing economic outputs for all sectors in a large set of developing countries by $90 to $350 billion. So this is another example of these subsidies that are done by developed countries that impact developing countries. So we need to rechannel these reverse flows from south to north back to developing countries through grant and highly concessional finance. And on the third question, how can countries translate NDC's and NAP's food system into investable, programmatic pipelines that mobilize sustained and scaled up finance? Each country determines the way in which it translates its NDC, NAP, and food strategy systems in a manner tailored to its national context. The IPCC outlines that effective policy packages would be comprehensive, consistent, balanced across objectives, and tailored to national circumstances. This was with high confidence. With that, I would like to end this saying that, Madam Facilitator, the just transitions need to be, as mentioned before, they're nationally determined pathways. We cannot just try to impose top-down global policies and try to earmark only specific ones and try to impose a specific global pathway, which is not in line with the findings of the IPCC. It's not in line with the Paris Agreement. Thank you, Madam Facilitator.
Thank you. China and afterwards Fiji, and then we will close.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a very important topic for us. And we know that before 2022 that we have JTWP, which means the JT only focus on the study of workers' rights, something like workforce, and it's not expanding to adaptation issue. It is almost purely a mitigation issue. But we know that in the year 2022 and 2023, we have different decision texts that expanding our mandate of this group from only the pure mitigation issue, covering much more a broad issue like adaptation issue. This is actually a lot of colleagues are curious about how to connect JT with adaptation and with maybe more broader issues. I think this session is very much important to help us to understanding how would this expand it to adaptation and including the food security and agriculture issue. I think this is, I heard a lot of from other parties. I just want to show what we have done in China. We do have connecting this agriculture development with JT, with just transition. And we know the impacts of climate change to agriculture. There's various forms like rising average temperature and shifting precipitation patterns and more frequent extreme weather events. And some areas of in my country for example, for Chongqing, that the pear trees experience a second bloom. But this is due to abnormally high autumn temperature. And what is the impact is leading to reduce of yield the following years. So this is really impact of the climate change to agriculture area. And also some of the eco-agriculture farms in Hebei province of China, they suffer infrastructure damage from the rains and the flooding. And also in Shanxi province, the apple industry faces quality decline risk due to the intensified cold and heat stress. So that is real happen in my country. I do believe that this happens also in other countries. So we can see that the farmers have been forced, some of them forced to abandon their previous planting due to inadequate irrigation resources and faces challenges rising cost of agriculture production. So that is the impact of the climate change. But this is not fair to the farmers because they are not the people who make the global warming. And so the experts there propose that in one hand, we should enhance support for the individual capacity building of the farmers, but also we need institutional safeguard. And for this, it's very much crucial. Institutional safeguard should be including international collaboration on agriculture technologies and the finance report. So that is quite related with today's dialogue. And for those kind of mechanism or safeguard proposals to alleviate, to reduce climate vulnerability of the farmers and to facilitate just transition for farmers. So that is some kind of cases from China. And also, my last point, I would like to join with other colleagues who point out the negative impact of CBAM and unilateral measures. As a spirit of UNFCCC, multilateralism should be highly valued. But unilateral measures are not in line with multilateralism and have negative for international collaboration and countries joint climate actions, and also threaten to the realization of the targets of Paris Agreement. I just stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And finally, Fiji, online.
Thank you. Thank you, facilitator, and good morning, colleagues. My apologies, the camera on this device is not working, but I trust you can hear me well. In the interest of time, I'll focus on the third question on translating national policies into investable programmatic pipelines. For small island developing states, just transitions should be embedded across all financing mechanisms, including access to grants, the loss and damage fund, and capacity building investments. Financing must prioritize resilience and avoid additional debt burdens. Dedicated institutional arrangements, which include means of implementation, are required to track and accelerate progress. For example, Fiji, after launching its NDC 3.0 last year, is now advancing the development of its costed implementation plan, which provides a practical pathway for translating NDC sectoral targets into investable pipelines. This involves prioritizing and costing sector-specific actions across energy, waste, agriculture, forestry, and other land use, adaptation, oceans, and climate finance, and packaging them into coherent, investment-ready programs with clear timelines, financing needs, and potential funding sources, including public, private, and blended finance. Translating national plans into investable pipelines requires strengthening systems for prioritization, coordination, and project development. This includes identifying clear sector priorities and developing project concepts, aligning them with funding requirements. In Fiji, the National Climate Finance Strategy lays out the country's main investment priorities for building a climate resilient, low carbon economy, and serves as a climate finance blueprint for government and development partners. The strategy is not a standalone document, but informed by existing national policies and strategies, including the National Development Plan, National Adaptation Plan, and Low Emission Development Strategy, and the NDC Implementation Roadmap, as well as sectoral plans. It is important that support from GCF Readiness, ICAD initiatives, and other development partners are helping to improve project preparation capacity, including feasibility studies, climate risk screening, and cost-benefit analysis. Strengthening our capacities is essential to improve investment readiness and quality. Robust monitoring, reporting, and verification systems aligned with the enhanced transparency framework are critical to demonstrate impact, strengthen accountability, and scale successful interventions through evidence-based planning, improving access to international climate finance, and ensuring effective implementation of just transitions. Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, with that, we will close this roundtable. Thank you all for your insights. We'll try to summarize them a little bit later in the plenary session. So please stay in this room. We will move. Your next session will be on innovation. Yeah, so the new moderator will come, but if you want to stretch or stand up a little bit, that's all good. Thank you.
And just before you leave, just a note on time management and the consequences of this. I know that the EU had their flag up, Belgium for EU. We've had to close it because we're about 25-30 minutes over time compared to the other rooms. This is the consequence of this room having a lot more numbers than other rooms. And the next two rounds, to keep things consistent with other rooms, we're going to have to keep this room much tighter in terms of interventions. So the result is that you're not going to be able to say maybe as much as you want to in this room with so many people in the room. So there are two consequences of that. One, you can spread out a bit more and go into other rooms to create a bit more balance, and then there's more time in each room. Because if everyone stays here, we could face the same situation here next round, and we're going to have to keep the time tighter than we have this time. We've let it go this time a little bit, appreciating there's a lot of issues. We know that there's some responses to some of the comments made that still want to be made. For EU and others, if that's the case, what I'm suggesting is to go to another room that's going to be talking to this topic, to the International Cooperation Finance, and provide your response as well as any other additional comments there so that it can be reflected in the discussion. Apologies that you can't do it here, but we've gone way over time in terms of having to draw the line now. So please do that, and anyone else in that situation to still have your responses or views reflected. And next round, we're going to be keeping the time much tighter in here to ensure balance between the rooms. Thanks.
일단은 보이는 데는 있고 본인들이 찾아오는 것도 있거든요. 그래요? 일단은 원래 사실 나오셔서
Working already? Yeah. Hello, everyone. We will get ready to start. So I hope everyone is here, and I hope you had water and refresh your mind. Yeah. Can we? So good morning and nice to meet you all. My name is Emily. I am the representative of the Ringo constituency, the research and independent NGOs. I am also from Brazil, and I'm very glad to be here. Now we will talk about the topic 2, which is also a hot topic, but I hope not too hot so we can finish on time. You can see we have 3 questions, so we will start question by question. So let's try to focus on the topic and on the question and have a very productive meeting here and moment for talking about innovation, technology transfer, capacity building, and knowledge sharing. This is a topic that I like very much. So I really hope that we can have rich discussions here. So I will start with the first one. How can access to climate resilient and context appropriate technology enhance adaptive capacity, strengthen food security, and support locally led solutions, particularly in vulnerable communities? So please raise your flag and break the ice. And let's start our conversation and talk about this topic. Thank you. Does anyone want to start talking about climate resilient and context appropriated technology to enhance adaptive capacity, strengthen food security, and support local-led solutions, particularly in vulnerable communities?
Madam Moderator, I raised my hand if you are interested.
Yeah, we have someone online. Do we have it? No? So, who was talking? Oh, no. Okay. It was by mistake online, yeah.
No, it wasn't a mistake. It's LDCs who are requesting for the floor. I raised the hand, but maybe for technical reason from your side, you didn't see my hand. That's what I just interacted. Apologies, Madam Facilitator.
Okay, I'm sorry we didn't see your hands here. So can we start again and present yourself and where are you from and give your inputs about the question? Can we show her?
Can you see me?
Oh yes, now we see
hear
you.
Me?
Yeah.
You can hear me? Right. Thank you very much for the opportunity and good morning again, colleagues who were together in the previous session. So Burkina Faso is taking the floor, and on behalf of the LDCs, I'm happy to share our views on the first questions. Innovation and technology transfer are essential enablers of adaptation and food security, particularly in agriculture, fisheries, and energy access systems. They support the development of early warning systems, climate-resilient agriculture, and sustainable food production systems. However, access to advanced technology remain highly unequal. LDCs and vulnerable development countries face significant constraints in accessing climate resilience and appropriate technologies. This slows the pace of transition and limit adaptive capacity in food system and livelihood. Many LDCs also lack the infrastructure and technical capacity for climate data system. Weak data system undermine anticipatory action, early warning system, and risk-informed decision-making, all of which are critical for protecting food system security and livelihoods. Technology must be context appropriate and locally relevant. Adaptation is often constrained by outdated, costly, or unsuitable technologies, especially when transfer is not aligned with local realities. LDCs have at times experienced technology dumping where obsolete technology are transferred without delivering meaningful resilience outcome. Equitably, access to technology also requires addressing structural barriers, including intellectual property rights, often limit access to essential climate technologies. There is a need for favorable licensing agreement and reduce intellectual property barriers, consistent with CBDR-RC principles. This enables technology transfer and endogenous innovation in LDC, supporting long-term resilience. That is our input for the first question, Madam Moderator. Over to you. Back to you.
Thank you, Burkina Faso. It's interesting to hear because it was also raised in the other room related to the access to technology and the limitations and also the weak of data system. But now you also brought something new related to the IP barriers. So this is important also to highlight here. So thank you so much. Does anyone else wants to join us for this question? We do not have much time, so if you have something to contribute to be with us in this question, so please raise your flag. Otherwise, we are gonna go to the second one. Do we have someone online? No? So since we do not have much time, we are going to the second question. That is, yes, yeah, we can see again the slide with the questions. Saudi Arabia, do you have a comment in the first one? Yes, please, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Facilitator, for giving Saudi Arabia the floor. For Saudi Arabia, we think we definitely support the points that were made by the previous distinguished colleague and the importance on accessing finance and technology transfer. These are very important aspects that feed into the development and capacity for developing countries. When it comes to having each country, we think that the context-appropriate technologies, they have to be especially relevant to national and local context, with focus on research and development and capacity building, are what's essential in enhancing the capacities of communities. A deeper understanding of these technologies and all their diversity and applications will enable more effective implementation and stronger outcomes at the national level in alignment with national strategies. A key point to also highlight is job creation in particular fields. With a focus on research and development comes a need for advancing and expanding on existing jobs and creating new ones, all of which are key factors that play into sustainable development and socioeconomic growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. Do we have anyone else? Yeah, please, Dominican Republic.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the floor. And since it is the first time that I make an intervention, I would like to thank the Government of the Republic of Korea. I would like to thank the Secretariat as well for creating this space. I would like to thank also you as a facilitator for guiding us through this segment. And I would also like to show appreciation for the colleagues that are online, because their efforts in staying connected, I know that some of them have quite significant time difference, and they are enriching the conversation. So in the context of the Dominican Republic, real quick, let me grab my notes. Strengthening adaptive capacity, ensuring food security, and advancing a just transition requires more than just ambition. It requires access to climate-resilient and context-appropriate technologies that are rooted in local realities, just as some of the colleagues that preceded me expressed as well. For vulnerable communities, particularly smallholders, farmers, and artisanal fisheries, technology is not an abstract solution. It is a practical means to anticipate climate risks, stabilize livelihoods, and protect food systems in the face of increasingly frequent and severe climate shocks. Early warning systems, as some other mentions, climate-resilient crops, sustainable fisheries technologies, and decentralized renewable energy solutions can significantly reduce vulnerability when they are accessible, affordable, and tailored to the context of the reality. However, technology alone is not sufficient. Its transformative potential depends on whether it is embedded with locally led approaches supported by capacity building and aligned with community knowledge and priorities. In this regard, we also see very relevant to maintain the conversation at the time that we empower the local relevant stakeholders. We call for strengthening international support to scale up access to climate-resilient, locally appropriate technologies, and to ensure that these are deployed in ways that empower communities, protect ecosystems, and build a more resilient and food-secure future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominican Republic, for the inputs for this question. Do we have anyone else? We see that access is something that very common for this first question, and it's really important. So, do we have anyone else for this question? If not, we are going to go to the second one. To maintain the time. Online? Do we have someone online? No?
I'm talking, but I have issues to raise my hand and also to to type on the chat box to her request. It was not working. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, we are hearing you, Burkina Faso.
Okay.
Please, you can talk.
Apologies because I cannot, I can't type in the chat box a request. Apologies for that. We'll now contribute to the second question, and thank you, Maciel, for the kind words for us who's attending remotely. How can't, again, having issues here. Yes.
So
yeah,
you addressed the second question?
Addressed it, yes. It is the, the second question. So how can innovation and technology development and transfer support just transition pathways to climate resilient, low emissions and sustainable food system? Am I correct, Madam Facilitator? Is that one?
Yeah, is that right?
Yes?
Please go ahead. Yeah,
Thank you very much. Innovation and technology transfer are central to building low emissions resilience and sustainable food system. They enable sustainable value chains, circular practices, and clean production methods across agriculture, fisheries, and related sectors, as Dominican Republic raised before me. For LDCs, technology transfer must be beyond delivery and of equipment. It must be a deliberate, structured process of knowledge sharing and capacity building, not one-way transfer. It must avoid recycling outlet technology, as I said previously, which undermined sustainable outcome. Effective technology transfer should support sustainable agriculture and agroecology systems, circular and resource efficiency food systems, clean production systems that reduce emissions and enhance resilience and climate resilient fishery for coastal. The cooling system also, it's a technology that the LDCs is working on. Technology development must also be locally driven and inclusive. This requires enabling conditions for domestic technological capacity and economic diversification. And our universities also must be involved as a solution. Our youth also are solution providers. International cooperation is essential. Strengthening access to mechanisms such like the Climate Technology Center and Network, CTC, and the tech that SIG has presented this morning will require targeted capacity building support, financial support for technology transfer, must be scaled up and made predictable as current flows remain insufficient. I will stop there. Thank you very much, Madam Facilitator. So please bear with me as I cannot request for the, feel free to give me the floor for the next question because I'm not able to interact. Thank you, Madam Facilitator.
Thank you, Burkina Faso. And yeah, it's important to know that we are having this technology problem during the the tech session, but I will call you for the next one. And now we will call Republic of Korea. I can see where then. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. We don't have the flags, so but thank you for recognizing us. I would just like to address how innovation and technology development and transfer can support just transition pathways to climate resilient food systems. And we believe that leveraging technological innovations such as AI and ensuring access has the potential in advancing just transition, and would like to refer to the AI for Climate Action Initiative that our tech colleague mentioned earlier in the scene setting presentation. So this AI for Climate Action Initiative was established in 2023 to explore and further use AI as a solution for scaling up transformative climate solutions, especially with a focus on LDCs and SIDS. And Korea has contributed to this initiative through the Korea International Development Agency. And one example that I would like to share in specific is there was a technological solution that was awarded the AI for Climate Action Award last year. And it's called SAFIR, which is an acronym for Smart AI-Based Farming and Irrigation for Resilience. And this solution is a mobile application which has like agricultural and water management data, and it informs the actual farmers in developing countries in vulnerable farming regions, such as, especially in the context of the Lao PDR. And it aims to provide AI-based data integration and prediction so that these farmers can access knowledge about how to develop and plan their irrigation and farming methods. And this is especially, I thought this was very unique because it takes into consideration the context that most female farmers in Lao PDR have a low literacy rate. So this mobile application also provides some voice recognition services. So this caters to the actual local needs of the developing countries and the local context. So I believe that making use of such technology and innovation can really drive just transition especially in the context of food systems and agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you, Republic of Korea. Next one is online Engo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Angel Flores from ENGO DCJ, and I am from the NGO World Animal Protection. I wanted to make a contribution just to say and to add that innovation and technology development and transfer should be grounded in technology justice principles and directed towards systemic transformation and not just incremental efficiency gains. This means ensuring that technologies are equitable, accessible, inclusive, transparent, and accountable, and that they are co-designed or co-created with smallholders and fishers, indigenous peoples, women, workers, and frontline communities. Technology should also strengthen best practices already seen in agroecology, diversified farming, sustainable fisheries, circular systems, and clean, low-emission production methods across the entire food system. Priority should be given to open source, publicly accessible, and locally adapted solutions. And we see that these should also enhance biodiversity, livelihoods, and animal welfare at that. Finally, technologies that entrench dependency, exclusion, or corporate control, particularly those that reinforce high emission systems or rely on narrow efficiency gains, should be avoided. And therefore, there must be an effort to distinguish between transformative and extractive or exclusionary technologies to prevent locking in unjust pathways. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Engo. Next one is Saudi Arabia. And follow it by Russian Federation. And maybe we can close this question to go to the next one after.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Facilitator. When it comes to innovation and technology deployment, for Saudi Arabia, what we have done is that we have tied that with circularity practices and clean production methods. So in Saudi, we have the circular carbon economy framework approach as a holistic, inclusive, pragmatic, comprehensive, and cost-effective framework to address its long-term strategy for realizing its climate ambitions. The CCE, or the circular carbon economy, is inclusive of all solutions, technologies, and GHGs, greenhouse gases. all sorts of emissions and all sectors of the economy. And to emphasize here, the CCE tackles the emissions itself, not the source of it. By adopting the circular carbon economy framework, innovation is inherently stimulated across, and it creates demands for advanced technologies. This acceleration of innovation not only improves the efficiency and effectiveness of carbon management, but also strengthens and makes sustainable value chains, thus delivering broader benefits across sectors. In addition to building resilient economy and a workforce, the CCE introduces circularity of carbon in the economy, turning it from a wasteful byproduct to a valuable product that can support economic growth. The CCE introduces circularity of carbon by transforming CO2 from a wasteful byproduct into a valuable resource. For example, captured CO2 can be used in the food and beverage industry to carbonate products such as soft drinks, as well as in food preservation processes, thereby supporting economic growth, job stability, and assurances while reducing emissions and strengthening a more sustainable value chain. In this context, it's very important that to emphasize locally adopted pathways and technologies are key to achieving these ambitions. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. And next one is Russian Federation.
Thank you. Implementing technologies and production methods is essential for ensuring food security by increasing productivity and adaptation capacity of agricultural sector. It is essential to monitor the mineral composition of soils and apply advanced sustainable practices. We combine AI technologies and remote sensing for analyzing and predicting soil fertility. Another example is the application of methodology for integrated microbiological soil assessment and correction that allows us to identify over 1,000 species of bacteria. We also use advanced technologies to increase the adaptation capacity of agricultural sector. For instance, we establish multi-purpose product irradiation centers for using it on seeds and food products to increase shelf life, prevent spoilage, and protect against insect pests. Russian agricultural producers use flying drones to distribution of beneficial insects across fields. The solution helps reduce chemical load on soil and plants, cut greenhouse gas emissions, and increase agricultural resilience to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Before going to women and gender, we are seeing the Fiji hands online. I'm not sure if it's an old hand or a new one. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can, facilitator. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, this is a new hand for this discussion session. And in the interest of time, I'll provide a collective response to the questions. For small island developing states, access to climate resilient and context appropriate technologies plays an important role in strengthening adaptive capacity and supporting food security. This includes technologies for climate smart agriculture, sustainable fisheries, early warning systems, and water management, which help communities better respond to climate risks. As others have said, ensuring these technologies are accessible, affordable, and suited to local conditions is critical, particularly for rural and coastal communities. Strengthening partnerships with development partners and regional organizations can support technology transfer and knowledge sharing. For example, in Fiji, integrating such technologies into national priorities and project pipelines helps to ensure they are scaled and linked to financing, supporting locally led solutions that enhance livelihoods and resilience. Innovation and technology transfer can support just transition pathways by improving productivity, reducing emissions, and strengthening resilience across food systems. This includes promoting sustainable value chains, climate-smart practices, and resource-efficient technologies in agriculture and fisheries. To be effective, innovation should be linked with capacity building and access to finance, ensuring that communities are able to adopt and maintain these technologies. Strengthening coordination between government, private sector, and development partners can also help to scale these solutions. For small island developing states, improving access, predictability, and responsiveness of climate finance remains critical, including simplified access procedures, strengthening direct access modalities, and increasing grant-based concessional financing. Also related to access for technology transfer, for enabling technology transfer. Regional cooperation through Pacific institutions, for example, and the integration of indigenous and traditional knowledge systems are also essential. Innovative financing tools such as blended finance, climate risk insurance, and risk-sharing mechanisms are important to mobilize investment into resilient food systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiji. So we have more 3 flags for this question. So I will end up with Belgian, and for us to make it on time for the last one. And so now, women and gender, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, co-facilitator. I would like to make some 2 points. The first one, when it comes to innovation, I think it's also relevant to talk about the frameworks in which this innovation is established. And here, I would like to bring the point on intellectual property rights. And as we were hearing as well from the presentation from the tech in terms of what technology means, I think it's important as well to see how this plays an important role in determining who controls, who accesses, and who benefits from those innovations. And perhaps here, just to make it more tangible, I can bring the example of seeds. Seeds is something where we have seen as well how in the territories, particularly indigenous people, Afro-descendant people, have developed different alternatives to preserve different seeds that are also relevant for their territories. And what we have seen is the criminalization of such initiatives, like, for example, seed banks. And this has to do as well with different patents and intellectual property frameworks. So I think that we need to put that as well in our radar on how such type of things, or like plant variety protection, can hinder and restrict as well traditional practices when bringing as well a connection with some of the topics that we were talking yesterday, such as indigenous knowledge, local community solutions, and so on. And the second one, a point that I would like to bring is as well in terms of how these innovative solutions are also currently being put out to the world, and how these innovations that sometimes are called like these, but perhaps are in the back end rather dangerous distractions, are being experimented and are being put into a trial without considering truly the risk, and also without considering the free, prior, and informed consent when it comes to lands, when it comes to oceans. And here we can also think about a tangible example, such as ocean fertilization and other geoengineering alternatives that are starting to be tested, particularly in the Global South, and particularly in indigenous and Afro-descendant territories. And this is something where I think that we are not being careful about, and that we need as well to put or to shed some light on that when it comes to innovation. I think that innovation also has to consider that it cannot extend the threats that are putting at risk life on planet. Thank you.
Thank you, women and gender. Now, Chad, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm Mohammed. I'm from Chad in Central African countries. Just I want to say for the countries like our countries, Chad, technology is not just to develop like an economy developing standard, maybe, but for us it's going to just to say, it is a pathway for the vulnerable communities. And in our context, in agriculture, in pastoralism, and rural resources are directly affected by droughts, land degradation, and flood, and increasing climate vulnerability. That for this, I want to say the just transition should priorities in climate finance, capacity buildings, locally adapted technology, social protection, youth and women participation, and stronger like between NDC implementation, food security, and sustainable livelihood. That's thematic, I think, is most important that you have to see. And also we can look like best practice sharing between the another countries have similarities, institution, you have a similarity realities from across Africa or maybe on Asia or some countries you have a similar institution or realities. Thank you for these opportunities. That's my French speaker English that I'm going to mind in French, and I'm going to translate in English before talking for you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. It was perfect. Thank you for your speech. So now, Belgium, please.
Yeah. Thank you. So clean renewable technologies are a key enabler of sustainable food systems, as food production, processing and distribution remain highly energy intensive and largely dependent on fossil fuels. Replacing fossil fuels with renewables such as solar, wind and small-scale hydropower can significantly reduce emissions across the agri-food value chain, while strengthening resilience to climate shocks and energy price volatility, which we are experiencing right now. Renewable solutions already play a crucial role in areas such as solar ports, irrigation, farm electrification, cold storage and food processing, helping to increase productivity, reduce post-harvest losses and improve food security without undermining climate objectives. They also, so clean renewable technologies also support a more circular and just transition to sustainable food systems. The use of bioenergy from agricultural residues and food waste, renewable powered agro-processing and decentralized energy solutions really enables local value creations and supports rural livelihoods. And quality jobs, notably for smallholders and women farmers. And by improving access to affordable, reliable and clean energy technologies, renewables contribute not only to the decarbonization of food systems, but also to inclusive development and circularity. That being said, so innovation must combine such technological solutions with nature-based and agroecological approaches, as well as social innovations. And so just transition pathways to sustainable food systems depend critically on context-specific innovation, effective knowledge exchange, and farmer-centered uptake of sustainable practices and clean technologies. So at EU level, we have a program under the Horizon Europe program for working with farmers to see which technologies is best for them. It promotes co-creation and real-world experimentation through multi-actor approaches and living labs. farmers, advisors, researchers, and local communities jointly develop and test solutions, which lowers transition risks, improves uptake, and helps ensure that sustainability transition do not disproportionately burden small scale or vulnerable producers. And so this makes innovation a practical enabler of just transition of food systems. Thanks.
Thank you, Belgium. So now we are running out of time. So Argentina, is this for the next question or for this one? For this one. So I will ask you to be very brief, please, because we are already out of time. So can someone?
Thank you, Chair. We would like to align with the point made regarding the scope of this discussion under this topic on innovation, technology transfer, capacity building, and knowledge sharing. We believe it is important to remain focused on supporting national determined pathways, taking into account different national circumstances and development priorities. Introducing specific approaches such as transitioning away from fossil fuels may narrow the discussion and does not fully reflect the diversity of possible pathways available to countries. We therefore believe it is important to maintain a balanced, inclusive, and non-prescriptive exchange consistent with the agreed mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being very fast. So now we are going to go to the last one. So Mauritius, is this for this question or for the third one?
Third one.
Oh, okay, thank you. So I will ask you all to be very brief in your last intervention for the next question so that we can go for the break. And the last question is, how can capacity building initiatives strengthen institutional and human capacities to design and implement inclusive, nationally determined just transition pathways that enhance food security? Can you show the question, please? And I will start with Burkina Faso because she is on the list since the last one, and then we can go with Mauritius. Burkina Faso, can you hear us? You hear us? No? So
yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. A moment, I'll just find my document back. Just bear with me. Yes. All right. That's questions. Yep. How capacity building initiatives strengthen institutional and human capacity to design and implement inclusive, nationally determined just transition pathways, enhance food security. So from behalf of the LDCs, capacity building is a core enabling condition for just transition implementation, particularly in LDCs. Many countries lack sufficient skills professionals to prepare bankable projects, conduct impact assessment, and meet climate finance requirements. This directly constrains the ability to implement food system transformation and adaptation strategies. Strengthening human and institutional capacities is essential for designing national determined just transition pathways, integrating food security, climate resilience, and ecosystem health into planning frameworks and translating NDCs and NAPs into implementable, investable, ready programs. Capacity building must be broad-based and cross-sectoral and not limited to energy or technical experts, but extend to agriculture, fisheries, forest system, and informal sector. That's an engine of our economies. Workers and communities must be sensitized to climate risk and equipped to plan for future transition. Key priorities include implementing capacity building activities already embedded in national plans supporting understanding and use of climate finance and technology platforms, strengthening skills for project preparation, data analysis, and adapting planning, and building awareness among communities and climate risk and transition opportunities. Capacity building should also empower local actors to understand critical minerals and value chain supply chains relevant to transition, engaging in locally led research and innovation partnership, and avoid extractive model by ensuring equitable and knowledge sharing collaboration. My country in Burkina Faso, for instance, we have developed with our experts technologies that to process our minerals that we have shared with the Brazil. Those South-South and triangular cooperation is also need to be taken into account and as we in our topic of today. Finally, capacity building must be supported by international cooperation and readiness support. Financial mechanisms should be accompanied by readiness assistance that does not create additional burdens without predictable finance, technology access, and institutional strengthening. Just transition pathways and food system cannot be efficiently implemented. In conclusion, we would like to share the Muchira Burkindi Coalition on Capacity Building adopted by the COP decision with the Paris Committee on Capacity Building, acting on two tracks, adaptation and just transition, our topic on the dialogue, on the fifth dialogue today. And we are willing to support the country-led platform to support with management toolkit for formalizing the informal sector. And those tools are already fit for purpose and already proven with track records in Burkina Faso. And we would like to have it reflected as well in the report to share in the sharing expertise. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Back to you.
Thank you, Burkina Faso. So next one is Mauritius.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Capacity building is not a supporting element. It is a strategic enabler of nationally determined just transition pathway to food security. At the institutional level, it strengthens the ability of governments to design coherent cross-sectoral policies that integrate food systems with climate, development, and social inclusion agendas. For Mauritius, this means enhancing coordination across ministries, improving data systems, and building the technical expertise required to access and effectively deploy climate finance. At the human level, capacity building ensures that transition is inclusive and locally owned, empowering farmers, fisherfolk, women, youth with the skills to adopt and adapt climate-resilient practices translates national strategies into real on-the-ground impact. International cooperation remains essential. Capacity building can be scaled via technical assistance, institutional strengthening, and knowledge exchange. To conclude, if we want to achieve inclusive, nationally determined just transitions, we must invest not only in systems, but in the institutions and people who lead them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mauritius. So next one is Saudi Arabia. Please go ahead. You are on the list.
Thank you, Madam Facilitator. I'd like to echo the distinguished delegate from Argentina that we have seen some unrelated interventions when it comes to the energy systems and the mentions of fossil fuels. Actually, they're contrary to the obligations under the convention. If we take a look at decision 5 CP7, and I think that decision is very relevant and important both to the paragraphs, to the questions 2 and 3, so that my points, I would like them to be included under both questions, question 2 and 3. So if we take a look at decision 5 CP7, we can take a look at paragraph 26, which everyone here in this room agreed on. It says, encourages parties to cooperate in the development, diffusion, and transfer of less greenhouse gas emitting advanced fossil fuel technologies and/or technologies related to fossil fuels that capture and store greenhouse gases, and requests Annex 2 parties to facilitate the participation of the least developed countries and other non-Annex 1 parties in this effort. Paragraph 7 reads, urges Annex 2 parties to provide financial and technological support, strengthening the capacity of developing countries identified in Article 4, paragraphs 8 and 9 of the Convention for improving efficiency in upstream and downstream activities relating to fossil fuels, taking into consideration the need to improve the environmental efficiency of these activities. So we can see here that there is a need for transfer of these technologies from developed countries. We cannot just accept imposing a top-down pathway and for just transition for the capacity building, where some countries, they could have certain pathways. They need capacity building technology transfer in these pathways that are relevant to the agricultural sectors and human capital and the workers. So these are very, very important aspects to keep in mind. And I'd like to mention, again, the decision is 5 CP7. And I'd like for us and encourage everyone here to have the conversation around what is relevant to the mandate of this breakout group and the mandate of this agenda item. Thank you, Madam Facilitator.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. We do not have much time, so I will ask you all to be brief in the next interventions. And the next one is Russian Federation.
Thank you. So as climate change poses new risks to agricultural sector, capacity building initiatives are crucial for providing workers and local communities with knowledge about climate change and its impact on food systems, as well as possible ways to minimize negative effects. Russian companies are actively engaged in developing educational and training programs for workers, local communities, and students. A joint educational platform called Pro Agro Lectorium, developed by the agricultural companies from the BRICS countries for students, agricultural producers, and employees, contains over 400 lectures and 18 education courses available in multiple languages. The program is integrated into 47 agricultural universities across Russia and offers a wide variety of lectures, including building resilience to climate change by adopting conservation agriculture in the smallholder farming system or carbon sequestration and soil governance. These and many other technologies are listed in the compendium of technological solutions of the Russian Federation that was prepared by the Ministry of Economic Development of our country. The main idea of this compendium is to present partner countries projects that contribute to a balanced economy, social and ecological development, and could be implemented abroad. Thank you.
Thank you, Russia Federation. And the next one, no, I think the Dominican Republic, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, for the Dominican Republic, strengthening institutional and human capacity is central to designing and implementing inclusive, nationally determined, just transition pathways that enhance food security for this context. Capacity building is not something that is complementary, as others have said, and I would like to add that it is not even something that is adjacent, as sometimes it's considered in these conversations, and it's not even optative. It's something that it's a foundational requirement to translate ambition into effective and equitable action. At an institutional level, capacity building should support government approaches that bridge climate, agriculture, fisheries, social protection, and economic development, as well as planning. Strengthening coordination across ministries, in the case of the Dominican Republic, is very relevant. To note one key example of our governing of climate change, I work for the National Council of Climate Change, and we are an operating entity, but in the formation of the institution, we have representation across all of the ministry that are relevant, and that is the Finance Ministry, Agriculture, Ministry of Environment, and so forth. They are all members of the council, and they play a key role. And so that supports our work into improving data systems and enhancing planning processes, which are essential to ensure that policies are coherent, evidence-based, and responsive to the interconnected nature of climate risks and food systems. At a human level, investment in skill and knowledge are obviously equally critical. The Ministry of Industry and Commerce in the Dominican Republic is developing initiatives aimed at small and medium enterprises, which require access to training, extension services, and technical assistance, and participate in sustainable value chains. Building these capacities enables not only adaptation, but actively shape transition pathways that reflect the realities and priorities. Capacity building must also prioritize inclusion and equity. Some of the aspects that we discussed yesterday, for example, the need for women, youth, and vulnerable rural communities that often face structural barriers to accessing not only finance, but also knowledge and participation in the decision-making processes. Targeted efforts are needed to ensure that these groups are empowered as agents of change rather than passive beneficiaries. Furthermore, strengthening capacities for climate finance, access, and management is essential. Enhancing the ability of national and local institutions to develop bankable projects, navigate international funding mechanisms, and effectively implement and monitor programs will help unlock the resources needed to scale just transition efforts. Ultimately, building capacity is about enabling countries like the Dominican Republic to move from fragmented interventions to integrated, locally led, and sustainable transformation pathways. It's about ensuring that institutions can coordinate effectively and that people have the skills, resources, and agency to secure their livelihoods and strengthen food security in a changing climate. Thank you.
Thank you, Republic Dominican. The next one is UK, please. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, facilitator. To start with answering kind of various questions in combination, implementation of just transitions is shaped by access to technology, capacity building, policy coherence, and enabling environments that allow sustainable practices to be scaled. Addressing these structural barriers alongside mobilizing finance is essential to ensure that investments translate into real, inclusive, and lasting transformation in agriculture and oceans. So capacity building is clearly an important component of supporting and enabling the implementation of just transitions, and that can be building capacity at various levels of government to implement adaptation action or emissions reduction with just transition considerations integrated. And the UK provides support including capacity building bilaterally and through various multilateral organizations, and aims to do this by integrating just transition considerations in support. So, for example, the CGIAR is the world's leading agricultural and food science and innovation organization. Its mission is to deliver science and innovations that advance the transformation of food, land, and water systems, delivering cutting-edge technology and evidence-based solutions to identify and tackle major challenges in the food system. And the UK provides support to CGIAR, which includes helping to develop crop varieties that are more productive, climate-tolerant, and nutritious, more sustainable, resilient, and productive agriculture, and also evidence that supports the empowerment of women and girls. We also wanted to highlight, in the context of these broader discussions, the kind of number of UNFCCC constituted bodies and processes, whether that's the KCI, the Paris Committee on Capacity Building, and the TEC, as our colleague presented on earlier, which all provide, whether it's information or support, kind of strengthening evidence and access to information in relation to just transitions. And it's important we maximize those synergies across processes and bodies. Finally, I also wanted to build on the examples brought forward by others regarding how increasing deployment of renewable energy infrastructure benefits economic and food security. And also, specifically, colleagues have said issues relating to energy are not relevant in this dialogue, and I wanted to respond to that point very specifically because I think the link between the energy industry and agricultural food security and the ocean is very, very clear. To elaborate, and to use an example specifically in the UK, when energy prices spike and there are severe energy shortages, this drives inflation, including in relation to food and fertilizers and transport shipping costs, which constrains economic growth and ultimately impacts workers and communities and risks food security. And that's not just a story in the UK, it's a story across the world. And the UK's approach to economic transitions and economic growth includes the central role of offshore wind in relation to ocean-based mitigation action, in line with paragraphs 28 and 35 of the GSD. And I'd also remind colleagues referring to mandates, this is a CMA agenda item, so it's clear where our priorities should be on the latest and most relevant mandates. And it's important there that this work programme considers issues relating to the energy transition as it integrates the outcome of the global stocktake, which we have a clear mandate to do from paragraph 8 of our decision last year. Thank you.
Thank you, UK. The next one, woman and gender, please.
Thank you so much. I would like to make a point on thinking as well the conversations that we are going to have in terms of the mechanism this year and how the mechanism as well can be an avenue to then respond to exactly that need that we are hearing from parties in terms of capacity building and kind of identifying and reaching as well different alternatives and technologies. And I think that thinking about the mechanism as having a support function, for example, as a pillar that can ensure that non-financial support such as capacity building, where the different best practices, methodologies can be shared and then can also be replicated across countries, enabling that technology transfer and the availability of them, by having as well perhaps a process of identifying which are those different technical avenues and then how the mechanism can help in a sort of matchmaking, no? Like to connect those needs and those technical avenues with the needs of different countries to assist in that ways parties while they are shaping the transition pathways, no? In terms of which are the different tools that are available, which are the different opportunities that can happen in a way that also this identification and matchmaking across what is out there, no? And the same can happen in terms of finance, no? How are we going to finance that? Well, also let's try to identify which are the financial possibilities, and let's try to then match it with the needs of countries and what can be as well accessible, so that, and that's one of the functions that we can think about for the mechanism to reduce those barriers in terms of access and countries and actors that perhaps lack different networks, that perhaps different resources. So how can we expand, no, that landscape of knowledge and sharing? Thanks.
Thank you, Women in Gender. This was a very rich section, but we will have to stop here because the next one is about to start. So you don't have much time for the next one. And we also have the technology mechanism, the TEC and CTCN, and we can also talk about all these aspects more deeply there. Thank you so much. And yeah, let's go for another round.
Hello, everyone. So this is your third and final session. We'll be talking about enabling conditions around 3 different angles that are, according to me at least, following the cycle of a project. The first question is what type of policies, regulations, and finance conditions can attract useful investments before it's decided. The second question, as soon as investment happens, how do we make sure that it delivers inclusive outcomes and not only financial returns? And the third question is more broad. Will be around what is needed to move from isolated project facilitation to a broader programmatic shift towards resilient and low-emission agriculture. As we've heard this morning in the presentation by the Asian Development Bank representative, mitigation finance and adaptation finance often crossover, but just transition finance is another layer above this. The question that is asked when we're looking at finance and just transition is whether this finance is fair. Who carries the risk? Who benefits? Who may lose income? Who access resources? And what support is needed for affected populations, so workers, smallholders, fishers, rural women, indigenous peoples, local communities. As I will go through the questions, and we'll dive into each of them in a random order, as I've now discovered, I will try to extract from your intervention possible examples, concrete, from different countries and different parts of the food security system. I will try to see what financial instruments you may have identified and what policy and regulatory frameworks have worked or not worked in your respective countries. I have a tendency to focus on global implementation barriers, but I will try to not dive into my cognitive bias. So, who wants to start? if we start on the policy frameworks that can be seen as facilitating investment, the past rooms have often discussed whether those frameworks should be first focused at the national level or at regional level or at the global level. Mainly, where does this facilitation happen? Is it about having concrete and coherent policies within one country, or is it about steering investment at a supranational level? Another entry point is about who to involve in that first step of the process. Are we talking national level discussions between public finance institutions and private finance actors? Or are we talking at the local level in the design process involving local actors, so that the project is designed according to their needs, and then linking that to financial actors through mechanisms like the mechanism that might come to exist from this Just Transition Work Program. Egypt, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm willing to break the ice and maybe start the conversation. Enabling environment, and when we talk like for the enabling environment related to the just transition, I believe that most of the solution should be starting from a bottom-up approach, identifying the needs of the communities and the farmers and all stakeholders related and engaged into the food production and food systems, providing food security. This way, we'd make sure that the enabling environments would tailor and would address the people on the ground and would come with substantial outcomes. The enabling environment also entail the challenges that the local farmers might see while trying to enhance their productivity, trying to tailor some of the questions related to the food security that's on the national level. So we should also look at the barriers of the just transitions. One of the barriers that we see are sometimes related to the unilateral trade measures that are associated with the climate action in general. One of these challenges are also related to the carbon pricing itself. I know that some have addressed like carbon pricing from a perspective as being an opportunity for financing the low emission or emission reduction, yet we should look into the impact of the response measures associated with the carbon pricing, not only on a national level, but also on an international level and across the regions, because as we would put a price tag on the carbon emission, and I may take an example of the fertilizers for an example, if we associate it directly to the carbon pricing, that would definitely lead to higher prices or high price tag on the fertilizers that does affect the food price and therefore the food security. So this is something that should be taken into consideration. So I believe that one of the enabling environments and the thing that we should think about when we put a price on the carbon emission, this has to be brought not just from the point of view of one country, but rather we should develop a holistic approach on how we would address the carbon pricing question, but also putting into the question the socio-economic impacts and the socio-economic opportunities and challenges that are associated with the carbon pricing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To build on this, this holistic approach to food security is indeed critical and related to both attracting and designing financial projects. It might this collaborative approach to carbon pricing can be applied to finance. For now, the financial actors sit in one room, the food security actors sit in another room, and there is a very siloed way to connect those two spheres. We could envision mechanism, a type of body that could facilitate those, let's say, meet and greets, so that the appropriate finance tools reach the right actors in the food system. Does anyone want to comment on this? Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Facilitator. I'd like to make a quick remark, and we appreciate your facilitation towards us getting some ideas. But I think it's great to have the audience also drive the conversation as well, and the parties. When it comes to the just transition mechanism, we understand that this dialogue must remain focused on established and institutionalized just transitions work program, ensuring a business as usual approach and maintaining the clarity of the scope. It should not prejudge expectations or shape the exchange of views regarding the development of the just transition mechanism. Doing so risks preempting discussions on the mechanism, which has its own dedicated submission process and space for in-depth deliberation. This linkage must not influence or prejudge outcomes related to the mechanism, nor should views expressed during this dialogue be used to inform inputs or decisions on it. When it comes to the enabling environment, I would like to make a quick remark, and if you just give me a moment. Yes, when it comes to policy, the IPCC outlines that effective policy packages would be comprehensive, consistent, balanced across objectives, and tailored to national circumstances, and this was said with high confidence. Regulatory approaches must be balanced across objectives and tailored to national circumstances for them to be effective. The bottom-up implementation of policies is necessary to ensure that approaches remain effective and consistent with national objective. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for example, has taken significant strides in developing enabling policy environment for financing climate action in line with our NDCs. In late 2024, the Kingdom launched its Sustainable Financing Framework, which aims at implementing holistic, harmonized programs, policies, initiatives, and collaboration platforms to address climate change at the national, regional, and global levels. This framework came with the inauguration of green bonds, which by February 2025 recorded an oversubscription of 6 times. We would like to highlight and echo the distinguished colleague from Egypt that certain pathways or imposing top-down pathways do jeopardize food security and livelihoods, and which even further, I would say, shoo away any investments and would not attract them. So when it comes to what policies that could, I would say, not attract investment, policies as mentioned by the distinguished colleague from Egypt, such as carbon border adjustment mechanisms, these policies or other unilateral climate-related unilateral measures do impact developing countries. They are a wealth transfer, which means that developing countries would have less capital for even their domestic standing to implement climate action, to take action. And it's essentially, it would not help in having these agriculture. When it comes to making these investments, if we have new standards, such as the EUDR, when it comes to low emission agriculture, one example of that is that directive does not recognize the practices of locally led or even indigenous people's practices. They're not recognized as a practice, whether it's lower emission or not, the locally led approaches, and then it would impose a top-down on what is an agricultural practice that is low emissions. So these issues together, they would not attract investments, but for us to attract the investments, the policy package would have to be consistent and balanced across objectives and tailored to the national circumstances, as mentioned by the IPCC. Thank you, Mr. Facilitator.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Marta Stencel from C40.
Thank you very much. C40 representing the local governments and municipal authorities constituency. I'll probably mostly react to the last question. Previously, I spoke about the critical importance of urban and peri-urban food systems for ensuring food security and the role that local governments can play in advancing that. This is why in order to advance just transition and food security, it is critical to recognize the role of governments, local governments and cities and other subnational entities. I think this was very well captured by the UNDP speaker in her scene-setting presentation, who highlighted the need for a whole-of-government approach to a just transition. By engaging with local governments, national governments can ensure that approaches are bottom-up, as per the intervention from the delegate from Egypt. In terms of solutions, we would like to propose 3. Solution number 1 is to prioritize setting up national level just transition governance mechanisms or advisory bodies, as also highlighted in the UNDP presentation, that will bring different stakeholders and different levels of governments to the conversation about the design and implementation of just transition policies in food systems. And we've seen examples from different sort of whole of economy approaches from the UK to Australia to Scotland that bring together trade unions, civil society and local level governments to ensure that implementation is localized. Of course, there's an example from South Africa that bridges both mitigation and resilience through its Presidential Climate Commission that appointed mayors of major cities as their local commissioners. Solution number 2 would be to embed food systems, including urban and peri-urban food systems, into national policy planning. NDCs, NAPs, national just transition strategies can maximize the collective impact on climate action and food system transformation. Again, South Africa comes up as an example. Its just transition framework prioritizes support for local and subsistence food production, which is critical. And thirdly, it will be critical to establish national food strategies that strengthen urban food systems and improve policy coherence. An example of a successful best practice is Brazil's strategy for food and nutritional security in cities, which seeks to bridge action across urban and rural food agendas, integrate diverse ministries, levels of government and policies to increase food security in Brazilian cities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And localized project design is something that has been coming up quite a lot, because it allows projects to be adequately contextualized and to attach conditionality that is close to local actors' needs. China?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. First, I want to echo that intervention made by Saudi Arabia and Egypt, that unilateral measures need to be addressed. And we fully support these interventions. And we, as a country, fully support to establish a free trade international environment, especially for climate-friendly products like solar panel, like wind turbine. This is a very much crucial environment, enabling environment for countries to push their low carbon development domestically. So that is my first point. My second point, that is for in a big picture, which is I want to say under the current technology and economic structure and poverty reduction and economic and social development in developing countries entail an increase in emission. Therefore, to achieve the goals of Paris Agreement, developed countries need intensify their emission reduction efforts and to achieve greenhouse gas emission neutrality well before 2015, thereby ensuring the necessary emission space for the economic and the social development and just transition of developing countries. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Belgium.
Thank you. So, Belgium talking for the EU. First, I would like to answer on the comment made by Egypt. And then there have been studies recently that have shown that the inflationary impact of CBAM on the market price, for example, of urea fertilizers is likely to be only between 1.44 euro and 1.79 euro per ton. So it's a very insignificant impact. However, the impacts of the current war in the Middle East on the fertilizers supply and prices are likely to be much more severe. As of March 26, in 2026, the price for urea has increased by more than 45% since the beginning of the conflict. Also, The FAO states that prices for nitrogen fertilizers and other fossil fuel dependent inputs are closely related to price of crude oil. As a consequence, the cost of energy have a direct impact on the production cost of the agricultural sectors and food prices. In fact, the volatile fossil fuel markets could lead to a reduction of fertilizers use, leading to lower crop yields and posing significant food security risks. In a recent analysis, the FAO warned that the world could be heading to a global agri-foods catastrophe due to the volatile fossil fuel prices. The FAO states that in the worst case, this means...
I'd like to raise a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Facilitator. This discussion is totally out of context. We're talking about someone is talking about a specific commodity, a war, and this should not be discussed in this forum. There are other forums that they could discuss the war, they could discuss whatever these conflicts, I'm not sure what it's called, conflict event that is happening. And we should not be discussing a commodity prices in here in relation to that aspect. Thank you, Mr. Facilitator. We'd like to keep the discussion very much focused on what is relevant. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, point of order. I mean, I wasn't the one raising the fertilizers prices. I'm just answering with data from the FAO and from data on the impact of CBAM prices. I had other lines prepared for that session as well, but I have to answer to things that are also, by the way, I can also make a point of order on the fact that we have heard specific individual parties' policies mentioned in this room, and I would like also to remind that the Paris Agreement nor the UNFCCC were designed to assess individual parties' nationally determined policies.
So this is a dialogue, not a negotiation. There is no point of order. I will try to reframe this particular topic. It might be a stretch, huh? But because of unilateral measures, trade is a hard topic here. I know that the room was just talking about tech access. Typically, could the production pathways that are blocked by, for instance, whatever the unilateral measure you're talking about, could they be mitigated if they were accompanied by the appropriate tech access, so that the sectorial production chain was closer from what is demanded?
Thank you, Mr. Facilitator. We understand that this is a difficult conversation for some. But again, I'd like to reemphasize, a war has nothing to do in this conversation and in this room. There is zero relevance. We should not be discussing about wars, conflicts in this room. And I'd like to make that very clear. And if there is a discussion, it should be, what we should be here talking about is transition pathways. We should be talking about emissions, aspects related to emissions. Yes, if the discussion was emission related, yeah, that is fine. But what I saw was some of our colleagues were talking about a conflict that is ongoing, and they were talking about.
They were not talking about.
I would like to say that I was interrupted. I was interrupted twice during my intervention, so yes. I would like to stop this and be able to. I'm talking about price volatility of fossil fuels and showing the link with what we are talking about here and points raised by Egypt on fertilizers. one. And then I would like to respond on another part, which is a policy that Saudi Arabia has mentioned. And again, I'm repeating that this is not a process that was designed to assess individual parties' policies, but I would like to answer on this. So may I? Thank you.
I'd like to continue my statement because the war was mentioned explicitly. I'd like just to make that sure. That word was mentioned, and we should refrain from mentioning conflicts, war, unrelated aspects.
This is acknowledged.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. So, again, I will answer on the EU deforestation regulation, which I've heard mentioned, and I would like to remind, and it's a very important topic actually when we are talking about the agricultural sectors and food security, etc. And halting deforestation is necessary, as otherwise we, the EU and partners countries globally, will not be able to meet our climate commitments and goals. And the deforestation regulation is a climate measure which complements global multilateral action on deforestation and the protection of biodiversity. And it has been developed in compliance with EU's international commitments, WTO rules, international environmental agreements, and sustainable development goals. I would like also to remind that this regulation is creating new due diligence obligations for EU companies placing products on the EU markets or exporting from it, and that it contributes to a just transition, among others, by making sure that the products that are important into the EU are not violating human rights, including labor rights, among others.
Sorry, we only have 3 minutes left, and Kenya and Norway have to come in.
Yes, so I would like to just finish to say that the EU is committed to engage with consumer and production countries alike, and that we are helping them to comply with the requirements under the EUDR with a particular focus on developing countries and smallholder producers. Thank you.
Thank you. So Kenya, Norway, and Russian Federation, and then we're closing.
Thank you so much. We almost went into negotiation mode, starting to get to wonder why the tension. But I think for me, just one point that I think also links to the previous session. In the thinking of how the relevant policy, legal, and enabling environment within countries are set up, I think one of the emerging issues that I think we need to think through is the political, the potential risks unintended risks of some of these policies. We are seeing, for example, concerns related to, for example, the social risks of biotechnology. We are seeing the measures being introduced, for example, aimed at controlling methane in livestock, raising different social risks and affecting the socio-cultural setup of some of our communities. And we need to start packaging these things and coming up with modalities of how to integrate risk management and safeguard indigenous knowledge and traditional ways of practices that are climate smart in nature, while still pursuing the objectives of the Paris Agreement and the Convention. I think this is something that we are seeing coming up that I don't think is adequately reflected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Norway? No. Russian Federation.
Thank you. So I'd like to stress that effective global climate action should focus on reducing greenhouse gas emissions rather than restricting particular energy sources. A balanced, just transition strategy does not mandate a transition away from any specific fuel, but emphasizes flexibility in choosing efficient, cost-effective approaches. Global climate goals cannot be achieved without adequate means of implementation, include finance, technology transfer, and capacity building, particularly for developing countries. And moreover, in line with Article 3.5 of the UNFCCC, climate measures must not constitute arbitrary or unjustifiable discrimination or restriction on international trade. Thank you.
We are out of time. Sorry. I know that Pakistan and China raised a flag that I had closed the list already. We need to wrap this up. So thank you, everyone. I hope the final tension won't create nightmares. And see you in a few minutes.
Hello, colleagues. Could you take your seats, please? We will get started right away. And could we also have the facilitators of the rooms come up to the podium? We'll go first. Hello, colleagues. In this plenary session, we will be hearing from our facilitators on your discussions this morning. After we've heard from the three facilitators, we will open the floor to participants to give the opportunity for further reflections. We're going to ask each facilitator to please keep their reflections to 5 minutes, and we're going to and then I just want to remind you, as we did earlier in the session, that the co-facilitators will do their very best to give you an accurate and balanced report back of the discussions in each room, but it's a very demanding task to summarise such rich discussions in a very short period of time. So if they do leave anything out, please do come in and add anything that you feel needs to be included in the report backs, and remember that you can also submit anything that you would like to by email to the Secretariat. So just be kind to our co-facilitators. Feel free to add on to their summaries if you would like to. We're going to start first with what was Group 3 on, so Luke Tenzenis, I hope I pronounced that right, representative of ENGO, who facilitated discussions on the third topic on enabling environments. Luke, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I will report back on the group on enabling environment. And I would like to start by thanking all participants for very rich and constructive discussions. We heard a wide range of experiences from parties, constituencies, and observers, and I will not be able to capture every contribution, so please be clement. First, the first question before investment is mobilized is how to make sure it can deliver inclusive outcomes throughout the policy support, policy framework that is in place. The focus was not simply how do we bring money in, but how do we attract the right kind of investment matched to the right needs in ways that support food security, resilience, and livelihoods. A strong message was that policy coherence matters. Several interventions pointed to the need of whole-of-government approaches, linking national targets with sectoral policies, and embedded food security into planning instruments, such as nationally determined contributions, national adaptation plans, and national food strategies. Costa Rica intervention, for example, highlighted the importance of regulatory clarity and investment pipelines that connected climate goals with food security and livelihood. Brazil shared experiences on linking sustainable farming with subsidized loan, public procurement, and blended finance. Saudi Arabia referred to the role of water policies, such as desalination, wastewater reuse, and drip irrigation in sustaining agriculture under arid conditions. Another point was that finance instruments need to be matched to the right outcomes. In agriculture, mitigation and adaptation finance often overlap, but just transition finance adds another layer. Participants mentioned a range of instruments, grants, concessional finance, guarantees, insurance, etc., but there was a clear warning that private finance alone is not sufficient, especially where returns are long-term and where public good outcomes are central. At the same time, participants noted that investment can create risk if poorly governed. This includes land concentration, exclusion of small producers, pressure on fishing grounds, water stress, overfishing, ecosystem degradation. Egypt also raised the importance of considering the impacts of response measures, including carbon pricing-related effects and affordability impacts. For example, on inputs such as fertilizers, but Belgium also pointed to inflationary effects and the impact of new regulatory obligations. We heard diverging views on the role and effects of unilateral measures and related regulatory approaches. Some interventions underlined that such measures can create cost, uncertainty, or spillover effects for developing countries. A useful takeaway is that enabling environments need to consider not only the intention of climate-related measures, but also their distributional and cross-border effects. So the main message for the first question is, enabling environments should attract investment, but they should also shape the investment through policy coherence, public finance conditions, risk sharing and safeguards, while taking into account the distributional and cross-border effects of climate-related measures. On the second question, the group moved from investment attraction to investment quality. Several participants emphasized the just transition principles should not only appear as safeguards at the end of the project. They should guide risk identification and project design from the start. We heard a strong focus on rights, participation, and inclusion. Panama proposed an integrity framework for just transition finance, and indigenous peoples' representatives underlined that land rights, territorial rights, and free, prior, and informed consent are essential for a sustainable food system. Several interventions stressed that investment must be governed by strong human rights safeguards to avoid land dispossession and exclusion. On decent work, participants stressed that agriculture and food systems must not only produce more and become more climate resilient, but also support fair wages, labor rights, and safer working conditions across the whole value chain. This was linked to the need for social protection, income security, and support for producers and workers who may be affected by climate impacts or by the transition itself. The bridge to the third question is that if inclusion is not built into each investment, scaling up may simply scale up the exclusion. So the systemic question is how to move from individual projects to broader fair transition programs. On this third question, participants highlighted barriers including limited finance, limited institutional capacity, siloed policymaking, overly technical policies, and the difficulty of translating national goals into local implementations. One academic participant stressed the need for multidisciplinary approaches that align policies with local realities, and others emphasized that cascading policy frameworks from national target to sectoral actions can create stability and reduce risk for investors while improving implementation. Local implementation also came through strongly. The role of municipalities, local authorities, and local communities was emphasized as essential for making investment real on the ground. The C40 LGMA intervention stressed whole of government and whole of economy approaches and the need to integrate food security into national planning instruments. Kenya's reference to livestock also reminded us that resilient and low-emission agriculture must reflect the diversity of food systems and livelihood, including pastoral and livestock systems. The finance framing was especially useful here. No single instrument is sufficient. Some needs require a grant, especially social transition and vulnerability reduction. Some require concessional finance, especially public good investment. Some require technical assistance, especially for institutions, diagnostics, and policy systems. So the main message from the third question is scaling resilient and low emissions agriculture requires matching the right finance and support to the right outcome and moving from isolated projects to coordinated transition programs. Across the three questions, I will summarize the group's discussion in three messages. First, investment attraction must be purposeful, not only quantitative. Second, just transition principles should shape design from the beginning, so design of the project. Third, scaling requires a programmatic approach. Countries need support to move from plans and pilots to sustained transition programs with the right mix of grants, concessional finance, technical assistance, risk sharing, public finance, participation, and safeguards. Finally, on the role of the Just Transition Work Program, one possible takeaway is that it can help capture lessons, barriers, and practical options from these discussions. What policy frameworks work, which finance instruments fit which outcome, and how safeguards and participation can be built in, and what barriers countries face in implementation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Luc. Much appreciated. Okay. All right, great. Thank you so much. Now we are going to move on to the first topic. Sorry, I'm just... Okay, I think this is Diana.
Yes.
Leandra, and this was on the international cooperation and climate finance as an enabler for just transition pathways to food security. Over to you, Deanna.
Thank you. I will do my best to summarize all the insights and the interaction in the different rooms. So first I will start by saying that participants underline that a meaningful discussion on climate finance for just transitions must be grounded in the obligations of the Paris Agreement and the principles of common but differentiated responsibilities. And participants highlighted the persisting gap between finance reported and finance provided or actually received on the ground, and called for greater accountability and transparency in this regard, including through the enhanced transparency framework. Some participants also noted a concerning shift from grants towards loans and emphasized that grant-based or non-debt-creating finance is essential, particularly for the most vulnerable and for the most vulnerable small farmers, fisheries, and informal workers. Participants also stressed the importance of preserving additionality of climate finance with respect to ODA, noting that these must remain distinct financing streams. Some participants noted that the core issue is not access to finance, but the provision of finance, which has not met the scale needed. And participants observed that finance is not accessible, particularly at the local level. And this must be addressed in order to find local solutions or implement local solutions for just transitions. Some participants stated that just transition finance is very much linked to development finance of the 2030 agenda. And again, that preserving additionality for climate finance is critical. Participants recognized that food systems remain significantly underfunded within the climate finance flows, and that current NDCs present a substantial mitigation action gap in the agri-food sector, representing a major opportunity in the next round of NDC updates. Participants identified that the translation of gap between national plans and investable pipelines is a core challenge and requires stronger institutional capacity, technical assistance for project preparation. Participants stressed the importance of moving from fragmented project-based approaches to integrated programmatic pipelines that reflect these interlinkages between climate, food security, and ecosystems health. And participants noted that silo funding design, even when it's not intentional, can prevent addressing these interconnected challenges. Participants emphasized that just transition principles must be embedded from the outset of project and policy design, not treated as an add-on, and highlighted that sectoral strategies are key in order to translate NDCs into investable projects. Participants noted that 90% of countries have just transition principles embedded in their NDCs, but fiscal space limits the financing of just transition priorities. Some participants called for direct and simplified access to climate finance for indigenous people and local communities with strong safeguards, and noted that what is considered investable may need to be rethought to reflect indigenous-led approaches. Participants also noted that subnational governments are critical delivery partners for food security, yet few global climate funds provide finance directly at this level to implement local solutions. And participants stress that local level just transition approaches must ensure that subnational governments must have access to finance directly. Participants
noted the importance of aligning financial flows with the Paris Agreement in a systemic way. And they exchange views on a range of enabling conditions, including, for example, repurposing subsidies, domestic carbon pricing instruments, and blended finance approaches, while recognizing that perspectives on these approaches differ between participants. Participants also exchange views on trade-related measures and their implications for developing countries' ability to implement just transitions, with differing perspectives expressed, including on capacity building efforts for implementing these mechanisms. Participants stress that analytical work is needed to understand the impacts of investment on just transition aspects in order to fully understand the co-benefits of the investments. Participants call for moving from abstract commitments to accountability with transparency reports and MRV systems that can track progress and leverage further finance. And participants recommended packaging individual projects into programs and bundling priority projects into coherent cross-sectoral pipelines rather than standalone projects. So finance can be scaled up. Finally, participants urge that just transition should not be taught in silos, but into integrated development programs to utilize already available resources. They called for integrated just transitions considerations into existing climate projects. Participants stressed that the need to close infrastructure gaps, focusing on increasing the productive capacity of food value chains, is extremely relevant. And finally, all participants, or most participants, reaffirmed that multilateral collaboration and finance is required for enabling and just transitions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diana. And finally, we have Emily Carolina Costa Rica, a representative, Costa Silva, sorry, a representative of Ringo, who facilitated the second topic on innovation, technology transfer, capacity building, and knowledge sharing. Over to you, Emily.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to be the facilitator of the rooms. All the rooms were very different. The atmosphere of all the breakout rooms was very different from each other. It was interesting to see, and also interesting to see the similarities. I also would like to thank the UJU, the UNFCCC Secretariat. She supported me a lot with the 3 breakout rooms. And I'm losing my English at this point. I'm sorry. But if I could summarize in 3 words, the breakout rooms, I would say access, finance, and implementation. It's pretty much, I think, all the colleagues that was in another topic, we have many similarities. And it's interesting to say, but I think in this one, in this tech one was very, even if we have focused on food security, it was also very cross-cutting. We can also take all the inputs and go for another topics related to the technology transfer for climate. But I have some highlights to say here. As my colleague says, I don't think it will be able to be as good as it was in the breakout rooms, but I will try my best here. So related to technology, I will start with the technology must be context driving and not only one universal solution. Technology should be understood as as not only as machines or infrastructure, but also through its social impacts. And also it was highlighted, there is no single best technologies. Solutions must be adapted to local context, country realities, and community needs. The technology choice should consider trade-offs between productivity, equity, resilience, and employment. Also, policies must avoid imposing solutions from the top down. Technology must respond to farmers' realities and priorities in the local context. Local authorities, municipalities, and communities, they are essential actors to identify appropriate solutions. And technology should support people and not simply replace labor or local system. Related to building resilience and sustainable food systems. Food system must become more resilient to climate shocks while reducing dependence on fossil fuels. It was emphasized in the first breakout room that agriculture still depends heavily on fossil fuels, which creates vulnerability and sustainability challenge for many countries. Climate resilient technologies should support sustainable agriculture, circular economy practices, reduced food loss and waste, refrigerate. We had an example related to a refrigerator in informal and storage for informal market in some countries. So food security and nutrition must remain central, especially for vulnerable populations. And one of the topics that were also raised in the three breakout rooms was related to the green jobs, training, and just energy transition. So just transition must create green jobs and decent work opportunities for the workers. Clean energy access, such as solar panels and decentralized energy solutions, are essential. Training and reskilling are necessary so works and communities can participate in the new green sectors. And also in the third breakout room, I think South Africa highlighted the importance, South Africa and Brazil, I guess, or Germany. I'm sorry if I am mixed. But they highlighted the importance when we are talking especially about capacity building, not only to capacity the people, the sectors, but also the need of infrastructure, the need of all the systems to make the capacity building go to the real implementation. So communities need support to understand and overcome barriers to sustainable technology. Just transition should not leave workers behind and must include informal sectors, especially when we are talking about technology. Also, another important topic highlighted was innovation includes social innovation. So innovation is not only technical innovation, but also social innovation. Social dialogue and participation improve implementation and the legitimacy of what has been done. Farmers and local communities must be involved in the design and applying solution. Social innovation helps connect all dimensions of just transition, economy, social, environmental, and institutional. And related to the access, I think this was one of the main topics. Access must be affordable, and appropriate technology remains a major challenge, especially for developing countries. And technology transfer must include finance, local capacity building, knowledge sharing, maintenance, and implementation support. Regional organizations can play an important role in facilitate access in cooperation and also in the construction of the capacity building of that place. And it was raised a few times related to intellectual property. This is still a barrier. And there are limits for implementation and local adaptation related to intellectual property. And the main gap was the finance. The finance was repeatedly identified as the biggest challenge. Many countries struggle to access the climate finance and how to demonstrate that they had a strong impact to secure the funding. Also, even from the very beginning, to how to go there and make the design for bankable projects. This was also pretty much highlighted. Existing funding mechanism could be better used to support capacity building and implementation. And financial support is especially needed for farmers, local governments, adaptation and resilience actions. So related to the capacity building should move beyond theory and focus on implementation. Strong institutional capacity is needed for planning, coordination, and execution. Best practice sharing and strong cooperation networks are important. And I have a few more topics here, but I think I went for the for the biggest ones. And I think the message is from the three breakout rooms was that just transition in food systems must be locally driven, social inclusive, financially supported, and built around technology that responds to real community needs. So thank you.
Hi, thank you so much. Well, thank you so much, Luke, Diana, and Emily, for those report backs. Much appreciated, and for your work to facilitate the topics. We are going to now open the floor for any additional insights from participants regarding the discussions this morning, also for those online. We're going to try and keep this to 15 minutes because we are standing in the way of lunch and we're over time a little bit. But if there's anything that you'd like to add, please raise your flags or raise your hand online. So we have Saudi Arabia here in the room and India online to start with. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, for giving Saudi Arabia the floor. I'd like to thank our facilitators for the work they've done. I think this was a constructive dialogue, and we appreciate the contributions of all parties. Just a quick remark. I think when we've heard on the report back, let's say from Breakout Group 2 or other breakout groups, I think it's just a little bit appropriate to say that the views expressed may be do not represent consensus and maybe of individual parties. I think that could be something appropriate. And for example, that we've heard about, let's say, the fossil fuel dependencies. This is something that there are differing views, and I'll give one example, is that where these technologies, when we have carbon capture, these are context appropriate, where it's clean and it would provide food security and low emission agricultural products or fertilizers. So having such, I would say, umbrella term sometimes would help us and bring us to convergence together to say that local context matters, I would say, rather than trying to parachute a policy that may not apply and of a individual or opinion or views. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. And yes, I think it's well understood that this is a dialogue that the report backs aren't intended to represent, that there's any kind of consensus in the room. They are to reflect the fact that folks engaged in those discussions in an open exchange of views on the basis of either their party positions or their expert positions. So thank you for that reminder. I think we now have India online and then Burkina Faso online as well. India, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I hope I am audible. Thank you for the report back, and we understand that it is a very difficult task to report back all of the discussion in its entirety. So we just want to highlight a few points which we think which we consider as broad, not speaking specifically to one particular topic, but across all the topics that were discussed in the morning. First, I think in the particular context of food security, a discussion of pathways we think requires careful consideration on the evidence of what kind of pathways have been promoted so far. In the IPCC's sixth assessment report, all global pathways, especially 1.5 degrees Celsius pathways, rely on large amounts of land-based mitigation. The more stringent the temperature target, the more dependence on land-based mitigation, and over 70% of this mitigation, land-based mitigation, happens in developing countries. This results in the highest near-term mitigation burden on Africa, followed by Latin America and Asia. Europe and North America have the least burden. The IPCC report itself says very clearly that these pathways lead to increasing risk of hunger and declining food security by mid-century, particularly for Africa and South Asia. This happens both due to higher amounts of land taken for land-based mitigation projects, such as BECS in the Global South, as well as the resultant increase in global food prices due to more pressure on land. These pathways therefore completely violate the basic tenets of climate justice. Large amounts of land are converted to land-based mitigation projects because this provides better revenue due to a quote-unquote a better carbon price as compared to other uses. So this is something that we think must be very carefully considered even when framing questions around this. Second, Chair, we are very concerned about the narrowing of the scope and meaning of the term international cooperation. In the context of the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement, a key element of international cooperation is the obligation of developed countries to take the lead in mitigation and to support developing countries in undertaking climate action in a manner that is just and equitable and in line with the principles of CBDRRC. Poverty eradication and food security in the context of increasing climate impacts is a key element here. Supporting adaptation-related finance requirements directly and not just as some de-risking instrument through grant-based based transfers from developed to developing countries is therefore essential. This is very different from saying, make sure you create an enabling environment for companies so that they can invest in projects where they generate good returns and profits. This is very far from thinking of climate finance and what is mandated under the Paris Agreement, under Article 9.1 of the Paris Agreement as an obligation of developed countries to provide finance to developing countries. Third, we think it must be ensured that developing countries are not burdened to make their just transition programs investable and bankable. This has been an overwhelming focus of the discussions so far. The focus of justice-based approaches should be on how financiers or investors also for that matter, are made more aware and sympathetic to considerations of justice at both the international and national levels. To ask projects to be more investable is to absolve investors, many of whom are in fact high emitters themselves, from all responsibility in ensuring that their financing mechanisms and portfolios are equitable. Fourth, I think we have emphasized since yesterday that for developing countries where smallholder farmers constitute a majority of cultivators, adaptation is a priority. The crucial role of early warning systems and decision support systems, such as agromet services, must be emphasized in this regard. There are large gaps. These are not, these are projects that are not bankable or investable. In almost all countries, these have been supported by large-scale public programs driven by governments. Large gaps remain, however, particularly in developing countries due to lack of financing and technology support. Regions where Earth observation systems need to be scaled up, meteorological advisories and response systems need to be enhanced, must be supported through grant-based finance and making technologies available to developing countries. Technologies such as these that are necessary for ensuring that we can protect our people should not be inaccessible due to barriers created by intellectual property rights. IPR issues must therefore be central in ensuring just technology access, and any discussion on enabling environments must not shy away from discussing this issue. Finally, we want to emphasize that it is crucial that an enabling environment is ensured at the global level first and foremost. This is essential. This is the essence of international cooperation, which means that the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement must be implemented in both scope and spirit, which in turn means the operationalizations of the principles of equity and CBDRRC. It also means that global disenablers such as CBAM, which are in violation of Article 3.5 of the UNFCCC, must be rejected. We heard colleagues yesterday speak about reports that suggest that the impact of CBAM are minimal, less than 0.5% on the LDCs. We want to point out that this is linked to the scale of carbon-intensive imports into the EU from the LDCs. If there's the same reports that actually discuss this in detail, if one takes the impact on developing countries as a whole, the negative impact is very significant. Even in the LDCs, the aggregate impact mentioned in percentage terms hides the absolute impact at the level of sectors, which is quite significant. The impact this has on commodity prices across all countries of the global south, and consequently on food security and access to food, which is a direct violation of any kind of just transition implementation, cannot be simply dismissed as a minimal impact. We will stop here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, India. Now we have Burkina Faso also online. You have the floor.
Yes, now I'm unmute. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for in the interest of time. I won't be that long. It's just to emphasize, just to add on what the reporters has put on the enabling environment side. I didn't get the opportunity to make input as I face it. Electricity shortcut. That is the reality as well that we are facing in least developing countries. So the input that I wanted to emphasize is budgetizing. If we don't budgetize at the local, you may have the finance, but if it's not budgetized at the local level, it's way difficult to make sure that locally you have the means to implement. This is often the missing link in governments. And that is one of the critical key examples in Burkina Faso that we wanted to share with the audience and to see it also reflect in the report that budgetizing at the local level, it is important because often it is centralized and the fiscal is the collection of taxes don't remain at the local level. And that is very important to make sure that this can be also part of the enabling environment that we were talking about. Another one, it's making sure that systematically we involve local talents, local universities, and the schemes of just transition, because we do have ways that are cheaper, that can be scaled, and often it's not reflected, and those points need to be taken into consideration. Another point is leveraging, in terms of scale, the regional cooperation centers of the UNFCCC. I think that we do have some infrastructure that is not leveraged enough, and I think in terms of capacity building, again, I'm debating with the Mucherao, it can be scaled up further with in collaboration with the regional cooperation centers, with the toolkit that has been developed and implemented in Burkina Faso and other regions. We can use those powerful tools. This exists, and also often with local development banks. Those are the input. In the interest of time, I will stop there and send our inputs in written. Thank you very much. And once again, congratulations to the moderators who guide us through. Thank you very much. Over to you, Julia.
Thank you so much, Princess. Thank you for those extra remarks. Much appreciated. I am not seeing any other requests for the floor currently, either in the room or online. So thank you again to the facilitators for guiding us through those sessions and for your report backs, and to parties for your active engagement. We're going to break for lunch now. I'm going to request that you come back at 2:30 on the dot, and we will make this afternoon's sessions a little bit shorter so that we can get out at 6 p.m. Okay, thank you, colleagues. We look forward to seeing you back here at 2:30. Thanks.
second part of the
Hello, colleagues. Can you take your seats, please? We will get started. Hope you all had the opportunity for some lunch and some coffee, some sunlight. All right. We are going to continue this afternoon with the breakout group format with 3 thematic discussions again, running in parallel. But we have 2 scene-setting presentations to get us started. The first presentation will be delivered by Yannick Topper from FAO. I think Yannick is coming up. And then after that we have Damon, our own Damon Jones, from the UNFCCC Secretariat to provide a scene-setting presentation. But over to you, Yannick. Just checking that we have our folks online and everything's running well. Yep, good. Okay, great.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and distinguished delegates from my end as well, and good afternoon. So as mentioned, my name is Yannick Topper, and I work with the Food and Agriculture Organization, and specifically the Regional Office for Asia Pacific. So presenting this particular work here on behalf of colleagues who have followed this global Just Transition work program very closely and are also available online and joining the discussions here. I believe it might be one of the last PowerPoint presentations of the week, so I'll try to keep it brief. But basically, the point is building on the COP30 decision on just transition and FAO's submissions to each of the 4 previous dialogues. We warmly welcome this dialogue's focus specifically on agriculture and oceans as a decisive step towards operationalizing that COP30 mandate. And I've been asked to set the scene here briefly on the roles of agriculture, agroecology, agroforestry, circularity, and ocean-based action in nationally determined transition pathways for this afternoon's breakout discussion on these topics. I was quickly going to do so in 3 parts. So just briefly reflecting on the links between climate, agri-food systems, and food security again. We've heard much about that this morning already. Then secondly, what a resilient, low-carbon and inclusive transformation looks like in the sector that is on land and at sea in oceans. And thirdly, why rights and inclusion must anchor this type of transition. So the first point here on climate change, agri-food systems and food security, I'd like to start with a few of the facts. Some of these stats we've already seen over the course of this morning and yesterday. To just call them back into our collective attention, in 2024, up to 740 million people faced hunger, and nearly 300 million across 53 countries were in acute food security. And that is more than double the previous year. In that, the climate change signal is increasingly visible, so climate change has become a dominant driver of hunger. Hunger and malnutrition in developing countries in particular. In terms of impacts that unfolds on the lives of people, some of the statistics there is that 1.3 billion people globally are employed in agri-food systems, and a further 3.8 billion live in households that depend on agri-food systems for their livelihoods. And that includes roughly 600 million people, out of which 500 million in small-scale activities whose livelihoods depend specifically on the aquatic food sector. So the human consequences of that are severe. One figure that was not on the previous slide, but that comes from the same source, the FAO State of Food Security report, is that 1.9 million people in 2024 face catastrophic food conditions, food insecurity conditions, and that is more than double the previous year as well. 2024 is the latest year for which this data is available. And so all of that to say that climate change is an existential threat to the right to adequate food that we're here to talk about today. And so while agri-food systems are of course clearly exposed to climate risks, it is also clear that agri-food systems, the same agri-food systems, hold the greatest potential to deliver climate solutions. So the scientific evidence on that is quite clear, and we've heard that a number of times. Transforming agri-food systems, terrestrial and aquatic, is one of the most powerful strategies available to deliver on the Paris Agreement targets across mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage. And in practice, that means reshaping how food is produced, distributed, and consumed, and how natural resources are managed along the way. So that means a transformation really covering all stages of agri-food systems, from pre-production and production across retail, storage, and distribution towards consumption, right? I was then going to talk about specifically the topics of our breakout discussion. So what practices does this transformation mentioned specifically entail? Firstly, covering land-based approaches here. So on land, and that will be the topic, I believe, of the first breakout group, climate-smart agroecological, agroforestry, and circular economy practices are certainly proven pathways that can cut emissions, restore biodiversity, strengthen food security, and improve rural livelihoods at the same time. The IPCC estimates that AFOLU could deliver up to 1/3 of the mitigation needed to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. And countries are already advancing these approaches: climate-smart agriculture, agroecology, agroforestry, and circular economy approaches. FAO stands ready and collaborates with countries on these practices. Some examples on screen here include the definition, or basically the agreement on a common understanding of 10 elements that agroecology comprises, as well as particular tools supporting countries in advancing agroecology. One on screen here is the tool for agroecology performance evaluation that helps with planning and monitoring agroecology at different levels. I mentioned agroforestry. Approaches supported there include strengthening agroforestry through farmer-centered systems and similar monitoring tools and national strategies. And climate-smart agriculture is, of course, a key concept driving our work in this space. Turning to oceans and ocean-based approaches. Oceans certainly regulate our climate and are a major carbon sink, but aquatic foods remain one of the more underutilized pathways for climate action. So even though the carbon footprint of aquatic foods is low and there's a strong growth potential, there's room to increase recognition and reflection of that in national strategies and of the potential in terms of adaptation and mitigation benefits that these strategies can deliver. FAO and partners have worked to elevate oceans in the UNFCCC as well as aquatic foods. And so it's great to see that recognized in today's breakout discussions, for example. At country level, FAO supports parties through examples on screen here: the NDC fish guidelines for integrating aquatic foods into NDCs, as well as, for example, the small-scale fisheries guidelines. So I spoke about land-based approaches and ocean-based approaches. In both cases, whether at land or at sea, just transition interventions must address not only climate impacts, but as we've heard throughout the 2 days, of course, also structural drivers of inequality, poverty, hunger, and climate vulnerability that characterize agri-food systems. And those include the uneven distribution of risks among poor and marginalized rural and coastal communities. What that means more specifically, or one way to think about it, is that a just transition in agri-food systems is of course not a menu of mere win-wins, right? Instead, it involves clear and real trade-offs. And naming these trade-offs and managing them, we think is the winning approach. Some examples of what these trade-offs are, and some of them have already come up as well, include a potential trade-off between mitigation objectives and food security. So examples there include that land-based mitigation, such as bioenergy, afforestation, or offsets, can compete with food production under certain circumstances, as well as with water management and smallholder tenure, if these projects are poorly sited or governed. A second potential trade-off or in this categorization here can lie in between conservation objectives and livelihoods. So examples include protected areas or seasonal closures, as well as restrictions on higher impact fishing or grazing, that all can deliver environmental gains, including mitigation and biodiversity benefits. But these types of conservation measures can impose short-term losses on small-scale farmers, fishers, pastoralists, and indigenous communities, unless under these circumstances they are paired with alternative livelihood options or transition finance. And the last trade-off in this categorization here is that potential trade-off between efficiency and equity. So intensification of production as well as digitalization can cut emissions intensity if done sustainably, but can concentrate benefits in larger operations. So in the course of that holds the risk of squeezing smallholders, women, youth, and informal agri-food workers, so putting them at a disadvantage. And so as mentioned, naming these trade-offs does not weaken the case for the transformation that's needed, but instead we think it strengthens it. It strengthens the case and makes management possible. It facilitates that. So when climate action is designed without the meaningful participation of those who live and work in agri-food systems, it can do harm. That's the point of the previous slide. There are these real trade-offs, right? And in one way to think about the risks that emanate from these trade-offs and that must be managed to avoid suboptimal outcomes in navigating these trade-offs. One way to think about these risks is that there are three that stand out in particular. One is the exclusion of communities from decision-making. A second risk might lie in the maladaptation that locks in vulnerability of these groups depending on agri-food systems. And thirdly, dispossession of communities through poorly governed land, ocean, and finance instruments. And on screen here, we have three responses that specifically in this categorization can respond to these risks. They include rights-based frameworks, anchoring climate policy in the right to adequate food in particular, as well as related rights-based frameworks mentioned on screen here. Secondly, climate adaptive social protections already come up as well. And locally led and participatory governance that enables farmers and agri-food systems actors to shape just transition planning. So integrating these safeguards is not only the right thing to do, we think, but is an instrumental element of making a case for increased and equitable access to climate finance for agri-food systems, which we all know is a type of climate finance that warrants augmentation. So, as promised, I will keep it to that. And with that, just wanted to reiterate that FAO stands ready to support parties in translating the COP30 mandate into concrete national policies, plans, and programs at national level. And would once again like to thank the chair and delegates in the room and look forward to the breakout discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yannick. Very useful and timely presentation. Now we're going to turn to Damon Jones from the UNFCCC Secretariat for his scene-setting presentation. Over to you, Damon.
Thank you very much, Julia, and thanks everyone for the chance to provide this presentation. This is relating to the topic 3 in our breakout discussions this afternoon, looking ahead to the potential roles of the Just Transition Work Programme and the Just Transition Mechanism. So what I'm trying to do here, just in a few minutes, is just set the scene for your discussions. And what I'm doing isn't in any way intended to be entirely exhaustive or comprehensive. It's illustrative of some examples in terms of where we've come from, where we're going under the Just Transition Work Programme, the mandates for this year, and some of the examples that are coming through the many really valuable submissions that we've had from all of you and others who aren't able to be here through the submission calls this year. So if you can go to the next slide, please. So this is really just to represent the fact that we've come a long way under the Just Transition Work Programme, as you all know, over the last few years, and particularly the last couple of years, or since 2024 when we started the dialogues, and really from its operationalisation under 3CMA5 and the now almost concluded 5 dialogues under the work program, as well as the decisions, and in particular the decision last year in Belém to CMA 7, with all its components, including the decision to develop a just transition mechanism, and then the important work this year to make decisions about the future of the work program and the further mandates around the issues we're discussing in our breakout session. Next slide. And as we know, the decision last year in Belém had a big impact. It was a very significant decision, a big landmark milestone in the context of just transition under our process, and in the context of what it recognised in terms of the work to date, and also the tasks ahead for us all in terms of future work. But it also set a high bar of expectation. The foundation has been set by the decision on a number of fronts. And I guess the message is, as we all know, there's plenty of work and very important work ahead of us this year and beyond that in terms of giving form and operationalising different aspects of that. Next slide. And given our context here in the dialogue, I just wanted to highlight the very significant role of the dialogues in terms of the key messages and the impact of the work that you all have been doing in the dialogues and how that translated into the decision in Belém. And you can go to the next slide. I'm not expecting everyone to read these. I'm sure you've memorised all this and know it intimately from negotiations last year. But really it's to make the point that there's a very rich range of messages and issues and aspects to do with just transitions in these paragraphs, as well as through the rest of the decision in the context of the other elements of the decision. But this is really reflecting the work of the 4 dialogues up until the point of last year, and as we've heard in the dialogue here, in terms of many participants referring to elements in that paragraph in relation to its significance in the context of climate action and related aspects, given its cross-cutting nature. Next slide. So looking forward, I wanted to spend a couple of minutes just zooming in on the work ahead this year that we're all very familiar with by now, but just to represent that on a couple of slides to help our discussion in the breakout group. The mandate, and it's in 3 parts, the mandate on the implementation of the work program. As we know, there's an opportunity in Bonn and then at COP at the end of the year to reflect on these dialogues and the messages and learnings and opportunities, solutions, etc., coming out of them, and how parties would like to see those reflected in the outcome this year. We also know from the decision in 2 CMA 7 that there was some further emphasis in terms of how we do that work. It emphasised the importance of comprehensively and systematically considering all elements of the work program as outlined in paragraph 2 of 3 CMA 5. And we know this dialogue is specifically seeking to contribute to that effort. We also know that there are some other invitations and messages in the decision, for example, inviting the work program to integrate the outcomes of the first global stocktake relevant to just transition in line with paragraph 186. Then when we come to the review is a standing mandate that's been there since 3 CMA 5, but we know from the decision in Belém that it gave the request to the subsidiary bodies to develop the terms of reference for the review at the session in Bonn, hence the focus of that in our discussions today in the context of our topic on food security. And then in terms of the operationalisation of the just transition mechanism, we know that obviously had very important guidance in the decision itself, but a lot of further work to elaborate and design and operationalise aspects of that. We know that it talks to the purpose, which is to enhance international cooperation, technical assistance, capacity building and knowledge sharing, and enable equitable, inclusive, just transitions. and it signals that it should be implemented in a manner that builds on and complements relevant work streams under the Convention and the Paris Agreement, including the Just Transition Work Programme. In relation to the mapping, that's obviously a very important exercise this year in relation to, and in the decision specifically links into it being an input to the review process for the Just Transition Work Programme. We also know, and we've seen this come through in the submissions already in terms of the relevance of that in the context of the design and operationalisation of the Just Transition mechanism. Next slide, please. So, turning specifically to the discussion today, which is, as you know, the role of the work programme, including following its review, and obviously that's without prejudice to any outcome of the review. The review has to make the decision about the future of the work programme this year, and the mechanism in terms of advancing the design of nationally determined just transition pathways for holistic approaches to food security, including with a focus on agriculture and oceans. So looking at how both of those aspects, the work programme and the mechanism, can contribute in that context. This slide and the next slide is very much illustrative, just a sample of a few examples taken directly from submissions from parties and non-party stakeholders. There's nothing in here that's outside of submissions, and it's not supposed to be exhaustive in any way. It's just illustrative examples. But there wasn't a lot in terms of direct reference to future of the work programme specifically on this topic, but there were still some sample signals coming through, and some of those are outlined on the slide there in terms of ensuring focused topics with well-defined subtopics, in terms of moving from a phase of dialogue to a more implementation, effective support phase in terms of supporting countries in terms of their just transition policies, etc. There were also things on the relationship between complementarities between the work programme and the just transition mechanism, and how the JTWP can support the review process, and as well as the mechanism itself. Next slide. And again, this is taken directly from submissions. There was a lot more in the submissions, and partly because there was an explicit call in terms of submissions, as you know, on the Just Transition mechanism, and many submissions came through. These are largely from non-party stakeholders. There are a very significant number of submissions in addition to the party submissions on the mechanism, and there was quite a rich array of suggestions and views around the context of the mechanism as it relates to our topic here yesterday and today. Here's a sample which goes to a range of issues in terms of ways of integrating just transition in the context of agri-food systems and agricultural rural sectors, and in the context of food systems transitions. It talks about support, it talks about guidance, it talks about assessment, it talks about ensuring broad participation, and a range of things in that context. And so that's starting to give a sense of that, and really just a starting point for the discussions in the breakout group to really elaborate on ideas around that. How can both the review and the further implementation of the Just Transition Work Programme this year, and if it continues next year and beyond, inform, and how can the mechanism contribute in the context of our topic. And final slide. And just to finish on the mapping, I know there's been quite a number of questions that we've had while we've been here and beforehand around the mapping exercise, which, as you know, is part of the mandate out of 2 CMA 7. Just to provide an update on plans for that, so everyone's on the same page with that. What we're proposing to do is a two-staged approach. We want to produce a product. This is a mandate for the Secretariat to produce this mapping exercise. Before Bonn, to produce an interim product, a product that won't have any status or any finality about it, a working tool, if you like, to start to map out the exercise from the work we've been doing and we'll do up until Bonn around within the UNFCCC process and within the UN system as per the mandate, and to give that and provide that to the room for engagement, for feedback, to use in the context of our work in Bonn, but then to go after Bonn to do some more detailed work to build on that, to respond to the feedback for the purposes of developing the synthesis report as per the mandate, and have that ready ahead of COP in November for the purposes of CMA 8. So that's just to provide clarity on that. I'm obviously happy to discuss that offline as well, but that's all I really wanted to cover. And so thanks very much for the chance, and good luck in your discussions. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Damon. Okay, everyone, so now we're moving to our breakout discussions. Following the same format as the discussion rounds this morning, you'll have 3 thematic discussions running in parallel, and each topic will be guided by the guiding questions that you've seen in the agenda. So the first topic is agriculture, agroecology, agroforestry and circularity in nationally determined transition pathways that enhance food security. The second is ocean-based action in nationally determined just transition pathways that enhance food security. And the third is looking ahead, the potential roles of the UAE Just Transition Work Programme and of the Just Transition Mechanism. We will have these discussions run for around 35 minutes, quick 10-minute break in between, as this morning. Oh, and just to note that the first 2 rounds and the last round of the topic on agriculture, agroecology, etc., will be facilitated by 2 different facilitators due to a scheduling conflict, but they will coordinate on their report back. After the third and last round, we'll come back here at 5:15 p.m, where we will again hear short report backs from facilitators and then open the floor for any further reflections from you all. So again, it's the same rooms as it was this morning. So here in the conference hall, seminar room 3 or seminar room 4, just to urge you to please seek to balance the numbers between those 3 rooms so that everyone can be heard and so that we're not running over significantly in one room compared to the other rooms. And please remain in the breakout room that you choose for the duration of the session. The facilitators will rotate, but you stay in the room that you've chosen, please. Okay, great. So you can see the map of which topics are going to be discussed where on the screen, but please go ahead now and select your room, and the Secretariat will guide you if you have any questions. Thanks.
Okay. Hello again, colleagues, and thanks for staying in the room. It does look as if numbers are roughly balanced. Now, I don't have a live view of the rooms downstairs, but this could be approximately 1/3 of the room. If anybody does feel inclined to change rooms, now is the opportunity, because then the instructions are to stay in the room as you know. So this particular breakout group discussion focuses on the first topic, and I won't make another lengthy introduction. I think I've spoken a little bit to the topic of agriculture, agroecology, agroforestry, and circularity in nationally determined transition pathways that enhance food security. So this breakout session is really about hearing from you and the views of colleagues in attendance here in the room, as well as online. We do have a number of colleagues that have dialed in online, and that we will be able to consult as well. So what I'll do is just I'll read out the question, and then we'll be looking for hands or flags to be raised. So the question for this particular discussion, 35 minutes, is how can agroecological and agroforestry approaches and circular economy principles support holistic and nationally determined just transition pathways that enhance food security, advance mitigation and adaptation synergies, strengthen resilience, improve health, and promote sustainable livelihoods while minimizing food loss and waste? So that is the question. You do have it in front of you in the agenda as well. With that, I would like to open the discussion and would request you to raise your hand or flag in case of particular inputs on the topic. I don't see any yet. A little bit of movement in the back of the room. So while you're thinking, perhaps, maybe just looking over, and also once again extending the invitation for comments or views on the topic to colleagues online. Okay, we have a hand online, and I see the colleague from Saudi Arabia is requesting the floor as well. So we'll go first here in the room and then move to online next. So Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Mr. Facilitator. Well, when it comes to circularity and how it ties into these, for Saudi Arabia, we think that the technologies that the CCE supports and advocates for are mostly adaptation technologies with mitigation co-benefits. So the circular carbon economy framework provides an integrated approach that supports both mitigation and adaptation while generating mitigation co-benefits. CCE technologies function as both mitigation and adaptation measures. They mitigate climate change by reducing and removing greenhouse gas emissions while simultaneously supporting adaptation by improving resource efficiency, recycling, and strengthening system resilience. The CCE focuses on nationally determined approaches, bottom-up approach, and prioritizes the country's circumstances above achieving a globally agreed climate target. The CCE emphasizes a nationally determined, again, bottom-up, that is tailored to each country's specific circumstances and provides a wide range of technology options that can be flexibly selected and applied in line with each country's circumstances, much like a menu, which supports national development goals and contributing to climate objectives. Thank you, Mr. Facilitator.
Okay, thank you to the colleague from Saudi Arabia for the intervention, and that is well noted. Before we proceed, just a procedural matter. Just quickly, we've just learned seminar room 3. The number of the attendance rate there is a little bit low, so in the spirit of balancing numbers between rooms, this would be an invitation perhaps to some of you to still move to seminar room number 3 now, to even out numbers. If any of you would be available to make that move to the seminar room 3 downstairs, that would be much appreciated. You'll get to, we'll be moving around, so you will have the chance to discuss this particular topic. And I see a colleague from Egypt is already on the move. Thank you for that. Okay. Thank you. Anybody else who would like to move? That is still welcome, and then we might hear more from colleagues downstairs in case additional movement is needed. But so for now, what we can do is to proceed with particular views on this question, which we have in front of us on agroecological, agroforestry approaches and circular economy principles. I would like to open the floor again for any additional views on the topic, noting that we did have an online intervention, so while you're brainstorming, we can turn to that. Yeah. Okay, so I'd like to call on Brian Lindsay online.
Thank you, Mr. Facilitator, and thanks for the opportunity to join in this dialogue today. Sorry, I'll turn my camera off, that's the wrong background. But I'd just like to have a point of clarification, really, if I could please, in terms of agroecological and agroforestry approaches and circular economy principles. I think we should really stick at principle level for agroecological approaches as well, because we have a diverse production system. I'm sorry, I did not say I'm with Global Dairy Platform. And we have a diverse dairy sector globally, a range of different production systems. And one of the challenges we have is looking at how we can adapt those production systems for the different geographical and climatic conditions we operate in. So I'd like to encourage that we consider agroecological principles that underpin all our production systems, regardless of what they are. We can all get better. We can all be more sustainable. But pushing down one channel of type of production is really challenging for farmers. So if we underpin all our business production systems with agroecological principles, that is an absolute must for all of us and can be achieved. So I do like the opportunity here that we look at how co-benefits are recognised. And sometimes, as a producer myself, I do not see the co-benefits of certain actions I'm taking. I'm so close to the actions itself. Sometimes we need policymakers and those who are advising us to take a step back and say, if you do this action here, your co-benefits are X, Y, Z, so forth. So we need others to, when they're developing policies or structures or initiatives, to really highlight the co-benefits of actions that can be taken. So I really applaud this dialogue and really encourage us to think with our blinkers off, our blinders off, so we can make sure we maximise the impact of every action we make on our production systems, regardless of what production system it is, to make sure that we have food security going forward. Thank you, Mr. Facilitator.
Thank you, Mr. Bryan, online for these points. Well noted on the differences of production conditions across regions and contexts, and the importance of the co-benefits approach and framework in framing this discussion. With that, looking around the room again in case there were particular reactions or additional views. So that I see the African groups raised a flag.
Thank you very much, Mr. Facilitator, and good afternoon. The African group strongly affirms the potential of agroecological
Please go ahead.
Agroecological and agroforestry approaches to support holistic and nationally determined just transition pathways for African food security. We are all aware that these approaches are knowledge intensive rather than capital intensive, which makes it accessible to smallholder farmers without large external finance requirements. So it is really a plus for Africa. And we have to also note that this has been built on indigenous and traditional ecological knowledge systems over centuries. Where yesterday we spoke about indigenous and traditional knowledge, is something we need to look at even more critically. We are aware it delivers co-benefit across food security, biodiversity, soil health, water retention, carbon sequestration, and community health that monoculture and chemical input-intensive systems cannot replicate. And therefore, by nature adapted to national and local context, which aligns directly with the JTWP's nationally determined and non-prescriptive mandate. So we affirm agroecology comes with one critical, we affirm that, but we need to also look at it from one critical qualification, that it must not be deployed as a substitute for means of implementation that Africa food systems transition require. If the multilateral system converges on the message that African agriculture just transition can be achieved through knowledge sharing, farmer-to-farmer learning, and agroecological practice of adoption. On mitigation and adaptation synergies, the agency supports dual benefit framing, where it is genuinely present but cautious against framing that requires African agriculture systems to deliver mitigation outcomes as a condition for receiving adaptation finance. Africa's smallholder food system contribute minimally to global emissions. Where mitigation co-benefits are present through soil carbon sequestration, reduced deforestation pressure, methane reduction in livestock systems, they should be recognized and valued, but they should not be a precondition for access to food security transition finance that Article 9.1 obliges developed countries to provide unconditionally. In relation to food losses and waste minimization, it's a genuine and a high priority objective for African food systems, where post-harvest losses represent a significant proportion of total agriculture production in many sub-regions. AGN's position is on how to address food loss and waste, which is consistent and infrastructure-centered. The primary cause of Africa post-harvest losses is not inadequate knowledge or poor farmer decision-making, but inadequate post-harvest infrastructure, storage facilities, cold chains, rural roads connecting farms to markets, and processing capacity that adds value. And extend shelf life are the interventions most likely needed to reduce food loss scale. Investment in these infrastructure systems are legitimate and urgent uses of climate finance for food security. Just transition, the AGM calls for their explicit recognition as eligible expenditure under GCF and Adaptation Fund. In response to circular economy principles, we wish to apply to African agriculture systems, support practices of composting, organic waste recycling. I mean, these are things they are using already, but we need to drum it in again. Recycling, water reuse, and integrated crop lifestyle systems that reduce external input dependency. These practices are often already present, as I've mentioned, in traditional agriculture systems. The AGM's qualification on circularity is the same as its qualification on sustainable value chains. The circular economy in an African smallholder context must not be defined by the European Green Deal's regulatory architecture. And African producers must not be required to demonstrate compliance with EU design circularity standards as a condition for market access or climate finance eligibility. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you to the representative of the African group for that intervention. We've taken note, and yeah, we have a number of raised flags, and I'll call upon representatives in the order in which we've noted them. So first, I'd like to turn to the Russian Federation, followed by the United Kingdom, European Union, and IPO.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. First of all, we truly believe that nationally determined just transition pathways should effectively address climate change while contributing to achieving sustainable development goals, including SDG 2, zero hunger. The Russian Federation pays a significant attention to ensuring food security by promoting agroecological and agroforestry approaches, as well as by using all available technological solutions. In the agricultural sector, we both increase the adaptive capacity by creating protective and anti-erosion forest plantations, organize the use of tillage techniques aimed at maximizing fertility of soil, and the use of crop hybrids adapted to changing climatic conditions, and also reduce emissions by introducing low-carbon and energy-saving technologies to improve the efficiency of farming. We introduced digital solutions like service for calculating of fertilizers application. It determines nutrition requirements, taking into account soil and climate characteristics of the crop, and provide recommendations on methods and timing for applying mineral fertilizers. Another example is application of carbon footprint calculator, software service that enables farmers to assess the structure of carbon footprint and optimize sources of greenhouse gas emissions. AI models are being used to anticipate diseases of specific crops and implement advanced planning of protective measures. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call upon the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you very much, facilitator. So there's a lot within this topic, a lot of different kind of cross-cutting areas. So I'll start by commenting on, I guess, the critical need throughout all of this to reduce agricultural emissions and halt and reverse deforestation, which provides a key guiding framework, I think, for these discussions. So we're glad to see this topic, and indeed I wanted to point out a couple of relevant mandates in this context from the global stocktake. So paragraph 33 includes the critical commitment to halt and reverse deforestation and forest degradation by 2030. There's also paragraph 56, which refers to the importance of circular economy approaches, and indeed also paragraph 8 of our Just Transition decision last year, which invites the work programme to integrate relevant outcomes of the GST. So I think important to highlight that as foundational mandates for our discussion today. So forests make up 65 to 75% of the global land sink, which is estimated to have sequestered around 44% of fossil fuel emissions over the last 30 years. Deforestation and degradation, driven primarily by agricultural expansion as well as urban expansion and infrastructure development, erode global forests and their land sink potential, contributing 10 to 12% of global emissions. However, the forest sector also presents a significant opportunity for delivering mitigation alongside wider industrial and energy sector decarbonisation. So in the UK, we are working in partnership with forest countries to deliver the shared commitment to halting and reversing deforestation and forest degradation by 2030, as I mentioned earlier, while supporting livelihoods through that process as well. And we're supporting efforts to improve forest governance, enable sustainable trade and investment, and mobilize finance to support forest protection and restoration across the major tropical forest basins. And a just transition for agriculture and food security can't be delivered in silos, recognizing the interconnected nature of climate, food systems, and ecosystem health. And supporting approaches that reduce emissions and build resilience across all three is the most effective way to deliver sustainable transition for agriculture. It's also critical, and we've talked about this in a few of the other sessions as well, it's important to recognize the impacts already seen across the world in relation to agriculture, including with regard to economic and food security. Dependency on fossil fuel markets has led to increasing fuel prices, which impacts farmers and communities where there is that dependence. And recent events have demonstrated that accelerating the clean energy transition by transitioning away from fossil fuels and accelerating the clean energy transition is the best insurance against shocks and the positive economic choice. And there are particularly relevant synergies this year, which we can capitalize with the COP30 presidency roadmaps on forests and on transitioning away from fossil fuels. And we look forward to working with the COP30 presidency through this process to understand and strengthen just transition action in the context of forests, nature, agriculture, and energy transitions. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you for this intervention, and yes, over to the European Union.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. We think that this is really a central topic to be discussed, and to be honest, we were a little astonished as the EU that this wasn't the first topic of the first day. Because these are really key policies and key approaches to the European Union and its policies regarding the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from our food systems. So just to remind everyone that about 21 to 37% of total greenhouse gas emissions are attributable to food systems and the number one source of methane emissions and biodiversity loss. And recent scientific literature indicates a non-linear impact of climate change on global food security, which will escalate as global temperature increase. And much of the underlying modeling does not yet include the impacts of increases in extreme weather events, which can substantially worsen things. Yet manage natural terrestrial ecosystems are also a carbon sink, absorbing around 1/3 of CO2 emissions. And so that's where these kind of solutions come in. So a just and sustainable transformation of how food products are managed, produced, processed, traded, and consumed is required. And this just transition to sustainable food system will strongly contribute to curbing emissions, restoring and maintaining biodiversity, ending deforestation and degradation, and transition to protection and restoration of ecosystem and climate resilient land use. Moreover, it can contribute to food security, minimizing food loss and waste, improved health and nutrition, enabling equal access to education and training, and sustainable and improved economic development. And agroecology and circular food system offer integrated approaches that consider this interdependency between food, water, biodiversity, health, and climate, therefore enhancing resilience, adaptation, and food security. These approaches are capable of improving outcomes across the whole food chain, including by promoting sustainable and healthy diet. In the EU, circular and agroecological food systems are not only a strategic objective, but are already operationalized through concrete regulatory frameworks, agricultural payments, waste legislation, procurement rules, and market shaping and instruments. These policies redistribute transition costs, strengthen food security, and support livelihoods, which is precisely what Just Transition Pathways aim to achieve. I'm going to give an example, for example, under the common agricultural policies with also eco schemes that we have. So these are voluntary annual payments rewarding practices that go beyond baseline requirements, including agroforestry, crop diversification, extensive grazing, organic and agroecological farming system, nutrient management, soil cover, reduced pesticides use. And eco schemes explicitly reward the provision of public goods, which are biodiversity, soil health, climate mitigation, helping to address cost distribution issues for farmers. Then we have also the Farm to Fork strategy, which is a comprehensive food policy framework that was adopted in 2020 under the EU Green Deal. It seeks to transform Europe's food system into one that is fair, healthy, and environmentally sustainable, while contributed to our EU goal of climate neutrality by 2050. And it's linking these agricultural, climate, biodiversity, public health, land use planning, and jobs. And finally, I would like to just respond to the delegate from representing the African group, and saying that I would like to repeat that the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement were not designed to assess individual parties' nationally determined policies and measures, and have no mandate to do so. So there is no place for some kind of international validation of the response measures undertaken by individual parties.
Thank you for that intervention. I believe we have a hard stop in about 10 minutes from now and still 5 raised flags. So I would like to invite following speakers to keep it brief to not more than 2 minutes. Next on my list is the representative of IPO.
Thank you, Mr. Facilitator, for giving me the floor. For Indigenous peoples, the effectiveness of sustainable food practices, including agroecological and agroforestry approaches and circular economy principles, which are already being practiced by Indigenous peoples, is underpinned by securing Indigenous peoples' land, water, and ocean rights. So land rights implementation is foundational for us. What we see in practice is that these approaches are most effective when they are led by communities, when they are place-based and adapted to specific ecosystems and communities. For example, in my own community, I plant corn, beans, and squash, which is a technology that we've used for a long time to maintain healthy soil and contributes to food systems, sustainable food systems in my own community. At the same time, we need to look at this issue as a system-based issue because we're also facing issues with water depletion. And increasingly, Indigenous communities are competing for water with extractive industries. So for these to be successful, we require long-term support, including also continuity of investment support and generational transmission of knowledge and practices, rather than short-term interventions. Many of these approaches that we are using are grounded in Indigenous knowledge systems, which integrate many of this Indigenous technology in food production, ecosystem health, and resilience. So strengthening also Indigenous knowledge systems will be key in the policies. And these policies that we are proposing will play an important role by creating those enabling conditions for Indigenous-led systems to thrive, so that we don't have to apply a one-size-fits-all. This is going to look different in different places. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Next, I'd like to turn to an online speaker from LGMA. We've had a raised hand there.
Thank you very much, Facilitator, and thank you very much for your rich presentation at the beginning. I hope you can hear me okay? Yes, okay. The one thing that I wanted to add and build on from your presentation is that I think it's very important to consider in this discussion the urban and peri-urban dimension of agriculture, with 1 billion of people already growing food and engaging in agricultural activities in urban and peri-urban areas, and at the same time with 80% of food produced globally being projected to be consumed in cities by 2050. This is why integrating agroecology into urban planning and climate action. Cities use that measure to support food security, to support circular economies, to reuse waste as resource, and to reduce reliance on distant supply chains. At the same time, cities are using their agroecology policies to boost local economies by supporting small-scale farmers and to enhance social benefits, especially when linked to school meals programs that have proven to be quite transformative in urban and peri-urban areas. As mentioned previously, therefore, we believe that the whole of government approach to implementing just transition for food security is quite critical to these discussions. To illustrate that, I wanted to offer a couple of examples. One is of Durban in South Africa, where the city created agri-hubs on the outskirts of the city to support small-scale farms and to strengthen urban food systems through providing seeds, compost, training, and shared tools and improving access to affordable local food for communities. The second project is in Niamey in Niger, supported and piloted by the EU with the support of our LGMA members, which tackles seed issues by establishing an agroecological nursery with greenhouses, storage, and training areas. The third project, which might be familiar to the representative from the LDC, is the Greenbelt Initiative in Ouagadougou, Burkina Faso, which rehabilitated over 70 hectares for agroecological production, engaging more than 3,000 producers through training and tree planting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that intervention. The example of Durban in South Africa came up, and so I'd like to hand it over to South Africa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Facilitator. So just wanting to emphasize an element, which is that agriculture should be treated as a value chain system where just transitions must enable developing countries not only to produce, but to process, trade, and capture value in evolving global markets. Some of the points that South Africa has raised previously. And just that food systems clearly illustrates that these transition pathways are shaped globally by trade rules and standards, volatility in global food and input markets, which have been discussed, concentration of power in global agri-food value chains. And an anecdote just from a South African retailer looking to comply with a voluntary standard around reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and one which did not factor equity or CBDR into its methodology, resulted in the retailer having to deal with a trade-off between supporting, shifting to suppliers that were large and able to decarbonize, compared to those that they'd been supporting, which were much smaller, but less capacitated to be able to transition. And finding the decision to go with those smaller suppliers that they built a relationship with over time, and that trade-off being one that was difficult to then have in a conversation with investors thinking about those global standards. And then just so the importance of international drivers being treated explicitly within this context of this conversation. Other examples, sustainability and traceability requirements, which affect South Africa's exports like citrus, wine, beef, and examples of some of those smallholders struggling to comply with those international requirements. Fertilizer and input price shocks that we've discussed, and then again the retail concentration of global buyers, which limits the bargaining power of producers in Africa. And then just to echo the comment from my colleague from the African group from Ghana, just around food waste and food loss, and particularly that reducing food loss and waste is one of the clearest achievable wins. Something that simultaneously improves food security, reduces emissions, strengthens value chains, and increases incomes, yet remains relatively underfinanced and underprioritized. Thank you.
Thank you to the representative of South Africa. We are running very low on time now with a hard stop in about 3 to 4 minutes. I would like to invite remaining speakers to concentrate on key points. So first one would be the ENGO representative.
Thank you, facilitator. My name is Tainá. I speak on behalf of ENGO, Gueledés Black Woman Institute based in Brazil. The global transition toward a low-emission future cannot be confined to rural landscapes or industrial sectors. It's very important to put this discussion of just transition inside the urban contexts that have a complex, vulnerable situation about impacts of climate change, and to achieve a truly inclusive and resilient future, we must integrate urban agroecology and circular economy principles as essential metabolic functions of the modern city, and we need to recognize that exist local communities and the traditional communities living in urban contexts. Urban agroecology is more than a food production method, is a process of territorial healing, and we need to put these public policies in the national and subnational levels to recognize the importance of embracing the urban agroecology for a really just transition. We need to put more protection urban agricultural spaces from gentrification and speculative development through clear land use regulations, and integrate urban agroecology into national adaptation plans and just transitional plans, and the city master's plans recognizing urban farmers as critical environmental stewards. We cannot separate the health of our planet from the quality of life in our cities. By embracing urban agroecology and circularity, we are not just reducing emissions, we are dismantling the structures of exclusion, we are building cities that breathe, feed themselves, and protect their most vulnerable. For us, this is the essence of just transition, a journey that leaves no territory and no person behind. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and we are running very low on time now. We do have one party hand flagged online, so I would like to invite the colleague from Burkina Faso for very final words, not longer than a minute if possible. You may add additional points in the meeting chat, which I think is available, or we'll find other ways. But over to Burkina Faso. Okay, yes.
Thank you very much. If you can hear me. So I will be very brief, just in answering to regard to the informal sector, and also to give a beginning of an answer to our colleague from the European Union. Without the informal sector, there is no feeding. And there is a debate going with urban agriculture. Agriculture is agriculture. If we start splitting what is in towns, we rather prefer family farming or proximity farming, bringing the closer to the delivery path. Financing, we need also to keep in mind that the first investors in the world are the farmers, but this is not recognized. And I think the just transition mechanism also need to start thinking on that and to recognizing it systematically. As you advise, I will stop there and send our inputs then on writing. Thank you very much. And we do hope that our 2 points that I raised will be taken into consideration. Thank you very much for your excellent moderation. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Burkina Faso, for these points, and looking forward to the points in writing as well. I apologize, I did overlook a raised flag in the back of the room there. From our colleague from OHCHR. That will be the final one.
Thank you very much, and I will be really short and concise. So, building on OSCHR's analysis, addressing climate impact on the right to food required, of course, echoing what you already present, the human rights-based approach. So, ecologies and agroforestry and circularity are not only technical solutions. They can help operationalize key human rights principles by prioritizing the small-scale farmers, indigenous peoples, women, rural and migrant workers, and communities most affected by climate impacts and food insecurity. And also would like to echo that it's really important to ensuring the meaningful participation, access to information, and free prior informed consent where indigenous peoples, land, territories, and resources are involved. Protecting land tenure, traditional knowledge, biodiversities, and local food systems, and reducing food loss and waste through right-based public policies, local food systems, and fair value chains, and ensuring that transition measures do not create new inequalities, displacement, or loss of livelihood. And last point, ultimately ensuring the right to food in the context of climate change require not only transforming how we produce food, but also centering human rights, dignity, and justice in these transition pathways. Thank you.
Thank you to the colleague of UNOHCHR and to everybody for the rich contributions. I am afraid we are told to rotate rooms, so I believe that is what we have to do. Of course, yes. Yes, actually, the ones who have to rotate rooms are ourselves, not you. So you'll be staying here together as a group, and then the intervention can be provided in the next session. So everybody will get to hear that as well. So thank you, everybody, and looking forward to continuing the conversation. You stay here, and we rotate.
All right. Good afternoon. I think that was a good break already for us to proceed to the next session. So good afternoon, everyone. I am Maria Delaide Sea, I am with UN Habitat. I am the regional coordinator for Asia Pacific for the climate and urban environment work that we do. So welcome to this breakout session. This breakout session is on ocean-based action in nationally determined just transition pathways that enhance food security. So we are now sharing with you, I'm sure you have seen this before, the question that we need to answer in this group: how can ocean-based action, including the protection and restoration of marine and coastal ecosystems, and the promotion of sustainable fisheries and aquaculture, contribute to the holistic and inclusive nationally determined just transition pathways that strengthen food security as well as resilience while delivering mitigation co-benefits? As in the previous breakout, for your contributions, as I open it, just please raise your flag, and then I will recognize you. We also have participants from online who we will be recognizing as they raise their hands. So opening the floor now for your contributions, and happy to have someone break the ice. Happy to hear how your experiences and work on the ground are emerging on ensuring just transition in the context of or vis-a-vis ocean-based action. So, Yango?
Okay, hello, my name is Chia Agbayani from Yango, and thank you for giving me the floor. So focusing on ocean-based action determines how just transition pathways can be implemented in practice, especially for the protection and restoration of marine ecosystems. So I would like to highlight in particular the importance of blue carbon ecosystems, which include mangroves, seagrasses, and coastal wetlands as present in many different countries, and which represent critical mitigation pathways as they sequester and store significant amounts of carbon, particularly in their soils for over long time scales, and underpin essential ecosystem services for communities. So among those ecosystem services that relates to food security is their ability to become nurseries or habitats for fish and crustaceans, since they sustain fishery productivities and support livelihoods of small-scale fishers. And their degradation poses direct risks to both the income and food availability in the long term. So on the restoration and degradation of these coastal ecosystems, including abandoned and underutilized fish ponds, such as the ones in Southeast Asia, we offer, this offers opportunities to create employment in the fisheries sector and enhancement of carbon sinks and strengthening of climate resilience. In parallel, the expansion and effective management of MPAs or marine protected areas also contribute to the biodiversity conservation and fish stock recovery, along with long-term resource security, as this avenue on protected areas is also supported by the 30 by 30 framework and the BBNG agreement. So in alignment with the just transition pathways, these efforts must be anchored in concrete mechanisms that ensure fairness and inclusivity, which includes targeted accessible finance toward coastal and small-scale fishing communities, investing in capacity building and skills development, and alternative livelihoods when needed in the transition, and establishing strong social safeguards to prevent displacement and inequitable access to resources. Especially, and also for other, aside from this, is the participatory approaches that must be institutionalized to ensure that coastal communities, indigenous peoples, and small-scale fishers are meaningfully involved in the decision-making processes. So generally, these ocean-based solutions should be integrated into national policies and planning frameworks, especially in the nationally determined pathways and long-term strategies with the support of public finance and climate funds and technology transfer to ensure accountability and equitable distribution of benefits. So this transition can be operationalized in a way that is not only just low carbon, but inclusive and rights-based and responsive to the needs of those affected. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Yango. Yes, please go ahead. We couldn't see from here.
Thank you very much. I'm speaking on behalf of the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, OSCHR. I only have 4 points to raise to support the holistic and inclusive just transition pathway. And ocean-based action can contribute by ensuring equitable access to marine resources, including safeguarding customary tenure and preventing the exclusion from conservation and blue economies initiative, and centering small-scale fishers and coastal communities as the key actors in the national transition pathway, recognize their role in food system and ocean stewardship, and strengthening governance and participation, including access to information and inclusive decision making in marine spatial planning and coastal development. And lastly, it needs to manage the trade-offs carefully to ensure that the climate and conservation measures do not result in the displacement, loss of access, and increased inequalities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have the European Union and then followed by the United Kingdom. You go first. All right. The UK first then.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, facilitator. Climate change poses a significant and growing threat to global ecosystems, including the marine and freshwater environments that underpin fisheries resources. As climate impacts intensify, uncertainty for fisheries increases, challenging existing governance frameworks and heightening risks for coastal communities and international fishery agreements. Protecting marine nature-based solutions like blue carbon ecosystems offers multiple co-benefits beyond just carbon sequestration. They offer climate resilience by buffering coastlines against storms, floodings, and ocean and erosion, conserving biodiversity by providing rich habitats for marine life, supporting coastal communities' livelihoods by sustaining fisheries and local economies, and improving water quality. And also paragraph 35 of the GST recognizes this importance by inviting parties to preserve and restore oceans and coastal ecosystems and scale up ocean-based mitigation action. And the UK's nationally determined contribution highlights our commitment to protect and restore critical coastal habitats, such as salt marshes. It also recognizes the central role of offshore wind in our drive to achieve net zero, which also offers job opportunities for workers, including those moving across from the oil and gas industry. And we have a skills passport initiative, which is designed to help workers move between jobs or sectors, particularly in the green energy transition. The UK government is also working very closely with our fishing and seafood sectors to ensure that they are vibrant, profitable and sustainable for fishing communities alongside a healthy and productive marine environment. And then outside of the UNFCCC work, we're taking action both at home and internationally to meet the global commitment to protect 30% of the world's ocean by 2030. And the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement will play a key role supporting the delivery of that commitment. And we're also working to support ocean-based action internationally. Through our International Development Marine Programming, the UK has provided funding to a range of ocean-positive projects, helping coastal communities develop sustainable blue economies, attract private sector investment into the ocean, and build climate resilience in countries around the world. So far, more than 500 million of public and private finance has been mobilized as a result of the Blue Planet Fund programming. Thank you.
Thank you, UK. Now to the EU.
Thank you. So oceans are an integral part of food systems and just transition pathways, providing livelihoods, nutrition, and climate mitigation. We therefore call for integrating ocean-based action into food systems transitions. From a fisheries and aquaculture perspective, addressing the challenges of climate change should pursue the two following objectives: adapting the fishery and aquaculture sectors, as well as the overall governance and management to changes in climatic and environmental conditions. And second, reducing greenhouse gas emissions and the environmental footprint from the fishery and aquaculture sector to mitigate the magnitude of climate change. In particular, the implementation of the IMO Net Zero framework addresses a just transition by using revenues from shipping greenhouse gas pricing to support developing countries' fishing fleets, funding cleaner fuels, technology uptake, seafarer training, capacity building, and equitable adoption of low-carbon technologies to avoid disproportionate impacts. Ocean-based mitigation action should always be sustainable and protect the integrity and biodiversity of all ecosystems in accordance with the best available science and the precautionary principle. Nature-based solutions in marine and coastal ecosystems, such as mangrove and seagrass restoration, delivers mitigation, adaptation, and food security co-benefits. And the EU also emphasizes the need for rights-based approaches for small-scale fishers, ensuring access to resources, social protection, and fair market participation. The EU has developed a European Ocean Pact in 2025, which places ecosystem protection and restoration at the center of EU ocean governance, explicitly linking ocean health to food security, coastal livelihoods, and climate resilience. It promotes the large-scale deployment of marine protected areas and ecosystem-based management as enablers of resilient fisheries and coastal economies. It's a people, under the Ocean Pact, it's a people-centered transition, explicitly recognizing that fisheries, aquaculture, and marine value chains are central to food security, employment, and livelihoods in coastal and island communities. And rather than treating environmental action and social outcomes separately, the pact links ecosystem restoration with skills development, generation or renewal, income resilience, notably for small-scale fishers and ocean-dependent workers. The pact also recognizes social dialogue and stakeholder participation as enabling condition for a just transition of fisheries and in fisheries and aquaculture. It promotes really structured engagement of fishers, social partners, coastal community, and civil society in the design of measures such as marine protected areas, and in the implementation as well through advisory bodies and a future stakeholder-led ocean board under this EU Ocean Pact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Saudi Arabia, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Facilitator. This is a very important topic. Maybe just a quick remark. I think the points that were made about the blue economy are a very positive point that we need to. There's a need for investing in blue economy and starting also doing ocean-based activities that help reduce emissions. For example, in Saudi, we don't have an ocean, but we are planting mangroves on the coasts where this is helping reduce emissions significantly. In the context of blue economy, we think that it should create jobs for all sectors or people losing jobs, new jobs. So it's not just about limiting it for people losing jobs in one specific sector, but we think that it should be in all sectors. In this context, not just transition pathways related to ocean-based activities should remain aligned with existing international legal frameworks and should respect national sovereignty in jurisdictions. We recognize the role of ocean-based sectors and in supporting food security and livelihoods, especially in developing countries, and emphasize that approaches must be nationally determined and context-specific, reflecting varying capacities and priorities. We also would like to highlight ocean alkalinity enhancement, in which it would help stabilize the acidity of the oceans and restore the ecosystem, while providing a benefit of enhancing the water absorbance of CO2. So this would create a win-win situation where you're stabilizing the marine environment, you're reducing the acidity from the CO2, and also you're removing CO2 from the environment and removing emissions. Thank you, Madam Facilitator.
Thank you very much. We'd have the African group followed by the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Madam Facilitator. Before I go to my substantive issue, this is not digression, but the fact remains that there are certain policies that is affecting African countries, and I represent 54 member states. And therefore, I know this is not a negotiating platform, and this is also not a platform to gag countries from speaking. Parties are using, deploying jurisdictional deflection argument, attempting to silo CBAM and unilateral trade measures into the response measures forum. And I think that we should look at the Glasgow Climate Pact, Decision 1CP226, paragraph 23, and the Sharm el-Sheikh Implementation Plan Decision 1CMF4, paragraph 27, both of which addresses institutional arrangement. And it states that the just transition be implemented in a manner that builds on and complement relevant work streams under the Convention and the Paris Agreement. So if a country mentions CBAM, unilateral trade measures, in its presentation, I don't think that the person is off the point. Having said that, the African group engages the ocean-based action questions with full awareness of the diversity of ocean realities within its member states. The West Africa artisanal fishing communities of Senegal, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Sierra Leone, and Guinea face climate stresses, ocean warming, acidification, fish stock migration, coastal erosion, alongside governance challenges, including foreign fleet competition and the absence of adequate social protection for workers in small-scale fisheries. Likewise, in countries like Comoros, Seychelles, Mauritius, and Cape Verde, these diversities are there. We also, the Indian Ocean fisheries communities of Mozambique, Tanzania are all there. What AGN is seeking is that the JTWP treatment of ocean-based action acknowledges diversity rather than homogenizing it. Marine and coastal ecosystem protection and restoration, including mangrove restoration, seagrass, coral reef protection, and wetland management, can make a genuine contribution to food security. Just transition where it is designed and implemented in a free, prior, and informed consent. The AGN supports marine ecosystem investment as a component of ocean-based just transition on this condition. It does not support marine conservation framework that establishes protected areas, no-take zones, or accesses exclusions without community consent, alternative livelihood support, and just transition compensation for the fishing communities affected. It is a livelihoods disposition in ecological language. And then in relation to sustainable fisheries and aquaculture development must be nationally determined in full sense. We also have to guard ourselves against external frameworks, including the European Union's Fisheries Access Agreement, international certification schemes, and the MDB Blue Economy Investment Conditions must be negotiated as input into frameworks, not imposed as substitutes for them. The AGN specifically calls for a review of the terms of European Union Africa's Fisheries Partnership Agreement in the context of JTWP's food security mandate, since those agreements have historically transferred economic value from African coastal communities to European fleets in proportions. Blue carbon opportunities, particularly through mangrove restoration, which delivers among the highest carbon sequestration rates of any ecosystem per unit area, represent a potentially significant source of revenue for African coastal nations and communities. The AGN supports the development of blue carbon program where they are governed transparently, deliver direct benefit to the communities managing the relevant ecosystems, including robust FPIC process and a structure to resist capture by international carbon market intermediaries. Blue carbon must serve coastal African communities first. Its mitigation co-benefits accrue to the global atmosphere, but its governance must be firmly with African national and community authority. Finally, the AGN insists that the loss and damage dimension of ocean-based food security impact be acknowledged in this discussion and not quarantined within a separate process track. For African small island states and many coastal communities, Ocean warming and sea level rise are not adaptation challenges with cost-effective technical warming and sea solutions. They are slow onset loss and damage realities that require full activation of the Santiago network, the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, and international solidarity. The GATWP dialogue on ocean-based action must be honest about this boundary and must not imply that just transition finance can substitute for the loss and damage finance that the most ocean vulnerable African communities require. Thank you, Madam Facilitator.
Thank you very much. Republic of Korea.
Thank you. First of all, as Korea is also a peninsula and with a lot of coastal cities, such as the one that we're in, Yeosu, we put great importance in oceans. And ocean-based action is important because, first of all, the protection and restoration of marine and coastal ecosystems is critical for sustainable food systems. And not only this, but also livelihoods in many coastal cities that are reliant on fisheries and aquaculture are important. And in this regard, the Korean government, for example, is providing financial support and incentives for fishers to, when they are transitioning to low-carbon, environmentally friendly aquaculture. And also we're helping them to adapt to climate change, for example, by providing financial support when they need to change the species that they breed in aquaculture, and also some equipment or infrastructure support needed for them to respond to damage and losses due to the rising ocean temperature. And lastly, I wanted to flag that Korea will be co-hosting the 4th UN Ocean Conference in 2028, along with the government of Chile. And we hope that this can be an opportunity to highlight ocean-based action in a holistic manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure many would be interested to participate there. And online, we have a flag raised from Fiji and IOSIS. JT coordinator.
Thank you, facilitator, for the opportunity to contribute to this topic on ocean-based action and nationally determined just transition pathways that enhance food security. For many small island developing states, we heavily rely on healthy natural ecosystems for livelihoods, cultural practices, and water and food security. Rising sea levels are increasingly contaminating freshwater resources and salinizing agricultural land, while ocean acidification and coral bleaching are degrading marine ecosystems and fisheries, collectively impacting our food security. Many communities have reported declines in traditional plants that form the foundation of local diets. Diminished access to reliable food and water not only threaten community health, but also risk weakening the workforce and overall economic resilience. Small island developing states rely on the ocean not just for fresh water, but for food security, making the protection of marine ecosystems and the livelihoods it supports central to achieving a just transition. The Pacific Ocean connects our nations and communities, meaning that environmental and economic impacts in one area can ripple across the region and the world, for example. According to research by the Pacific Community, projections indicate a potential 29% decrease in coastal catches by 2050. And further, researchers have already indicated shifts and declines in tuna populations, which are economic and food lifelines for many Pacific communities. Ocean-based development, such as offshore wind and ecosystem management, must safeguard access to marine resources, avoid marginalization of small-scale fishes, and ensure that the blue economy is not left behind in the just transition framework. I'd also like to offer some key examples from the region. Ocean-based actions being integrated into Fiji's nationally determined pathways include marine protection, including the commitment for 30 by 30 marine protected areas, targets in our exclusive economic zones, archipelagic waters and inshore areas, including seascapes and locally managed marine areas. Ecosystem restoration, which encompasses developing specific NDC sub-targets for the restoration of critical coastal ecosystems, including mangroves and coral reefs. And sustainable fisheries, establishing national targets for sustainable fisheries in collaboration with our local agencies and fisheries associations, as well as conservation organizations. In addition, in the Marshall Islands, the access to climate-resilient water project outfits remote atoll communities with flat-pack modular water tanks that are transported to remote islands and assembled on site by trained community members, unlocking co-benefits for community gardens and subsistence agriculture. For communities accustomed to infrastructure that arrives late, breaks quickly, or cannot be repaired locally, this is an example of technology that really matters for islands. This project also advances social dialogue and gender-responsive solutions as communities with this initiative now have community water committees, 50% of which are women, to manage the water collectively. These are key examples in ensuring that ocean-based actions are incorporated in our national just transitions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fiji. And I think we have one more flag up. EU, please.
Thank you. I will repeat what I've said before. As I heard again that the EU is singled out in this room. So again, the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement are not designed to assess individual parties' nationally determined policies and measures, and have no mandate to do so, and therefore any international validation of response measures undertaken by parties are out of the scope of these discussions. And I also believe that this is a space for exchanges of best practices, and so I would be keen in hearing, I'm always keen to hear best practices, regulatory frameworks, etc., from other parties, actually, instead of just looking at other ones. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's well noted. All right. I think there are no more flags up for now. Thank you very much. Those are great contributions and positive sharing of what's happening, as well as suggestions relative to the question on how we can make sure that ocean-based actions are indeed contributing to the just transition that brings also co-benefits to mitigation and adaptation. Thank you very much to those who are online. I will try my best to capture everything that was shared in this session, and looking forward to more discussions with you in some other venue. And for now, sit back and relax as you wait for the next facilitator to join you in the next for the next topic. Thank you and good afternoon.
Hello, colleagues, and welcome to the discussion on topic 4. Sorry, it's been a long day. On topic 3, looking ahead, the potential roles of the UAE Just Transition Work Programme and of the Just Transition Mechanism. Just as a reminder, the question that we will be looking at is, what roles could the UAE Just Transition Work Programme, including following its review, play in advancing the design and implementation of nationally determined just transition pathways for holistic approaches to food security, including with a focus on agriculture and oceans, including in the context of paragraph 8 of Decision 2 CMA 7. What could be the role of the just transition mechanism? So considering our very real-time constraints, because the hard stop for today at 6 is a real hard stop, I'll open the floor right away. Who wants to break the ice? We have Burkina Faso online. Burkina Faso, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And to regards to time constraint, I will also be quick. The UAE Just Transition Work Programme can play a critical role as a dedicated space for strategic dialogue, learning, and refining national, determined, and just transition pathways, including for holistic food security approaches across agriculture and ocean-based systems. The group stresses that following its review, the GTWP should be extended beyond its initial 3 years time frame and refined based on lessons learned, ensuring its remaining a continuous structured platform for advancing just transition thinking and coordination. This is particularly important for food systems where transitions are complex, cross-sectoral, and closely linked to adaptation, livelihood, and ecosystems health. The Just Transition Work Programme can help strengthen understanding of nationally determined pathways, including how just transition principles apply to agriculture, fisheries, and ocean-based economies. Provide a platform for integrating adaptation, food security, and social dimension into coherent transition approaches. Facilitate exchange of lessons learned on inclusive, context-specific approaches, including from LDCs, where food systems are highly climate sensitive and employment intensive. Support the refinement of modality for implementation, ensuring that just transition approaches are grounded in national realities and not one-size-fits-all solutions. The Just Transition Work Programme is also important for ensuring that transition discussions move toward practical, country-driven application, particularly in sectors such as agriculture and ocean, where livelihoods are highly climate vulnerable. Food security is strictly linked to ecosystem health, adaptation, and development priorities are deeply intertwined. The Just Transition Work Mechanism would play a complementary but distinct role focused on implementation and delivery, while it provides a space for strategic dialogue and design. The Just Transition Mechanism will ensure translation of decision into concrete actions and support on the ground. It would help operationalize just transition pathways by mobilizing finance, technology transfer, and capacity building in a coordinated manner. Finally, it would also be critical in addressing the implementation gap between national plans, NDCs, NAPs, and food system strategies and actual delivery. We need to pay attention also on making sure that we're bringing new players into the new design of the Just Transition Mechanism. thinking of cooperatives organization, traditional authorities organization, municipalities organization, and the informal sector organization, engines of economy. Those are new players, and of course, local banks, local regional development banks are critical to make sure that we are moving into the right direction, that we have the right design, fit for purpose, contextualized, and making sure that we're leaving no one behind, aligned with the Agenda 2030 and the African that Angelina also has and with the AGN emphasized. Informal sector, informal economy, it's important, and the just transition mechanism should also have a window, making sure that accessibility, it is fit for purpose, that we change the narrative and also we change the modalities, making sure that it is concrete for everyone. I will stop there, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity and look forward to hearing the input for colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Burkina Faso. Next, I have South Africa.
Thank you very much, Madam Facilitator. And appreciate the opportunity. I think this is a very important topic and one that South Africa is happy to see us bringing into this conversation, because there's a lot of work that we need to do to translate the successful decision at COP30 to develop a mechanism into something that ultimately is valuable and translates to the outcomes that we need on the ground. Want to briefly echo the comments from my colleague from Burkina Faso with respect to the review, and just a request to the Secretariat and more broadly around clarity on the process. Some concerns around whether there is enough time and enough planned in terms of the substance of that review, so that it can inform what we would agree with in terms of Burkina Faso, in terms of supporting the ongoing work of the JTWP, complementing the mechanism. With respect to the mechanism, to highlight up front, I think we think what's emerged from the conversation is, and some of the submissions coming into this dialogue, is that form and function must be developed in parallel. I think we think there's now sufficiently a clear view emerging on many of the core functions of the JTM based on those submissions and the dialogue over yesterday and today, which provides a basis for us to begin advancing the institutional arrangements aligned to those functions, while continuing to further unpack their detail and consider additional functional areas. And given the timelines and the importance to move forward on institutional design in a pragmatic way, ensuring that those arrangements are fit for purpose, they build on existing structures, and reflect the practical constraints, that's critically important, while remaining anchored in a function-led approach. Just briefly to bring that into the topic of this dialogue, key takeaways from Dialogue 5 is that food system transitions cannot be delivered through isolated interventions or narrow sectoral approaches. They require integrated pathways, coordinated institutions, accessible knowledge, appropriate finance, partnership-based implementation models, among other things. And therefore, the JTM needs to be designed as a practical enabler of implementation, capable of linking these elements in support of nationally determined whole of economy, whole of society transition pathways. We'll provide more detail in terms of some of the different functions that South Africa thinks is relevant to this topic, but just briefly to talk about two. In terms of guidance, clearly coming through the need for guidance. Guidance with respect to finance, for example, providing normative guidance to the GCF and other structures within the UNFCCC around these elements of whole of economy, whole of society, just transitions within food systems, and bringing all of those elements into the scope of those bodies, and what that could look like. And then outside of the UNFCCC, particularly starting with the MDBs, a very useful intervention from ADB this morning, and there's more conversation that needs to be had to understand their mandates and what can work within the existing structures initially. And I'm encouraged, we're encouraged to see there's potential there. And again, the role of the JTM in providing some form of guidance to MDBs is particularly important in terms of food value chains. Finally, in terms of implementation support, which needs to be one of the core functions of the mechanism, food systems, I think, provide one of the clearest illustrations of the implementation gap. And so many priority interventions, the smallholder support, storage, agro-processing, food loss, various aspects that were mentioned, they deliver high social value but weak commercial returns, and often fail due to misaligned incentives, high perceived risk, weak links to markets and finance. And so the important role of the JTM, among other things, to broker partnerships across public, private, and community actors, connect countries to finance, technology, and market access, support pipeline development and project structuring, and to help de-risk investments, particularly in underserved parts of these value chains. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I have Japan requesting the floor virtually. Japan, the floor is yours. And apologies, Japan, before I let you come in, just in terms of the clarification that South Africa has asked, just to reassure you that the SB chairs are aware of the need of enough time at SB 64 and will endeavor to make sure enough time is available. Apologies, Japan, the floor is now really yours. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Thank you, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, and Japan very much appreciate SB Chair and Secretariat to set these topics with regard to the potential role of the JTWP and JT mechanism. And we'd like to express our views on how and what JTWP and JT mechanism should look like in relation to the mapping exercise on existing relevant platforms, as well as its ideal and feasible timeframes. And just transition is originally domestic policy discussion for each country. And it is essential to address the just transition of laborers, the creation of the decent work and quality jobs associated with the transition to decarbonized society, taking into account the specific circumstances of each country as an aspect of international cooperation. At the COP30, it was a significant achievement to confirm the strong connection between efforts to limit global temperature to 1.5 degrees, including GHG reductions, and the pursuit of just transition pathways. And furthermore, we understand international cooperation discussed in the JTWP refers to the sharing of the best practices, opportunities, and solutions through dialogue. It does not refer to climate finance, while recognize the importance of means of implementation. And the development of just transition mechanism in COP30 decision should also be considered under aforementioned understanding. When considering this, it is necessary to organize existing usable systems, clarify what the just transition mechanism is in the first place, and consider the necessity of just transition mechanism itself. Also, it is necessary to consider it from a cost effectiveness perspective, including budget implication, and to clarify how effective it will be. As for time frame of JTWP in the lead up to COP31, as the Secretariat explained before, it takes so much time to complete mapping exercise, and this should be carefully developed by the end of COP31 at earliest. In this sense, we think it is ideal and feasible to consider the necessity of JT mechanism after the completion of mapping exercise on existing related platforms. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Japan. Next, I have Jungo in the room.
Okay, hello. Thank you for giving me the floor. I am Chi representing Yongo. So we were really happy to see many parties and non-party stakeholders engage in the discussion around the mechanism already by providing a wide range of ideas through the March submissions. A detailed description of Yongo's proposal for the operationalization of the mechanism can be found on the portal, but nevertheless, we would like to outline the core skeleton the mechanism should be built around. This centers on 3 core functions on coordination, knowledge, as well as action and support. So on how these can really support a just transition in the agri-food sector is 1, on the coordination and guidance. For the GTM can facilitate multi-stakeholder platforms. For example, with relative institutions such as the FAO or ILO on developing and implementing national JT strategies with holistic food security pillars. Knowledge sharing is also one wherein the JTM can curate and thereby leverage best practices, disseminate agri-food specific toolkits, and organize peer exchanges similar to the dialogues under the Just Transition Work Program. Lastly is on support, because the JTM support function provide demand-driven technical assistance and capacity building while not duplicating programs already underway. It can also facilitate matchmaking and thereby ensure that the just transition is not an afterthought. Instead, it's a design choice embedded at the level of the project development. One of the biggest barriers to the GT in food systems, agriculture, and ocean-based action is not just the lack of finance, but the lack of coordination among financial actors. Today, states, MDBs, bilateral donors, philanthropists, insurance providers, and private lenders each operate according to their own mandates, risk appetites, and conditionality frameworks. And the result is that developing countries, especially the most vulnerable communities, are left to navigate this fragmented landscape on their own. And the JTM can change this. In our submission, Young-Go proposed that the JTM should not only connect project proponents with finance, but actively organize and clarify the distinct roles that different stakeholders play in making the just transition projects viable. And finally, we would like to leave parties with 3 messages as we head into the upcoming discussions and negotiations on the mechanism. So 1 is to be open and creative, because the mechanism doesn't have to look like anything we've built before. And don't get lost in the semantics and engage with the underlying ideas and functions, and be ambiguous yet pragmatic, for we have 1 window at the SP64 and COP31 to build something that really delivers for the people who need it most. And lastly is on the post-review at CMA 8 at the Just Transition Work Program should retain its mandate as a high-level negotiation space to set norms and provide political guidance to entities within and outside of the UNFCCC. This is particularly critical given that the Just Transition mechanism will require time to become fully operational. Once the mechanism is established, the 2 should operate in a complementary manner, with the Just Transition Work Program as the political and normative space and the mechanism as the implementation and knowledge-sharing arm. Regarding agriculture and oceans, this could mean a complementary decision recognizing the findings from this dialogue, while further knowledge exchange can be conducted under the Just Transition mechanism. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jungo. I next have AGN, and then we will go to a participant online.
Thank you very much, Madam Facilitator, for giving us this platform. I share the concerns or reflections from South Africa and Burkina Faso. However, the African group of negotiators regards this question as the most consequential of the entire UOSU dialogue, because the answer to it will directly shape the terms of reference that SB64 develops for the JTWP review and the institutional architecture decisions that CMA 8 must make in November 2026. The AGN's answer is therefore given with the specificity and precision that this strategic weight demands. I wish to say that we've made several submissions on the portal, and so what I'm reading is equally in there. On the future role of the JTWP, the AGN's position is that the work program must be continued at CMA 8 through the site's language, not a further deferral to CMA 9, and that it must be continued with an enhanced mandate that addresses the limitations that the 5 dialogues of experience have revealed. The JTWP has achieved something genuinely significant. It has established just transition as a legitimate and politically visible multilateral priority within the UNFCCC system, has built a rich dialogue record from which the SB 64 and CMA 8 processes can draw, and has demonstrated that the multi-sectoral, multi-dimensional nature of just transitions cannot be addressed within any single existing process track. This achievement must be preserved through continuation. But continuation on present terms is not sufficient. The JTWP's current mandate, as established under Decision 3 CMA 5, has produced rich dialogue, but limited institutional traction. It outputs the synthesis notes, the key messages, the facilitators report, have informed political discussions, but have not generated binding commitment. Delivery timelines or accountability mechanisms for the means of implementation that Africa Just Transition Pathways require. The enhanced mandate the AGN calls for at CMA must include 3 specific additions. First, an explicit obligation for the work program to track and report on means of implementation delivery against Article 9.1. Commitment from 2028 onward. Provide an evidence base for holding developed country parties accountable to the finance, technology, and capacity building obligations they've accepted. Second, a formal institutional link between the JTWP's dialogue output and JTM's operational decisions, so that the work program identifies as needed in the dialogue rooms becomes what the mechanism is directed to fund. Third, a dedicated track within the work program for examining the just transition consequences of UTM, unilateral trade measures, on developing country food security and agricultural livestock, a track that Response Measures Forum informs us but not replace. On the context of Decision 2, CMA 7, paragraph 8, the AGS reading is precise and requires stating clearly. Paragraph 8 situates the JTWP in the context of a global materials partnership and mobilization architecture. The AGS concern with this situating is that the global material as a political mobilization instrument rather than a constituted mechanism operates outside the formal accountability architecture of the CMA. If the JTWP's future role is framed primarily in terms of its contribution to the material rather than its independent mandate under Decision 3 CMA 5, it risks being absorbed into voluntary partnership framework that imposes no obligation on developed country parties and provide no enforceable delivery commitment to African nations. The AGN would resist this absorption. The JTWP derives its authority from the CMA, not from the material, and its continuation and enhanced mandate must be grounded in the CMA authority. On the role of the just transition mechanism, the AGS position is equally precise. The JTM must be operationalized at CMA 8 as a 2-tier constituted body under the CMA. Its architecture must include GGCF as a primary delivery vehicle for just transition finance, ensuring that the mechanism operates within the established multilateral climate finances rather than creating a parallel institutional structure. It must include a financing coordinating body reporting to CMA. The fourth security thematic focus of this UAC dialogue illustrates with exceptional clarity why the JTM must be operationalized now rather than deferred. Africa's smallholder farmers are experiencing the consequences of transition in real time. In EU, there are compliance burdens that threaten market access without means of implementation to meet them. In rainfall availability that is already reducing yields, in ocean warming that is disrupting fish stocks and coastal livelihoods, in the absence of the post-harvest infrastructure that would allow them to add value to the harvest and reduce food loss. These are not future transitions, they are present realities for millions of African system workers. A mechanism designed to support just transition that is not operationalized until CMA 10 or later is a mechanism that arrives after the communities it was meant to serve has already borne the cost. The terms of reference for the JTWP review that SB 64 will develop must reflect this urgency. The AGS requirements for terms of reference are clear. They must include an explicit assessment criterion, the adequacy of MOI delivery in support of developing country just transition pathways during the work program's operational period. They must require the review to assess whether J2WP's dialogue outputs have been translated into concrete finance delivery, technology transfer, and capacity building at country level. They must include an assessment of whether the barriers to nationally determined just transition pathways, including unilateral trade measures, inadequate GCF capitalization, technology transfer deficits, and capacity building gaps have been adequately addressed during the work program's first phase. And they must position the review's conclusions to support, not undermine, the CMAA decision on continuation and the operationalization of the GTM. And therefore, we call on all parties sharing interest in substantive multilateral accountability for just transitions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, AG. Colleagues, we have 10 more speakers on our speakers list, which I am 11, and I'm closing the speakers list now. But please keep in mind that we have a hard stop in 10 minutes. So please be brief, please avoid and restrain yourself from repeating what we already have in submissions, and try to focus your interventions particularly regarding the context of the topic of the dialogue. Thank you. And next we are going to a virtual participant. We have LGMA. LGMA, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I will be brief. First of all, we welcome the establishment of the Just Transition Mechanism, a remarkable achievement. And as we highlighted today, subnational governments play a critical role as Just Transition implementers in enhancing food security. In order to make that reality, we very much welcome for subnationals and other constituencies to be actively involved and have an equal seat in the mechanism governance body. This will be critical to ensuring that the solutions that are deliberated and therefore and then implemented are really responsive to the local realities. The second item I wanted to highlight, and LGMA here very much aligns with the parties that focus and consider the JTM to be an outcome-oriented mechanism. We really think that the technical assistance component should be available to all levels of government, and critically, it should also be available to workers' organizations, informal associations, civil society, and SMEs who are critical to developing solutions that concern them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, LGMA. Now moving to Indonesia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your give us the taking opportunities. Based our suggestion, the UAE Just Transition Work Program serve as the global knowledge and policy hub, facilitating consensus on how to shift toward low-emission food system without strengthening production. In the context of the Para A of the Decision 2 CMA 7, the program plays a vital role in the creating global stocktake outcome into actionable sectoral pathways for the agriculture and oceans. By focusing on the normative aspect, the Just Transition Work Program ensure that food sovereignty, human rights, and local wisdom remain at the heart of nationally determined transition design, providing a platform for countries to exchange best practices and align their domestic strategies with global climate ambitions. In the context, the Just Transition Mechanism acts as the operational engine translating political vision into ground-level implementation through technical support and the mobilization of the scale-up finance. For Indonesia, the GTM could provide the institutional anchoring needed to be strengthened domestic fund in managing complex landscape and blue carbon projects. By focusing on the mean of implementation, including technology transfer and capacity building, the mechanism ensure the climate investment deliver inclusive outcomes such as decent work and equitable benefit sharing mechanism for the farmers and fishers and the front line of the transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have now 6 more minutes and colleagues from the other rooms waiting for us. So I will prioritize those who have not spoken in the other rooms because many parties have already spoken to and non-parties. So United Kingdom, you have the floor. Norway, you have the floor if you wish to take it.
Thank you very much. So to start, I just want to highlight the point made by South Africa and Ghana on the importance of the review and agreeing on the terms of reference for the review in June. So otherwise, we will not be able to deliver on this. So I'm glad that you confirmed that this is a priority for the June session. I'll go straight to the new mechanism. And I just want to say that from Norway's side, the mapping exercise that the Secretariat is undertaking will be very important because we do not wish any overlapping mandates with other bodies under the Paris Agreement. We need a well-functioning Paris Agreement, so the new mechanism must fit within the existing architecture. We should avoid to have any doubling of efforts or fragmentation, and we do not want contrary guidance. So these should be our kind of guiding points. I believe that starting with functions is the best way forward. So if we can agree on the functions, form will follow functions. I don't necessarily think that doing it in parallel will be the best way. So if we just agree what we want this body to do or this mechanism to do, it's easier to design the mechanism in order to fulfill what we want it to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Norway, IPO.
Thank you, Madam Facilitator. I will be extremely brief. For indigenous peoples, the JTWP has been a fruitful space. To show for it is the outcomes of the COP30. So the JTWP should set a clear standard that pathways, including in food systems, agriculture, and oceans, must operationalize paragraph 12I, ensuring indigenous peoples' rights are respected and promoted. The role of the Just Transition Mechanism, from our view, is to translate the commitments made in paragraph 12I into practice, including in the context of food security and sustainable agriculture. And of course, I'm sure there will be discussions on what the mechanism can do, its functions, but this will be a very good space also to support and identify those and prevent risks for indigenous people's rights as it relates to the topics that we are discussing today. That's why we're calling also for specific thematic dialogues, including on how to implement 12I in the different sectoral spaces. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I have China. China, you have the floor.
I think Saudi is first.
Yes, but Saudi Arabia has spoken in the 2 other rooms I have facilitated, and China, you have not spoken on this topic yet.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think for the relationship between the JTWP and the JTM, I think from 375, it is said very much clearly that JTWP is, the nature of JTWP is a joint contact group. So we can easily understand what is a contact group. Compared with adaptation is a contact group, or it have several issues related with adaptation. So that is a contact group. And for adaptation committee, that could be viewed some kind of mechanism. So from my understanding that JTWP is a mother body for GTM, so that is a contact group. And for GTM, that could be some kind of working mechanism under the topic. So that is a relationship from my delegation point of view. So they are not replacement. They should be, JTM should be complementary to the work of a JTWP. So that is our understanding for this. Regarding the structure or establishment of the JTM, we view that is implementing body of JTWP or something like adaptation committee to adaptation, and also a PCCB to capacity building. So that might be the future relationship between those two, and also you can see the function of the GTM. So the GTM from my delegation point of view, should be action oriented, and also the structure of the establishment of the JTM need to be suitable or adapt to future the implementations of JT actions. So it need to be, from our understanding, there should be some political tier and also technical tier to be included in JTM. Therefore, to make it functionable, to facilitate or to implementation or to implement the JT actions in the future. I just stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, China. I have the Russian Federation next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Russian Federation welcomes the format of the GTVP dialogues as a space for discussion and exchange of national experience and best practices. We also welcome a very important decision to establish a just transition mechanism achieved in Belém last year. We see the decision as a significant milestone towards practical implementation of just transition pathways. We believe that just transition mechanism should provide assistance to countries in implementing just transition pathways, for instance, by guiding them to the right support platform within the UNFCCC system, organizing capacity building and knowledge sharing activities, and promoting international cooperation. At the same time, we strongly believe that just transition mechanism should not promote a unified approach to just transitions and issue any universal guidelines or recommendations for parties. The JTM should fully respect nationally determined just transition pathways, including sovereign decisions relating to energy systems, economic diversification strategies, and the pace of its implementation. The just transition mechanism must not create new obligations, benchmarks, or conditionalities for parties. The process should be party-driven, and a one-size-fits-all approach should be avoided. With regard to the JTVP, we would like to share our views after having more understanding of the design of a just transition mechanism. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. And I will now offer again the floor to the United Kingdom.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. A few points that we would like to make, and I'll try and keep this brief. So, first of all, the just transition mechanism must be grounded in the core aspects of just transitions, as we highlighted in our COP30 decision last year and from 3CMA5 previously. So this is around ambitious action aligned with 1.5 degrees, based on the best available science, centered on a just energy transition, and supporting workers and communities with labor rights, social dialogue, and other inclusive action and processes. It's critical that we take action broadly, collectively, and individually to accelerate action and implementation, and a just transition mechanism has the potential to play an important role here. We've heard today about the relevance of paragraphs 33 to 36, 55 and 56 of decision 1CMA5 in the context of the topic here, so food security, agriculture and ocean. And we have that framework of understanding and clear mandates regarding the overarching principles and goals we must be aiming towards. And so with those foundational principles in mind, we must then focus first on the core functions that a JTM should deliver. And we agree with my colleague from Norway here that there needs to be sufficient space for this as the starting point to really identify the specificity and detail of functions that so far have only been referred to at very high levels. And we don't see that it would be possible to understand what form is needed until those functions are well understood. And the JTM must also fit within the broader ecosystem of initiatives and organizations within and outside the UN system, while still enabling tangible action. And there must be pragmatism here in what is achievable and deliverable to ensure that functions can be operationalized quickly and deliver on expectations. And I think that's something I heard from lots of different people across the room just here today, is this sense of needing to get things up to speed quickly. And there needs to be pragmatism there. And I guess I'd pause on this point, because we've heard a long list of ideas that the mechanism could do, whether that's in relation to MOI, transparency reporting, response measures. And it sounds a bit like people want to replace the entire Paris Agreement with the JTM. And we're losing sight of the core elements of what just transition means as it becomes a bucket that every issue is thrown into. So let's not renegotiate the entire Paris Agreement. So we want to listen and understand perspectives and priorities of all parties to build something that is an outcome on pragmatism, that delivers tangible priorities and specific functions. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. And with apologies to Saudi Arabia, EOSIS, the Women and Gender Constituency, the EU, we have to close now because we have a very hard stop at 6 that we really cannot go over. But apologies, colleagues. I have heard colleagues from your constituencies and from your parties in other rooms. So the points that you would have made are hopefully reflected. And I would also like to reiterate again that you can send anything that you wish to send in writing to jtwp@unfccc.int. With that, I thank you very much for the points that you have made and for the engagement, and we will reconvene here in plenary very, very shortly. Thank you very much once again.
Okay, colleagues, let's move straight to the report back part of the plenary. Thank you all for your very active engagement this afternoon, really useful conversations. I know it's late in the day, but glad to see you're all still here and engaging so actively together. So we're going to ask the facilitator of each group to share their reflections within about 5 minutes, and we're going to start first with the group on agriculture, etc. And I'm going to invite Crib from UNDP to share his reflections. Over to you, Crib. Thanks.
Thank you, Cher. The discussion we had reflects remarkable diversity of perspective and depth of the experience. I'm grateful to every participant that contributed. In the interest of time, what I offer now are highlights. I trust these reflect the spirit of our discussion, even where the full detail must remain with the record. The discussion underscores a growing convergence that agriculture, food system, and land use are important to implementing the Paris Agreement, particularly in delivering balanced outcomes across adaptation, mitigation, and sustainable development. First, participants highlighted the importance of maximizing synergies between adaptation and mitigation consistent with the Paris Agreement. Approaches such as agroecology, agroforestry, and circular system, including the concept of a circular carbon economy as an example, were identified as practical entry points to deliver multiple benefits across resilience, productivity, and emissions. Second, several interventions stress that while mitigation co-benefits are important, they should not become conditionalities for support or finance, particularly in the context of food security and adaptation priorities. Third, there was a recognition of the role of agroecological and integrated systems, including evidence highlighted on the floor that such approaches can deliver comparable yields, reduce input costs, particularly through reduced reliance on synthetic fertilizers, and enhance resilience, including under drought conditions. At the same time, many of these practices are already widely implemented in smallholder and traditional and indigenous systems, underscoring the importance of building an existing knowledge and practices. Fourth, participants emphasized that food system must be approached as integrated value chains, not only production system. This includes addressing food loss and waste, particularly where driven by gaps in post-harvest infrastructure, storage, and transport, as well as recognizing the increasing importance of urban and peri-urban dimensions, where the majority of food consumption is projected to occur. Fifth, significant attention was drawn to means of implementation. There were calls for scale-up accessible support through existing mechanisms to address infrastructure gaps and enable transitions. In this context, it was also emphasized that farmers are primary investors and agents of change within food system and should be supported accordingly. Six, the discussion highlighted the need to bring diverse knowledge system and innovation pathways, combining digital and precision tools and policies, such as those supporting efficient input use and disease management, while indigenous knowledge and place-based approaches that underpin resilience and ecosystem health. Finally, several interventions underscore the importance of right-based and inclusive approaches, including the role of indigenous peoples' governance systems and the need to ensure that transitions do not exacerbate vulnerabilities and inequalities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Crib. Really appreciate it. Now we move to the second topic of ocean-based action, and we're going to have Leda C. from UN Habitat to report back.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you everyone for providing your inputs during the workshop. So let me share with you what I have captured in terms of the overview, and let me dwell into some key points that was also shared in terms of practices and emerging lessons on the ground. In terms of overview, there was a consensus that ocean-based actions can deliver combined mitigation, adaptation, and food security co-benefits, which definitely can support livelihoods in coastal and island communities. protection and restoration of blue carbon ecosystems, including mangrove, seagrass, and coastal wetlands, store large long-term carbon stocks, and therefore while also sustaining fishery productivity. Effective just transition, however, must require, if I may say, participation, targeted finance, capacity building, and social safeguards, along with alignment with existing international legal frameworks and respect to national sovereignty. Multiple country examples during the workshop was shared, highlighting practical integration of ocean options into national plans and NDC, and some approaches that needs to be further strengthened in terms of strengthening the NDCs and ensuring that it's non-prescriptive. There are details and information shared on blue carbon ecosystems and the importance of coastal restoration, that blue carbon systems sequester and store significant carbon while underpinning local food security and livelihoods. Coastal habitats act as fish and crustacean nurseries, and which are important for food security and just transition for food production and livelihoods. Restoration of degraded coastal ecosystems can be utilized not only for food but also for employment. We have to look at this both at the development and just transition perspective. Future orientation, the inputs talked about scaling restoration and ensuring benefits are shared equitably via transparent governance and locally led management. Marine protected areas are crucial, and that these are bounded by international commitments, but it must respect national sovereignty and existing UN frameworks. Locally managed marine areas and bottom-up spatial planning demonstrated strong outcomes when paired with community governance and financial sustainability. As a forward view, there's still a need to institutionalize participatory decision-making so that MPAs, or marine protected areas, can deliver the conservation and social co-benefits without causing displacement and inequitable access. Just transition, social safeguards, and participation must be rights-based, inclusive, and people-centered. It should be protecting small-scale fishers, indigenous peoples, women, and vulnerable workers as shared by the participants. Key elements of these include meaningful participation, conducting social dialogue, targeted and accessible finance, capacity building, alternative livelihoods, and strong social safeguards to prevent displacement. The next steps is to institutionalize these processes, and as well as introduce finance and provide technology transfer to national priorities so transitions are low carbon and socially equitable. There are regional examples and national examples provided, like offshore wind, that also delivers ecosystem protection, policies linking ocean health to food security and resilience, the actions in the small island states that leads to management of marine areas, water resilience projects, and many more, the integration of livelihood programs, and the workforce development, linking ocean-based actions to the value chain. There are also cross-cutting examples of implementing non-prescriptive, nationally determined frameworks that also builds capacities and opens up technology. As a forward outlook, ocean-based actions can deliver strong mitigation, adaptation, food security synergies if implemented nationally led, highlighting participatory and rights-based approaches, and if finance is made available through existing legal frameworks. That said, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Leda. Really appreciated. Now I'm going to give the floor to Anna to reflect on the discussions on looking ahead, the potential roles of the UAE Just Transition Work Programme and Just Transition Mechanism. Over to you, Anna.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I will start by saying that it would be absolutely impossible to truly do justice to the richness of the inputs and the depth of the discussions that we have had on topic 3. I will try to extract some of the highlights, but the discussions were much broader and much deeper than this. At the onset, I think it's fair to say that most of the interventions that were shared on the role of the JTWP and the JTM in the context of the topic of the dialogue could also be extrapolated in a more general and holistic sense, that it's not only necessarily related to this topic, but some of which have a particular relevance in the context of just transition pathways for food security, including in the context of agriculture and ocean-based action. In terms of the UAE Just Transition Work Program, many interventions have highlighted the really key role that it has had in advancing the understanding of just transitions and a joint understanding of joint transitions. Many interventions have highlighted paragraph 12 of decision 2 CMA 7, and some have also in their interventions strived to maybe elevate it at principles more than key messages, and see it very important in guiding future work. Another thing that is important to say in the context of the Just Transition Work Program, but also in general on work on just transitions, is that there is an insistence by a number of parties on the importance of keeping the conversation very much nationally determined, and that the processes around just transition need to remain very much party-driven. Looking at the Just Transition Work Program, there was also some parties shared views on the importance of maintaining the current scope of the work program in terms of what was already identified in Decision 3 CMA 5, and not linking it with the development of the JT Just Transition mechanism. Looking at the future, the Just Transition Work Program was seen by many participants as a space that can provide a structured space for dialogues and exchanges, and continue to have that role of also feeding in key messages to future decisions in terms of the different topics of the dialogues. It was also seen as a space that can strengthen policy coherence and linkages across UNFCCC processes, including in the context of this topic. Some participants have also shared that they have seen it as a space that could become more outcome and action oriented in the future. In terms of the Just Transition mechanism, many participants have shared that they see it as a tool that could translate either the key messages that are emerging from the role under the Just Transition Work Program, for example, paragraph 12, or those that they see as emerging principles under the work of Just Transition into practical action on the ground. So really focusing on that role of operationalizing that joint understanding of what Just Transition means in theory in more practical terms. Many participants see it as having a potential role in providing implementation support at the national, but also subnational or community level. Some see it as possibly having a role in mobilizing or channeling climate finance, or giving guidance in that regard to the finance mechanism, or also to a broader set of actors such as multilateral and regional development banks. Some also see it as a potentially matchmaking platform between projects, funding sources. Others see it as a space that could also help define and address structural barriers and those that are seen as these enablers for just transition. Some participants share that they see it as a space that could provide practical guidance and non-prescriptive support that is tailored to national context, but based on also the work that has been ongoing under the Just Transition Work Program. Others have also shared that they see it again as a mechanism that would have a strong coordination and coherence role in the future. It's also important to highlight that a number of participants have also highlighted the need to be very realistic in looking at the future of the Just Transition mechanism, and also to keep in mind the fact that there are real budgetary constraints, and that there is also a need not to duplicate what might already be going on the ground through a new mechanism. I think that, and I will end here, another important aspect that was highlighted by many are linkages between the Just Transition Work Program and the Just Transition Mechanism in terms, again, of the importance of coherence, complementarity, avoiding duplications. But a number of participants have also highlighted the importance of avoiding decisions on the future of either the Just Transition Work Program in the context of the review or the operationalization of the Just Transition Mechanism before there is a more granular understanding of the landscape on the work that's already going on Just Transition, including in the context of the mapping. And I will stop here. Apologize for the participants that wanted to take the floor but couldn't because of time constraints, and also for those whose points I will certainly have missed. And I will close here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. Very comprehensive feedback, and thank you to all of you for facilitating those discussions and for reporting back to us. I'm going to give the floor now to colleagues for any additional reflections or anything that you'd like to add to those report backs. And just a reminder that you can, of course, send your comments in to the email address. Hi, I see Chad. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you for, mine is most recommendation, because for me it's my first time to be on the meeting for Just Transition, but it's most important for us. I'm from Environment Ministry, and also I'm expert on monitoring and evaluation expert for capacity building initiative for transparency. But this question for Just Transition is most important, and we need to learn more. We need to participate also. I think it's it's not easy to meet maybe every time on physical meeting, but we need to be on the virtual platform. We need to participate, and we need to learn more. For that, we are hearing to see how we can be added as a platform, and to see also specifically how you can help our countries to do this thematic. Yeah, just this mind.
Thank you so much, Chad, and welcome. We're very glad that you've been able to join us for this dialogue. We'll get in touch with you offline if that's to answer your questions. Thank you. Now we have Saudi Arabia online, and then after that, South Sudan. Saudi Arabia online, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone in the room. Thank you for giving us the floor. This is Saudi Arabia speaking on behalf of the LMDC. We would first like to express our appreciation to the Secretariat, the facilitators, and all delegates for their engagement in and the support of the exchange of views and discussions amongst parties and other stakeholders. We'd like to also reaffirm that the discussions held under this dialogue are intended solely as an exchange of views, best practices, and national priorities. They do not imply consensus, and all perspectives must be accurately and comprehensively reflected in the report of the dialogue, with a clear indication that these views do not constitute any agreed outcomes nor positions. Furthermore, with regards to the deliberations on the Just Transition Mechanism, we firmly reiterate that these discussions do not in any way, shape, or form represent a bias towards the positions of parties, nor are they intended to inform or prejudge the outcomes of future discussions on the development of the GTM during sessions of the SBs or COP. This, in principle, must also be clearly understood and reflected in the report. Furthermore, there appears to be a persistent misunderstanding that the outcomes of these dialogue deliberations are intended to feed into the GST2. The JTWP as a whole is supposed to provide inputs as relevant to the GST as are all other relevant decisions under other work programs. It's not the dialogues themselves that constitute an input or the content thereof. So just let us clarify that there is no mandate for that in particular, and we reject the attempt fully. Even so, any information to be reported shall fully be party-driven and with full consensus and agreement on specific elements. It's important to highlight that the processes are distinct and no mandate exists which imposes or requires that the outputs and deliberations of these dialogues must be incorporated into GST2. If this is not a misunderstanding, then it's a deliberate attempt to distort agreed outcomes and impose an agenda that was not negotiated or agreed, pushing for the inclusion of parties' views that in no manner constitute consensus. What is even more concerning is the pattern that this reflects, where there is a clear obligation, including under Article 9.1 of the Paris Agreement. It is chosen consistently to be ignored. That is selective compliance. At the same time, we are being told to avoid discussing CBAM, while it is being actively defended in this very room. The CBAM is a unilateral trade measure that is already increasing the cost of fertilizers, driving up food prices, and directly undermining food security in developing countries. Just transitions cannot be achieved while such policies are allowed to exacerbate poverty, deepen inequality, and constrain our development pathways. This is not support nor cooperation. What this represents is a new form of economic pressure that seeks to dictate national pathways and override domestic priorities by imposing external models under the guise of climate action. We will not accept turning this dialogue, which is meant to address the realities of food security, into a procedural exercise to attach it to processes where it does not belong. So we stress unequivocally that the priority must be an enabling environment at the global level. This is the foundation of genuine international cooperation. This necessarily requires the effective operationalization of the principles of equity and CBDR as set out in the relevant articles of the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. What this enabling environment also requires is a clear rejection of climate-related trade unilateral act as global disablers, again, such as CBAM, which are inconsistent with Article 3.5 of the UNFCCC. The negative impacts on developing countries are neither marginal nor theoretical. They are significant and demonstrable. Aggregate percentages and estimates, particularly for LDCs, obscure the substantial absolute impacts at the sectoral level. Moreover, the cascading effects on commodity prices across the global south and the resulting consequences for food security and access to food are serious and cannot be minimized or dismissed. We will speak and continue to speak on this matter. Nonetheless, when it comes to specific elements, we're very concerned about the narrowing of the scope and meaning of international cooperation. A key element of international cooperation is the obligation of developed countries to take the lead in mitigation and to support developing countries in undertaking their climate action. Furthermore, supporting adaptation-related finance requirements directly from developed to developing countries is therefore essential under Article 9.1, and they have to be emphasized and reiterated. When it comes to agroecological and agroforestry approaches and circular economy principles, we must support holistic and nationally determined just transitions that enhance food security, strengthen adaptation, improve health, and promote sustainable livelihoods. So these agroecological and agroforestry approaches and circular economy principles have nothing to do with commodity energy markets, mentioned previously in the conference hall breakout groups. Also, plants and trees do remove CO2 from all sources. We request that these important points are reflected accurately within the synthesis report of the Secretariat for this dialogue. And once again, thank you to all parties for their constructive and interesting discussions across the different themes. We value this party exchange of views and best practices, and we look forward to future dialogues. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a reminder to everyone that you don't need to repeat the positions that you've repeated in other sessions of the dialogue or in your submissions. And we will, of course, report everything that's been reflected in the dialogue accurately. So thank you very much. Now we have South Sudan in the room. You have the floor. Bring him a microphone. Yes, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will not have more to say. I would just wanted to add some opinion. Some of the points has been mentioned by LDC representative and the African group and China. But I want to have a specific statement about South Sudan. You know, South Sudan is one of the vulnerable countries in the LDC countries, particularly on flooding issue and the drought cases. Come to the point, as we have been talking about the finance, the capacity building, and technology. And those three ones are the main tool for implementation. So I want to sympathize, how can we, such a country like South Sudan, which is vulnerable, how can we cope up with vulnerability and the climate adverse in a country? So I'm requesting those countries who are having the capacity to do more and supporting the LDC country. Thank you, and back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, South Sudan. And yes, we can come back to you after on your questions offline, and then I invite the others in the room to please reach out to you as well in response to your very excellent questions. Now we have Burkina Faso online, and then just after that we have 3 speakers from Pakistan, Brazil, and AGN, and it's my intention to close the speaking list there. So unless anyone else has a... Oh, Chile? Yes. And UK. Okay. So I will close the speakers list there because then we need to move to the closing plenary, and we have the COP31 presidency. Oh, we have the Russian Federation who's here to give closing remarks as well. But thank you. Burkina Faso, you have the floor online. Can I just please implore everyone to keep your remarks as short as possible? We are at the end of the session, and it would be great for everyone to be able to get out on time and to enjoy a final dinner at Yaosu or to speak to each other. But over to you, Burkina Faso.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I will be very brief. It's all the points that has LDC and Burkina Faso have been well taken. Just a remark and also to ask your support. I'm from a Francophone speaking country, so I'm lucky enough that I can speak English. We have in Africa Lusophone countries. We have French speaking countries that by default, we can't give a meaningful input to the ongoing process. And this is really a pledge for us that at least in the dialogues that we make an effort to have translations to allow some of our colleagues are in the rooms from departments who has meaningful examples that can serve the process. And unfortunately, they're not able to really participate in a meaningful way. We are the United Nations, and we're supposed to make sure that we are inclusive enough. So that is the point that colleagues have sent to me, and I wanted to share that with you. In the interest of time, I will send the other thoughts and unwritten. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you so
meeting
much.
and there's no fucking interpretation.
Yes, Princess Burkina Faso. Yes, point well taken. Now we have Pakistan, and then after that, Brazil. Over to you, Pakistan, in the room.
So yeah,
Good evening, everyone. This is Obed. First of all, I would like to thank the chair and all the amazing facilitators for carrying out the amazing work inclusively. Although we covered the most of the topics, but very lesser emphasis was provided on the economic diversification that is needed along the just transition, let alone the agriculture sector. So it is very important to note that to ensure the just transition, meaning the low carbon economy, may not provide sufficient number of the job opportunities exactly where job in the conventional economic structure were lost. So likewise, the green job creation might not also happen at the same pace while we are ensuring the just energy transition. So, in order to so to the extent possible, these disconnects needs to be bridged by the transition policies in order to minimize the dislocation and human suffering. And very lastly, a huge facilitation is also needed in the development and customization. The development, customization and use of tools and methodologies for modeling and assessing the impact of implementation of just transition, particularly through the lens of the CBAM policies, while we are ensuring the technology transfer for the developing economies to become more just. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pakistan, for those thoughtful additional points. Well noted. Now we have Brazil, and then we have the AGN after that. Over to you.
Well, first I would like to thank and congratulate the Secretariat, the facilitators for these 2 days. I think were really important, especially the topic of food security is very much relevant to just transitions, and Brazil wants to very much to engage in these conversations further. But I will try to refrain to comments on the specifics of the reports and in sake of time, but I want to take a little bit of the role of COP30 presidency here for us to take into consideration the scope of the work that we have had, as the Secretary has already presented us. We have not only to revise some messages coming from the 2 dialogues, but also we have to operationalize the just transition mechanisms and the review of the work program. So building up on some of the discussions we have today, I will call some parties to start taking a more proactive attitude towards these issues and bringing forward their ideas in more specific terms. We heard a lot about functions, we heard a lot about what form the mechanism would take. So I would suggest that we try to convey what the form we want, what functions we want in the just transition mechanisms, and what will be the relationship with the just transition work program. Because this will help a lot for us to reach the consensus in Belém. So I pledge you to be constructive and to have a more proactive attitude towards this work that we have ahead. To help our friends from Australia and to Turkey their job. And so, again, I want to congratulate and look forward to meeting you again. Thank you.
Thank you, Pedro, and thanks again for the very important role that the COP30 presidency played in the lead-up and at COP30, obviously, on our results, and continues to play, and we're really grateful to have you here and so actively engaged. And we look forward to that through SB 64 and working with the incoming presidency as well. And very much welcome your call to parties to be working together in the spirit of cooperation that got us the outcome at COP30. So thank you so much for those remarks. Now we have AGN.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I add my voice to Brazil in saying a big thank you. I believe this has been a very successful dialogue. I'm going to be very brief, just trying to hook or anchor that the whole discussions that we've had today should actually be hooked on a silent statement in your concept note. It repeatedly and deliberately used the phrase holistic and non-prescriptive approach and anchors the entire dialogue in nationally defined development priorities. We believe that in preparing the final synthesis, you should take cognizance of this powerful statement that is anchored in the concept note. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Now we have Chile, and then we have the UK, and then the Russian Federation, and then after that the speaking list is closed. Chile, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to be brief. Beyond specific contributions, the existence of this work program, included its dialogues, has served to maintain and enhance the prominence of the transition on the international climate change agenda. We cannot know how many of the new NDCs included just transition consideration thanks to the existence of this work program, but what we do know is that countries need support and guidance to transform their commitments into concrete actions that deliver justice to communities, particularly to those most vulnerable and affected by climate change and development gaps. When discussing justice, a concept that is as personal as it is collective, it is normal for tensions to arise. With this in mind, I believe it is inconvenient to bring into these dialogues hard issues which, firstly, will not find solutions here, and secondly, do not contribute to the constructive atmosphere under which we achieve the results of COP30. Decision 2 CMA.7 contains sufficient substantive elements to keep us busy for years to come. Fortunately, the establishment of the JTM presents a great opportunity to work in a structured and efficient manner to deliver direct support to countries and communities in transition. However, just transition cannot be achieved through party-to-party dialogue alone, and the JTM provides the opportunity to materialize the principles, practices, and processes that the work program has recognized as enabler for executable and inclusive just transitions. Given the multisectoral, multidimensional, and cross-cutting nature of just transition, crucial decisions must be made to avoid duplication with existing frameworks and workstreams within and outside the Convention, and instead establish a governance that promotes engagement, cooperation, and synergies among all relevant stakeholders. The UNFCCC is already too complex and under considerable budgetary constraint, so colleagues, during this year, we should act with responsibility and under a realistic approach of what the Convention should and could do in the promotion of just transition worldwide. Thank you, Co-Chair.
Thank you so much, Chile, for those remarks. Now we have United Kingdom.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I will try and be as quick as I can, although it's important to respond to some of the issues raised by others and clarify our views. Firstly, want to underline the point that all parties have a responsibility to act, to bring forward NDCs representing their highest possible ambition and to accelerate implementation. And that includes implementation of the GST, and we've heard today the relevance of various aspects, including paragraphs 28, 33 to 36, 55, and 56 of Decision 1 CMA5 in the context of food security, agriculture, and the ocean, and the links to the energy transition. And perhaps I'll want to clarify some misunderstandings with regards to mandates and the GST. Firstly, paragraph 186 of the GST gave a mandate for work programs to integrate the outcomes. Paragraph 8 of 2 CMA7 gave the Just Transition Work Programme, again, a mandate to integrate relevant outcomes of the GST, and had clear language in relation to the energy transition and 1.5 degrees. The Just Transition Work Programme has dialogues, as we have today, which produce reports where all parties can raise their own views. It also has a mandate to produce a report which serves as an input into the GST, which will consider all of the issues discussed at the dialogues and in our decisions. There is no ambiguity in these mandates. We also want to talk about the UK CBAM in response to comments raised by others. And I'll start by clarifying that we are raising this purely in response to the points raised by others, where there are some misconceptions about relevance and impacts. For I am surprised this issue is being raised in the context of a discussion on food security, agriculture, and ocean. The UK is taking the lead with our ambitious 1.5 aligned NDC to reduce emissions by at least 81%. And we are backing ambitious targets with ambitious implementation. And so if carbon leakage is not addressed, it will not be possible to successfully decarbonize industry in the UK, as any decarbonization could be undermined by carbon leakage. Indeed, this could see global emissions increase overall. Carbon leakage is a serious concern for the UK. Key industries at risk comprise 11% of 2022 UK GHG emissions. And the UK CBAM is one part of the UK's approach, which includes wider action to accelerate global industrial decarbonisation, support uptake of carbon pricing, and encourage collaboration to tackle carbon leakage. International cooperation that can reduce carbon leakage is always our first choice. The UK is acting collaboratively to develop international solutions, including through the WTO, OECD, and the Climate Club, where, for example, we co-led development with Turkey of principles for actions to address carbon leakage. The UK is heavily involved in supporting green deindustrialization globally. This includes supporting the COP30 roadmap on international assistance and partnerships for green industry transitions and the global green industrialization agenda, and through major multilateral climate funds, such as the Climate Investment Fund and the World Bank. So returning to the topic at hand and continuing the vein of consideration of impacts, there's clearly a critical need to reduce agricultural emissions and halt and reverse deforestation, which has provided a guiding framework for the discussions at this dialogue. It's critical to recognize that the impacts already seen across the world in relation to agriculture and food systems, in particular regarding economic and food security. The very specific link between the energy industry and agricultural food security and the ocean is clear. So to respond to colleagues questioning that link, and we have seen this in the UK and internationally, when energy prices spike or there are severe energy shortages, this drives inflation, including in relation to food and fertilizers and transport shipping costs. This constrains economic growth, which ultimately impacts workers and communities and risks food security. Indeed, the best available science from the IPCC in AR6 states that energy systems are linked to a range of societal objectives, including energy security and food security. And recognition of those impacts and links for the UK and for others is important. Recent events have demonstrated that accelerating the clean energy transition by transitioning away from fossil fuels is both the best insurance against shocks and the positive economic choice. I will end there and just wanted to echo my thanks to chairs, facilitators, presenters for their efforts, and for the Republic of Korea for graciously hosting us here. Thank you.
Thank you, UK. Now we have the Russian Federation, and we do have a final request online from India. India, look, I can grant you that request, but please, it needs to be very, very short. Russian Federation, you have the chair. I think there's a mic behind you. Yeah, you have the floor, sorry.
Yes, thank you, Chair. First of all, let me express my appreciation and gratitude to the Secretariat and the Government of the Republic of Korea for convening us here and conducting this event. Today we had a very productive discussions on the role of just transitions in ensuring food security. Parties presented their views and best practices on how to integrate sustainable agriculture and ocean-based actions into climate policy. At the same time, achieving just transitions and ensuring food security is hindered by the introduction of climate-related trade restrictive measures by some parties. We believe that such measures are inconsistent with the basic provisions of the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement, because they exacerbate inequality within and between countries and forcing parties to choose between climate action and sustainable development. Some parties say that it is not the right place to discuss such issues, but we believe it is necessary and it is in the mandate of the program to discuss barriers and challenges to achieving just transitions in the space. To implement just transitions for all countries, leaving no one behind, unilateral approaches should be avoided. International cooperation is a critical enabler for achieving a balanced economic, social, and environmental development and ensuring food security. And in this regard, we're looking forward on discussions about the just transition mechanisms which will provide necessary support to parties and enhance international cooperation in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, India, the floor is yours, and then after that we will move to the closing session. India, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I apologize for requesting the floor a little late, and I'll be very, very brief. I don't want to repeat some of the points that have been said before by us as well as by the LMDC, but I just wanted to say that we are very surprised about whether we are in a dialogue to speak about food security or about an energy transition. It's not really very clear. Food security for us is it's very clearly stated in the IPCC report itself, which some have termed here as the best available science, that food security in Africa and Asia, and especially South Asia, is threatened by pathways that focus on land-based mitigation. And so, in fact, the risk of hunger increases in our regions when this happens. So if one does want to be true to the science, then one cannot pick and choose which science is convenient, which is not. The other is that the same science and the same reports very clearly also speak about parameters that must be used when one determines whether an individual country's NDCs are aligned with 1.5 degrees Celsius or not, because 1.5 is a global target. So it must be also clearly stated which kinds of variables we're choosing to link individual country commitments to global targets, temperature targets, whichever temperature targets they are. On CBAM specifically, I think there is a very, very clear mandate from the JTWP to discuss barriers and challenges, as our colleague from the Russian Federation has said already. And that is why we don't see why this is a problem or why this invokes any surprise. Commodity prices also include food prices, and there are reports even emerging from developed countries themselves that speak about the impacts across developing countries. I'll stop here, Chair, and thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, India. We will now proceed with the closing plenary. So first, just as we bring this fifth hybrid dialogue under United Arab Emirates Just Transition Work Programme to a close, I want to thank you all for your active engagement. It is really appreciated. I know that there are some issues on which there are strong and divergent views, but thank you for your engagement across the scope of the discussions under the workshop over the last 2 days. There's been some really rich and useful discussions and some really concrete and actionable and useful solutions and examples shared, and I thank you all for that. The Substa-Chair and I will take your views very carefully into account. I've been in many of the sessions. The Secretariat has been taking very comprehensive notes, so I assure you that all views will be captured in the final report. And we intend to publish the informal summary of this dialogue before the session of the subsidiary bodies in June. I did also just want to take a moment to say that I have heard and will relay very clearly to Adonia as well the calls for the need for this item to have adequate time at SB 64, including to discuss all of its mandates. So thank you for that. We will work closely with the Secretariat to be clear on the process, to make sure you have as much time as possible and to outline the approach to this session as well. I'm now very delighted to be joined by Tuba Dichbaz from the COP31 presidency. So thank you very much for taking the time, Tuba, particularly right at the end of the Climate Week. We really appreciate it. And I'd like to hand the floor to you for your remarks, noting what a priority just transition is for the incoming COP31 presidency. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Dear delegates, it's a pleasure to be with you today. At the outset, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the Republic of Korea for their warm hospitality, and I would also like to extend our thanks to the Secretariat and to the chairs and facilitators for their guidance and efforts in organizing this dialogue. I would also like to thank all participants for their active engagement and valuable contributions to the dialogue under the Just Transition Work Programme. On behalf of incoming COP31 presidency and guided by our vision of dialogue, consensus and action, we see this process as an important opportunity to build a shared understanding of how we can move forward together, particularly in addressing interconnected challenges such as climate change, food security, and sustainable livelihoods. In this context, we highly value our close and unique partnership with Australia, and we are pleased to be advancing this work together with Australian colleagues. This cooperation plays a key role in ensuring that This process remains inclusive, grounded, and responsive to the needs and expectations of parties. We consider just transition as a central priority for COP31. In this context, this dialogue provided an important space to advance discussions on just transition pathways for holistic approaches to food security, including agriculture and oceans. Throughout the discussions, it has been clear that parties are actively exploring how to advance the just transition pathways in these sectors, while also facing a range of practical challenges that need to be addressed. We hope that these rich and insightful exchanges will generate positive momentum toward Bonn and contribute to a more focused and outcome-oriented pathway for COP31. We are grateful for the opportunity to engage at this early stage of the COP31 cycle here in Yeosu. Korea Climate Week has provided a timely platform to take stock and reflect, particularly at a moment when confidence in multilateral climate action increasingly depends on our collective ability to translate commitments into tangible outcomes across sectors. As the Paris Agreement continues to move firmly into its implementation phase, we place strong emphasis on how existing mandates, work programs, and frameworks are translated into practice, including in areas that directly affect food security and vulnerable communities. In this spirit, we will continue to engage closely with all parties and stakeholders in the months ahead. With these remarks, I would like to thank all participants and organizers for their valuable contribution and the excellent organization of this dialogue. We very much look forward to welcoming you in Antalya this November. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Tuba, for those remarks. We really, again, appreciate your time. And just to send another thanks to Pedro from the COP30 presidency and to Ingrid, who joined us from the Australian presidency of the negotiation side earlier today. It's really great to have the presidencies so engaged and willing to come in and give their time and stay across this item, which is really critical for COP31, so thank you. I did also just want to take a moment to say thank you again to Damon and Anna for the organisation of this workshop and to the whole Secretariat team. Thank you. And also just wanted to take a moment to thank again the government of Korea and to all the technical staff who are here running the microphones and the sound. So thank you very much, everyone, for that. And to all of our facilitators and chairs, thank you for your time. Okay. That's a lot of thank you. All right, but thank you very much, colleagues. We have now come to the end of this fifth dialogue. Thank you once again for your participation and engagement. It's been a real pleasure. Definitely look forward to working with you over the year to bring this to an excellent outcome at COP31. And Adonia and I look very much to working closely with you all at SB64, which is, it says here, a little over a month from now, which is slightly terrifying. But so we look forward to seeing you there in Bonn. Thank you very much to those online for making the time and for those who've travelled here in person in Yeosu. Take care, colleagues.